Continuiamo questo corteo, continuiamo questa punizione politica e sociale.
Almeni! Ua!
Contro le ambiguità.
Assassini! 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 Assassini!
Viene la Palestina! Avanti tutta!
Voglio sentire l'urlo più forte di rabbia che avete. 1, 2, 3. Se un ministro dei trasporti amico di Israele vi blocca uno sciopero, io voglio sentire un urlo per un genocidio che va avanti da 70 anni. 1, 2, 3. Come attivista che era in Sicilia insieme ai membri della Flotilla, la mia barca, come tante altre non ce l'ha fatta a partire, ma nell'ultimo mese quelle sono stati i miei fratelli e le mie sorelle che al momento sono vittime di un rapimento in acque internazionali da parte di un antizionista in violazione degli accordi di Monte Europei, del manuale di Sanremo, in violazione delle convenzioni di Ginevra, e a noi questo ci fa schifo!
Si è rotto appena arrivato. Ma scusa, mi stai curare. L'ho rotta
Abbiamo perso la voce quando è stata sacrificata la rabbia per farne un gingillo in bella mostra in una vetrina sovraesposta, un errore da correggere, una schiena da raddrizzare, una cellula impazzita da estirpare fingendosi a cancro, ma quella cellula era lì a ricordarci che il nucleo più duro e profondo dell'esistenza su questo pianeta è dato dal no ostile di chi ha avuto il coraggio di rompere con quello che era, perché sa che parlare e vivere e tacere e morire. Non c'è rivoluzione nel piatto di prendersi di giorni uguali, non c'è rivoluzione in un tutorial che ti insegna come stampare in maniera efficace il tuo curriculum Europass, mentre dall'altra parte del mare c'è gente che viene ammazzata ancora per un genocidio. Non c'è rivoluzione nella convinzione che tutto quello che hai studiato è stato impostato in un sistema datato e macchinoso che anche lontanamente è in grado di metterti al mondo con dignità, di farti lasciare un segno, di darti uno scopo. Abbiamo perso la voce nel suono del capo rivolto al suolo, piegato ad essere solo sono ingranaggio nel cuore d'acciaio del mondo. Abbiamo perso la voce. Ma guardatevi attorno, guardate le persone con cui state facendo la rivoluzione ora, perché la ritroveremo, la stiamo ritrovando, l'abbiamo ritrovata e sarà l'urlo più forte che abbiano sentito. Non basterà soffocarla con un ginocchio sul collo, non basterà annacquarla con 50 tweet al giorno, non basterà controllare con leggi di sicurezza nazionale che resti composto mentre l'artico sporco di cancro urla il suo pianto al suo ultimo orso. Un urlo del quale Mahmoud Darwish sarebbe potuto essere fiero, orgoglioso e che sta facendo del suo mondo un posto migliore. Abbiamo perso la voce, la strada alle ore non nel grembo di un mondo che mastica tempo e sputa cicuta, ma solo e soltanto nel convincimento di averla perduta. E adesso che stiamo capendo e che l'ugo la muta ruggisce di sole, io vi giuro sul fuoco della ragione che noi tutte e tutti sentiamo nel petto che non smetteremo più di urlare fin quando avremo parole nostre, nuove, anche se scritte in silenzio. Hanno toccato la flottilla e noi blocchiamo tutto, blocchiamo tutto, blocchiamo tutto, blocchiamo tutto, blocchiamo tutto, blocchiamo tutto. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Free Palestine ora e sempre!
Più dietro!
Partigiano
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 11:30 a.m. on Friday, October the 3rd, that following the prayer and pledge, the general proceedings be approved.
Stavo dicendo che dalle scuole si è fatto vivere lo slogan del bloccare tutto, l'abbiamo fatto praticamente, questa mattina in centinaia di scuole in tutto il paese non ci sono sblocchi.
Più avanti per favore, più avanti, più avanti. Lasciate passare il striscione per favore. Avanti, più avanti, più avanti.
Con gli scioperi, con un obiettivo, costruire la più grande partecipazione possibile alla separazione di domani. Siamo pronti per tornare a circondare le stazioni, a battere le mani di questo paese, perché abbiamo capito l'unica strada è quella.
All right, welcome back. Over the last week or so, there have been a lot of pro-Palestinian demonstrations that have been happening in Europe. This one is in Rome. They're actually marching to the Colosseum over the past week. Some of the dock workers, they have blocked some of the Italian ports there that have been, what they say have been used to stop arms that are transferring to Israel. Demonstrators there have been disrupting traffic. As you can see, there are thousands of people out there, and they are marching on the way to the Colosseum. And this is currently happening live right now in Rome. We will keep an eye on this, and we will be right back here on Chicago Live. Welcome back to Chicago Live. Caitlin Cody is here with us with a look at the forecast. It's still feeling like summer outside.
I know. Yeah, today warmer than yesterday. So what we're looking at is mid 80s with mostly, if not completely sunny skies. So it's going to be another dry day, with the heat cranking up. And this is just the beginning. Over the next couple of days, even more
Look at all
heat
those
is on
people.
the way. Yeah.
If you told me this was July, I would say sure.
Yeah, right? It's bizarre. We're in October. We should be in the upper 60s, low 70s, maybe around 70 degrees for most spots in Chicagoland. And instead, we're in the mid 80s. It is going to be cooler near the lake, but really a perfect day for the Cubs to play. Temperatures, if you like this heat, we're getting even warmer over the next couple of days, flirting with 90.
Wow.
So we're going to be in the upper 80s tomorrow as well as on Saturday. So, you know, the funny thing is this time of year, to your point, Brian, is it's time to go to the pumpkin patches and the apple orchards. And this is what we're dealing
It's
with.
supposed to be layering season. Instead, you're doing the opposite.
You're getting
almost.
poked in the foot when you wear your flip-flops in the hay bale. You know what I mean? So 88 degrees Friday, Saturday 87, upper 80s again on Sunday with sunny skies. And then next week things start to change. And you know,
Looks like a
this
big
is where
drop-off.
exactly we're going to be wishing that we were warm again because it's looking like the extended forecast into the middle and end of next week, the highs in the 60s, that's going to be downright cool, if not chilly, compared to, of course, where we've been. Our next good chance for rain isn't here until next Tuesday. We got our new drought monitor update today, and that area of drought is now expanding from Chicago points west. Abnormally dry conditions for everyone in Chicagoland, so we could use the rain. But we have no rain in your forecast, and the heat isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Again, the next couple of days, flirting with 90. A few of us in our southwestern counties could be in the low 90s. But yeah, today, 85 degrees. Yesterday was the upper 70s. Could you feel the difference yesterday?
I don't know if I could feel the difference. I felt the sunshine, though.
Okay.
But
yeah.
what I'm looking at in this 7-day forecast, so is that 71, 64, that next, is that where we should be this time of year?
Between the two, yeah, definitely more so. 64 is a little below normal, but yeah, that fall
64
feel.
is great. That's what I love.
I just want my air conditioner to stop running. You know, can we drop those bills, please?
Must be nice. Yeah, I wish.
Yeah,
'Cause,
we'll get there. We'll get there.
eventually.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Caitlin, thanks so much. Oh, I want to ask you about the baseball game. What are the winds looking like out there? You know, I know Wrigley's closer to the lake. Winds blowing in, winds blowing out.
Calm and quiet,
Calm
just
and
like the
quiet.
past couple of days. Even hotter, though, today compared to yesterday, especially because the game's a little later today, right? Around 4.
About 4 o'clock first pitch.
But it'll still be comfortable. Really, it's perfect baseball weather. This could be way worse. This could be way worse.
We live in Chicago. We know
You
it could
know?
be way worse.
Yeah,
All right.
it's going to be a good day for it.
All right, appreciate you, Caitlin. All right, time is now 1:18 here on Chicago Live. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Chicago Live. Time is now 1:20. The entire world right now is mourning the loss of Dr. Jane Goodall, who passed away at the age of 91. She's known for some of her groundbreaking research when it comes to chimpanzees, and also her lifelong devotion. She really dedicated her life to conservation and inspired an entire global movement to protect wildlife as well. We're now joined by Tim Sullivan from Brookfield Zoo, Chicago. Thanks so much for your time.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
I want to start with, there was a turning point in the life for Dr. Goodall. Could you elaborate what exactly transpired on her trip here to Chicago in 1986?
Well, I think later in her career, I mean, she's known for all of her work with chimpanzees for 6 decades, but later in her career, she realized the threat to both her beloved chimpanzees, but to wildlife in general, and started working on conservation advocacy. And to me, that is her greatest contribution to what zoos do. Is our job here at Brookfield Zoo Chicago is to create conservation leaders through having people have good experiences with animals and develop empathy for them. Jane Goodall was very clear in the fact that apathy was our greatest threat to the world, and she went out there and spoke and inspired many people, and found that the youth was a great place to start. And I think she had a program that was called Roots to Shoots, where she worked with youth in her areas to get them to understand conservation and be leaders. And we do the same thing here at Brookfield Zoo Chicago with our King Conservation Scholars Program. And she was our scholars, who are high school age students, were able to hear her inspirational words about conservation and what they can do to change their behavior and to be leaders as they move forward.
And we do know she passed away this week at the age of 91. She was actually here in Chicago not all that long ago. Could you share some of the reflections on her, I guess, final visit that we know of to Chicago?
Yeah, you know, she was such an inspirational person. She would reflect back on her many years in this business, and I think she still had the fire to go out there and to meet as many audiences as she could to basically connect her work, her life's work with chimpanzees and field research with what people are doing here in Chicago, and to teach them that everything they do each day has an impact on wildlife and wild places, and that each person has a choice to do things that help preserve and protect wildlife and nature, or in not being apathetic to it will be the worst part about it. So she was always trying to convince people that what they do matters outside of Chicago to the rest of the world.
How do you think that her life and legacy will potentially influence younger generations when it comes to environmental activism?
Well, you know, I had the honor to hear her speak. I've been at Brookfield Zoo Chicago for 45 years now, and I've seen her speak a couple of times, both here in Chicago and elsewhere around the world. And she inspired me. I was very much into taking care of my animals, but then later on, as I got older, I saw the importance of speaking about our job to make sure that we inspire people to care for nature. And as Dr. Goodall would do, she would come around and speak to everyone where they lived and try to get them to consider options to live a better life with the broader world in mind.
And when it comes to her legacy, what do you think her legacy is going to be left on her? Are there any future plans to maybe honor her even more at the Brookfield Zoo Chicago going forward, now that she has left us?
I hope so. Yes, her legacy will be long, and I think she realized that the best way to do that was to teach and to inspire. And I know for a fact, beyond me, that all of our King Scholars here at Brookfield Zoo Chicago were inspired to hear her talk, and it gave their life purpose and meaning. And I think she had a multiplying effect, of course, and she understood the power of that. And to me, that is her greatest legacy. We'll be able to look back on her work and all the contributions she made to understanding the ethology and the importance of chimpanzee behavior, but what she did to help people become better stewards of the planet and wildlife is what she should continue to be known for.
All right, Tim Sullivan from Brookfield Zoo, Chicago. Thanks so much for your time this afternoon.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back here on Chicago Live. Welcome back to Chicago Live on this Thursday afternoon. Time is now 1:28. Brian Jackson here with you. For people who live on the southeast side of Chicago and like to get out on their mountain bike, well, there's going to be a new trail that they will be able to take very soon. We're now joined by Matthew Freer from the Chicago Park District is going to tell us a little bit more about it. Thanks so much for your time.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Brian.
So, Matthew, just how significant is this? We're calling it the Big Hill Project, and what do you think it means, not just for bike riders, but for everybody living on the southeast side of Chicago?
Yeah, I have to say this project is embedded in the southeast side of Chicago, but it's really for Chicago area bike riders, not just within the city, but regionally too. The new Big Hill, as we're calling it, is bringing 7 new trails. 3 of them are paved to Big Marsh. And for those that aren't familiar with Big Marsh Park, it's a 300-acre park on the city's southeast side. 45 acres of it are dedicated to being a bike park. So we have all sorts of trails rideable from everyone to toddlers to very advanced riders. And so these trails are actually going to bring a whole new asset to the region in terms of biking, and we feel like it's going to be a regional destination for bikers. So it's really a great new asset for the park that will be opening up in spring of 2026.
Spring of 2026. We're looking forward to this. We've kind of covered, I guess, the recreational side of this. What do you think the economic aspects could be for that side of town?
So that's a great question. We have all sorts of new riders coming to Big Marsh. We have a few thousand coming for a cyclocross race in a few weeks. And with these new trails, we really feel like we can host all sorts of new events, but also bringing people from across the region. And I mean, Michigan, Indiana, Wisconsin, this will be a regional destination for biking. And so we feel like it's going to be a major benefit to the community.
And speaking of that community, what do you think this will mean for local youth in the area, as well as potentially some therapeutic programs as well?
So we do a great job of working with youth. We hire some youth every summer to maintain the existing trails. So those job opportunities will continue, and this will expand that program. We also have bike training programs for teens through After School Matters with our Friends of Big Marsh, our partner organization. And so this will really help engage more youth through the programming. And it's really an opportunity to expand what we offer and offer new opportunities within the community.
Matthew, could you share, I guess, an inside look at how this new venture was funded?
Absolutely. So it's Big Marsh Park itself has been a private-public partnership with Friends of Big Marsh and the Chicago Park District. So both organizations have helped raise money to see this come to fruition. Friends of Big Marsh has raised about $800,000 for this project. Park District has committed some funds as well. So it's really been a great example of public and private partnership bringing a community asset to life.
With this expected opening coming up in the spring of 2026, what are the next steps in this construction, and what should visitors expect when we finally make it to that launch?
So we're really excited that we're underway. The effort to get this project off the ground has taken a few years, but we've Friends of Big Marsh and Park District finally got enough resources to break ground, and so we're celebrating that. We do expect all of the trails to be open by May of 2026. We also will have a new jump line that's paved, and that should be done before the end of this year. And what that means is there's more rideable trails. There's new assets that we wouldn't previously have. So these downhill trails, 7 of them, and then 4 of our new trails will be paved. So that includes the big jump line that's an existing trail will be newly paved, and 3 of our new downhill trails will be paved, which just means that they're rideable for more of the year. Earlier in spring, even if we have a wet spring, they're rideable trails. And if we get significant rain events, sometimes we have to close a lot of our lines, but the paved trails will remain open even in severe weather, which is really exciting. So if you drive to the park from the far north side or the west suburbs, the trails are still rideable. There's still something there for you, which is really awesome and exciting to have at the park.
I guess looking ahead and maybe even outside of Chicagoland, what do you think that this new construction and facility could do for Chicago's position, maybe even positioning itself as a national destination for cycling, and maybe even have more of a cycling tourism brought to the city?
So I think we know that Chicago is one of the most bikeable cities, and there are great advocates pushing that envelope all the time to make our streets safer for riding. We also have an incredible lakefront trail and network of trails that expands from that. This just adds one more asset to the network of biking in Chicago, and this really provides a regionally exemplary asset to that library of things that you would come to Chicago for. So we really feel like this adds to the tools and assets that Chicago has for biking.
And speaking with, I guess, local residents who maybe live nearby, what's been their reaction to this?
I think everyone's excited, right? This is a $1 million project that we're putting into the park, and it's already an amazing space to be. We've seen visitor numbers at the park this year exceed anything we have in the past. As I mentioned, we're hosting events that are into the thousands of people. And so we really see this park exploding over the last couple of years, and this will only help that. And again, driving not only local traffic, regional traffic, but hopefully a boon to the economy in Pullman and Hegewisch and the east side as we see lots of visitors come to the area.
Thank you guys for what you're doing and shining light on that side of town as the Chicago Park District and Friends of Big Marsh are breaking ground on this new mountain bike trail. Matthew Freer from the Chicago Park District, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, back here at the desk on Chicago Live, Brian Jackson here with you. It is 1:35 Central Time. We're now going to head out to Houston, where we've just learned about a building collapsing there. Let's listen in. All right, looks like we just missed the press conference. Again, this is a look in Houston. We were told about a building collapse. If we get any more information about this, we will make sure to bring it to you here on Chicago Live. Now we're going to head back to Rome, where a pro-Palestinian march is happening. We showed you some of this. As you can see, thousands of people out there. You can see some of the Palestinian flags waving there in the background. They are marching right to the center of Rome. Let's listen in once again.
davanti praticamente la piramide in prospettiva. Allora, sì avevo visto, ma l'avete abbandonato. Allora, se tu stai guardando la piramide, guarda a sinistra e guarda che guarda dall'altro lato. Ma non voglio dove c'è accanto al sinistra.
La sua complicità con Israele per incontrarli a casa, fermate il genocidio.
Fatemi sentire il vostro applauso più forte per la Global Soul Bottiglia. Di più, di più. Questa canzone la dedico con tutto il cuore a loro che hanno chiamato. Si chiama Tutto e Subito. Mandalaros. Vogliamo tutto e subito. Cos'è che vogliamo? Vogliamo tutto e subito. Non vi ho sentito. Vogliamo tutto e subito. Di nuovo. Vogliamo tutto e subito. Sia un contatto che fonde di più, che si nasconde e diffonde più ciò. Ossa da bianco, diffusa sequenza, diffonde di più, che si nasconde e diffonde più ciò. Ossa da bianco, diffusa sequenza. Scrivo le cuore con rosso del sangue, spesso la rima tra cima del foglio. Concetti che sono proiettili, si apre l'anima del portafoglio. Conosci le facce di suono, lo sai che nasce dal territorio. L'odio per Montecitorio, per ogni pagliaccio col fascio littorio. Scrivo col sale del mare, col nero del fumo di incendi. Regime che prima la gente e poi schiera gli accenti quando ti difendi. Sistema in catena, avvelena gli eventi di
All right, you are now looking live in Rome. This is a pro-Palestinian march. You can see flags waving there in the background, seeing a lot of Palestinian flags and thousands of people. They are all there marching in Rome. The demonstrators, they're demanding the freedom of navigation. They're also highlighting what they say are ongoing humanitarian concerns about aid being blocked from getting into Gaza by Israel and Israeli troops. Again, this is happening in Italy, and similar demonstrations have been happening in other places across Europe as well. Let's listen back in.
Vogliamo tutto e subito. Di nuovo. Vogliamo tutto e subito. L'ultimo. Vogliamo tutto e subito. Se dico Palestina, tu mi rispondi libera. Palestina. Palestina. Se dico Palestina, tu mi rispondi libera. Palestina. 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 Grazie.
Vogliamo ricordare lo sciopero generale di domani alle 11 a Piazza 500, perché domani dobbiamo bloccare tutto! Blocchiamo! 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 E ricordiamo che sabato 4 ottobre saremo qui e dobbiamo essere una marea per la Palestina e accanto alla resistenza palestinese!
All right, so just an update to some of the questions that y'all had asked about. Got a little more clarification on some things. So we have since learned there were initial reports of a boiler explosion. Close, but not quite. What it was is the workers were working on a bank of tankless water heaters. And so I'm assuming that comes with the same types of risks as a boiler, and that there was some type of pressurization situation that caused this kind of blowout. But more specifically, it was tankless water heaters that they told us they were working on. There were a couple of reports of a person who was stuck in an elevator. We have no reason to believe that to be true. What I can say is the elevator.
All right, you were just looking at some live demonstrations happening in Italy where some pro-Palestinian protesters, they are marching there in Rome. We're going to check back in on that a little bit later. For now, we're actually going to head back out to Houston. We were getting an update on a building. You can see a piece of it. It didn't completely collapse, but we do have some authorities speaking about what we're seeing there now. Let's listen in.
Of the injuries, the nature is what we said, so some thermal burns, some cuts and lacerations, things like that. But as far as the extent, we're working to get that information from the hospital system, and we should have that later today. No. There may have been, the word collapse gets thrown around a lot, and so it could have been that, pieces of the roof fell down, but not a full collapse necessarily. I'm sorry? It was tankless water heaters that we believe were involved in the explosion. And so explosion to that point, right, like we're not talking about like it's more of a pressure situation, not like a gas explosion or something. I don't know, right? That's what we're gonna work to figure out. But those are the details that have come out so far.
Which hotel was this?
It's under construction. I don't have the specific name. I know that we have learned it's new construction. But I don't know specifically which one. I think on Google it calls it a Holiday Inn Express, but I don't know specifically.
How long do y'all expect this area to be blocked off, roads to be blocked
They're still
off?
figuring all those things out. It's going to be blocked out today, certainly for several hours. Going to impact your rush hour commute most likely, and it could be blocked off to this extent or possibly to a lesser extent for several days. It all depends on what the building inspectors find and what they determine is safest for everyone involved.
Talk about the next step. So we have arson out here, we have HFD, HPD, I saw Centerpoint. Talk about what's going to happen next.
Sure. So pretty much that. We are, now that the patients have been transported to the hospital and the immediate concerns were those life safety issues like that. Now it's getting into that, assessing the integrity of the building, making sure that everything is safe for not just the people in there, but for the people nearby, for the businesses nearby. And so that's why, like I said, we're going to keep these roads closed off until a determination can be made that it is safe for people to pass by, and that we're not going to have any kind of additional impacts beyond what's already happened.
What's the total number of those injured?
Total number of injuries at this point is six construction workers we believe were injured.
Any life-threatening?
I don't have that information yet.
What about damage to any other buildings nearby?
Nothing significant. We've seen some, obviously, when I was talking to the district chief, he mentioned, you're probably going to see some glass on the windowsills and things like that. But as far as we know, we've kind of done the 360 and looked, and there have been no reports of additional damage beyond what's on the primary building.
How often does this happen, Brent?
How often does this happen? I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, on that note, is it normal for a water heater to already be at the top of the building at this point in the construction process?
Way beyond my scope of understanding. I couldn't tell you, and that's part of what both the Life Safety Bureau inspectors and the building department, the Public Works inspectors, they're gonna have to speak to that piece.
Is the construction company and all that, are they cooperating, helping, offering all the information?
We've spoken with them while we've been out here, and a lot of, like I said, like the things about the elevators and different pieces like that, we've been speaking with them about that.
As far as y'all know, are your permits and everything good for this building?
Couldn't tell you yet.
But no red flags in that department so far?
Not that have been brought to my attention.
Is OSHA investigating?
I'm sorry?
And you've just been listening to an update about a boiler explosion in downtown Houston, according to our sister station Fox 26 down there. This happened at a Holiday Inn. and it led to a collapse of the top floor of the Holiday Inn. As you just heard
Robert,
in the press conference, about 6 people are injured so far. It happened around 11 a.m. this morning. Again, a boiler explosion at a Holiday Inn construction site. It happened there in downtown Houston. We don't know the severity of any of those injuries, but according to the press conference we just heard there, about 6 construction workers were injured after the top floor collapsed there. All right, back here at home, our time is now 1:55, almost leading into our second hour of Chicago Live. We're going to check in with our very own Paris Schutz, our political reporter. He's going to be doing a live version of the Chicago Report tonight, as he's going to have some updates on what's been happening at the Broadview ICE processing facility, that we have seen quite a few, protests, and things have gotten very testy there, especially the last 2 Fridays as we check in with Paris. So Paris, who have you spoken to as you get ready for your live show there on location later tonight?
Well, yeah, Brian, right now we're in like the downtown area of Broadview. This is Roosevelt Road between about 17th and 25th. And we wanted to just get a sense of the community. How are the residents reacting to this? How are the businesses? There are a lot of small businesses. If you look behind me, a lot of independent small businesses in this community. We did speak with one, a consignment store owner, who said, Broadview is a family-oriented community. It's largely African-American. It's working class, middle class. And this has just engendered a lot of fear in people. They don't, the other thing is the traffic problems. They close off sometimes the exit on the 290 here, so people can't get into the town. So it's really disrupted the community. And one other point that a lot of residents bring up is there are always helicopters kind of circling above, whether they're ICE, Homeland Security vehicles, or whether they're news choppers. We don't know, but they're here constantly circling around. So this quiet middle-class town has really been uprooted here over the last several weeks as this facility, this formerly abandoned warehouse, has been used now as this ICE warehouse. And there's still fencing up there. And there's a small collection of protesters right now. We actually saw some Illinois State Police surveying the area too. We don't know if they're going to get involved in any way, but we are going to talk to the mayor here in a couple hours, who has asked ICE to stop all of this, especially with the tear gas and the munitions that she believes it's disrupted her community.
And Paris, can you just give us an idea? You said you're in downtown Broadview. About how far is this from the ICE processing facility that has obviously been on our air, as well as air across the country as well? Just about how far away are these two locations?
Yeah, so I mean, we're about, and I'll reverse the camera here. So where you're looking now is where that facility is, down about 4 blocks. So it's in an industrial area, and this is kind of the main business drag here. And what some of the residents here say is that they don't notice the commotion, just the traffic. They see protesters, they see cops coming by, but the tear gas isn't getting here. So it hasn't disrupted this part of the community. It's if you live like right around 25th, which is kind of like the border of Maywood and Bellwood, those residents, some of them told me that the tear gas was coming into their house. That they had to close up all their windows and their doors because the tear gas was wafting over. They were downwind of it. So it's certainly impacted a lot of people along 25th and in Maywood, which we're right on the border of.
Paris, you mentioned that you're going to speak with the mayor of Broadview a little bit later, and you were just sharing that some of that tear gas is impacting residents who have absolutely nothing to do with the protests that are happening at the ICE facility there. Have we heard anything from Homeland Security or the Department of Homeland Security on how these actions there are impacting residents who have nothing to do with these protests?
No, we've been trying to get in touch with Homeland Security for weeks, really, and we don't really get much response from them. But we did see a letter from ICE to the mayor of Broadview, basically because the mayor had sent a letter saying, hey, stop all of this. The police chief here is opening investigations into the ICE activities and the agents and, perhaps violations of the law, munitions shot into a news reporter's car. They're investigating that. But ICE wrote back saying, look, Mayor, the problem is the protesters. The problem is the agitators. They're provoking, they're causing trouble, and we want you to help us get them in line. So stop taking on ICE and start helping us. So that's kind of the attitude of ICE right now. as they blame the agitators, and they want the mayor and the police chief to work with them.
Speaking of those agitators and protesters, we've seen things get very intense there the last 2 Fridays.
Right.
Do we have any idea if something else is being planned for tomorrow?
No, I think this is kind of like a day-to-day basis, Brian. What I was told, there are watchers that are there right now, that there tends to be an influx around this time of the day because ICE has been on morning raids. This is about the time that they would come to this holding facility if this is where they're going to go. And there's been some activity, but it's been pretty light. So I think it depends on whether ICE has detained lots of suspected undocumented immigrants and whether they plan to come here. Then the word among these protest groups kind of gets out really quickly, and then they mobilize and they come here, and you see the scenes like you've seen the last couple of Fridays. So it's the kind of thing that kind of happens, on a day-to-day basis within the hour.
All right, Paris, who else is coming up on the show this evening?
Well, we're going to interview the mayor of Broadview. As I said, we're going to have an exclusive one-on-one sit-down with her. We're also going to, as I mentioned, we got a couple business owners and residents we're going to profile, and just to kind of get a sense of the town. And we're looking to speak with the House Speaker, Chris Welch, whose office is literally blocks away from that site in Westchester, right across the train tracks there. So we're just going to try to get the whole picture here and the lay of the land.
All right, Paris Schutz reporting live from Broadview. Thanks so much for your time and looking forward to the show tonight.
All right, thanks, Brian. Take care.
All right, time's down 2:01. We're going to take a short break here on Chicago Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Chicago Live. Brian Jackson here with you as we kick off this second hour in our 2 o'clock hour here on Chicago Live. Artificial intelligence is reshaping the tech industry as we once knew it, and it is especially hitting the workforce hard, especially when it comes to AI. So far, tech companies through September have announced about 107,000 job cuts. We're going to get an idea just how much of that is related to advances in AI. We're now joined by Andy Challenger with the coaching firm Challenger and Gray in Christmas. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
So, Andy, I want to start with just how significant is AI and what role is that playing in some of the job losses that we're seeing in the tech industry right now?
Yeah, I've been really cautious for the last year to ascribe much of the job layoffs that we've been seeing to AI at all. In some ways, the technology hasn't come far enough to replace most jobs out there. However, in the last month or two, we work with organizations that are going through layoffs inside their organization. And we've been seeing more companies telling us that AI is really the cause, that their leadership is pushing to bring AI in to replace roles and make companies more efficient. And while I've been really kind of trying to put off that story for a while, just recently, it really seems to be the case that AI is having an actual real effect on the number of jobs companies have today.
For some of these job cuts, could you provide our viewers with a look at exactly what types of roles are now being replaced by AI?
Yeah, there are a number of different types of roles where AI can start to take away a lot of the work of a job. Mostly it's in areas where things need to be said or built that are uh, relatively able to be calculated. So we see it in customer service centers, lots of companies letting people go that used to answer phone or respond to messages that customers had, because AI is able to come in and do that at an effective in an effective way. It's one area we're seeing. And then on the really high end paying job side in technology, we are seeing organizations that are shifting towards artificial intelligence and technology and replacing some of their software engineers with this ability for one engineer to create much more code, much more content at a much quicker pace because of the tools that AI is giving them. And those are two areas where we've really seen companies already announce that they're creating job cuts because of that.
Andy, at the beginning of this conversation, you were saying that you weren't quite ready to say that AI was replacing these jobs. What has changed in the last month or two? Is that just advances in the technology that is now allowing for these companies to remove some of these roles? Or what is behind what's happened in the last, I guess, 30 to 60 days that has changed this?
Yeah, I mean, it is personally for me that I have now started to hear heads of HR, leaders of workforces at large companies tell me that there are jobs that are going to be cut down the line or are being cut right now directly because of artificial intelligence. That is something I had not heard for almost 2 years, since people have been asking me about it every few days. And it's something that's really happening now in a way that kind of surprises me.
Are there any specific skills or training that somebody who's maybe been displaced from a job in the tech industry that they should be working on to improve their chances and to make themselves more competitive in this job market?
Yeah, I think a lot of skills are easily still valuable, sometimes not within the tech industry, but there has been a deep need for, say, people with software engineering skills in every industry now for a number of years. There's been a real shortage of people that could come in and fill those positions. While the tech industry may be adopting artificial intelligence at scale and starting to remove some of the roles internally, bringing those skills and talking to employers about how transferable your skills are from within a tech organization to manufacturing, to finance, to all these other areas of the economy where they still need lots of programmers and people that can put together great code and help them build their tech platforms within the company.
So we're seeing this happen on, I guess, the tech and the industry side. What about the educational piece of this? So many kids for years have been told that if you go to school and you learn how to code, you're going to make a great living and you're going to pretty much be set for life. So how are maybe universities and even coding boot camps, how are they adjusting to some of these changes that we're seeing in AI?
Yeah, I think it's still really up in the air. Generally, I still think having an education and understanding computer science and how to code is still going to be incredibly valuable in the future. That isn't going anywhere. It might, a lot of the grunt work of literally typing out lines and lines of codes will be able to be done with artificial intelligence, or people that understand how to utilize artificial intelligence to be 10 times more productive than they were without it in the coding space are still going to be really valuable. I just think about our own company. We've started using lots of artificial intelligence to expand our ability to code and build new products for our customers and tools internally. But we've actually hired more programmers because of that, because each one of them can now do so much that it's made it really viable for a medium-sized organization like ours. So there's lots of ways that having that deep background in education in coding can be like having an education in mathematics or language that people have wanted for generations. Coding's not going anywhere. Understanding how to work with information technology isn't going anywhere. It just is now going to include a whole bunch of help with artificial intelligence.
Andy, looking long term here, do you see AI as a net positive or net negative for the overall tech job market, maybe 3 to 5 years down the line?
Yeah, it's always hard to say. I think there is an enormous number of are being created because of artificial intelligence with new companies, with particularly the infrastructure around artificial intelligence, warehouses, computing systems, these huge projects of infrastructure that are being invested in today. That is going to be around for a long time. There might be some sort of correction. There's been so much flow of capital and activity into artificial intelligence that we could see a bubble popping like we have seen with major technology in the past. Like we saw a huge bubble burst around e-commerce in the tech bubble popping. Doesn't mean today we're not all living in a world of absolute use of e-commerce. There might be ups and downs to that cycle, but I think long term, there's going to be lots of jobs within artificial intelligence and the new industries that it spawns.
All right, we'll be looking forward to that. Andy Challenger, thanks so much for your time, as he's given us an inside look at how advances in AI are at least impacting the job market. Thanks again.
Thanks for having me.
Time is now 2:13 here on Chicago Live. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Chicago Live. This is a live look now from Rainbow Beach. We are getting reports of a possible person in the water. This is a live look from the chopper now. You can see a boat is out there. We just got this report within the last about 10 or 15 minutes or so. We're not sure exactly how far into Lake Michigan this person is. Looks like there could be some divers that are hanging there on the side of the boat. Looks like so far maybe 1 or 2 divers in the water there. We do have a report of a possible person in the water. This is a more wide-ranging look from our helicopter cam there. Don't have a ton of information of what's going on here. We will definitely keep our eyes on this as we are again getting a report of a person in the water over at Rainbow Beach. We will continue to keep our eyes on this, and we'll let you know if we get any confirmed details on if a person is in fact in the water, if that person is okay, and we will definitely continue to keep you updated here on Chicago Live. Now we're going to bring in our very own Tia Ewing, who you usually see in the 1 o'clock hour of the show. Today she is out on assignment. She is in the suburbs after a serial porch pirate is continuing to strike again and again. So Tia, tell us a little bit about the story you're working on for us.
So we first found out about Joseph Davenport, age 25, being a porch pirate. Back on September 9th in Bellwood, there was a situation there where the homeowner put out a bait package after he had stolen a package 1 day prior. He came back the next day and stole another package, but this time it was a bait package that the family decided to set up to see if he would return, and he did. And that is when they confronted him with a gun. The homeowner, being one of the people that has a concealed carry, confronted him, held him there until police arrived. What's interesting about this case is what we learned from doing that report in our own digging is that this suspect had been arrested before for thefts. We had his name, we had all of his information, but we were not able to get all of his files because, first of all, some of his history dates back to when he was younger. So that was one issue. The second issue is most of these crimes are often considered misdemeanors, so we were not able to secure all of the files. But what's interesting is we did learn that 10 days later, he was in neighboring Lyons back doing the same thing. And what made it different is Lyons got together with Bellwood, also Berwyn, and they started looking into this man to see exactly how many times that he had been committing these thefts. He basically was arrested September 19th in Lyons. So 10 days after our first victim alerted us to what was going on, 10 days later, he was arrested in neighboring Lyons. And now they are actively looking for him. They are actively looking to arrest him. When they arrested him on September 19th, he had a confrontation, I guess, with, the man in Bellwood. He had stolen a package, some packages in Lyons, and they were able to start piecing together this puzzle. 8 packages in total stolen in Lyons. 2 people decided they didn't want to go forward with charges, and now they are looking to charge him with 6 misdemeanors as of right now. But because they have alerted the Cook County State's Attorney, Eileen O'Neill Burke, about his habits and what he's doing, it sounds like he may be facing a more massive case. I do want to show you something because I think it is really interesting. There's a tracking system out there that police can use. And these are all of the places. Can you see that?
Yeah, we can see it.
All of these little green marks represent all of the places that this suspect has been within a matter of days. Now, this does not mean that he's stolen a package in all of these places, but just look, you can see, you can literally tell that he went down one block, went down another block. And so it is believed that he's gone to all these places and are either stalking to potentially steal or has stolen packages in the last few days. And now he is
looking
in the community of neighboring Northwest Indiana, where he is either stealing packages or stalking out these places and spending quite a bit of time in Northwest Indiana. Again, Lyons police are actively looking for him. They are looking to arrest him. This is his image. And I know some people say, well, what's the harm? It's just a few packages. You can call up Amazon and report it. The problem is that in some cases, he's opening people's doors. He's not opening their front door to where you can access the home, but the screen door. You're being confronted with someone face to face, possibly that you don't know their intentions and you don't know how far he'll go. In fact, the Lyons police chief, Thomas Herian, who was very, very thorough talking about this suspect, said that in fact he was arrested. This was some years back in the year of 2023. And at that time, he had a loaded rifle. The charges didn't stick, so he didn't face any jail time for it. But he did have a loaded rifle and has had several mugshots over the years. The police chief is saying the Safety Act is not working. And in fact, there are cases where people need to be held and they are able to walk free. As of right now, we know, again, Lyons, 8 packages stolen, several packages in Berwyn, several packages in Bellwood. And it sounds like this has been something he's been doing. What's really interesting about the case that they built against him in Lyons is when they did make an arrest, and we have the video of them taking him into custody, he admitted to having worked at Amazon in the past. And also, I want to make sure I get my words correct and I'm not saying the wrong thing. He actually also said that he was working with another individual inside Amazon, but he feared for his family's safety, so he refused to provide further details. Lyons police now has access to his cell phone. They're going to do a forensic audit of that phone to see who he's talking to, maybe if there's an app that he's using, through Amazon to track these packages. Because once you see our videos that we've been able to get based on this case, videos we had before, videos we got today, you see him taking pictures of the package. He's acting like an Amazon delivery person. Takes a picture of the package, puts the package under the arm, takes a picture of the house, and leaves. And they believe he's doing that to make it seem like, if someone sees him, oh, he's working as an Amazon, possibly pickup. Maybe this is a return. But the problem with a person like this is, when will they stop? What is the end game here? Could this turn dangerous? Could he go on the wrong porch? And as you saw in our previous reporting, he did go on someone's porch and they came out with a gun. The crazy thing about that is the person that had the concealed carry would face harsher charges than he has for the stuff that he's done. So we will have a report on it tonight. We have that previous victim from Bellwood. We have the Lyons police chief talking about this case and also the Safety Act and some of the issues and concerns that we have consistently heard about the Safety Act, where in some cases, some people do need to be held behind bars. So we'll explore it. We'll talk about it and dig a little deeper. We'll have it at 4, 5, and also our 9 o'clock hour on Fox 32 Chicago.
Tia, we are looking forward to that for sure. You are our investigative. You are on the case for sure. So I'm sure people who have had their packages stolen, they will be thanking you after this suspect is potentially found. Tia Ewing, thanks again.
All right. Thank you, Brian.
All right. Now time is 2:23. We're going to head out to the West Coast. We are joined by Henry Lee. He is a reporter at KTVU. This is a story about a woman who has been dismembered. It's a very disturbing story. Henry, thanks so much for your time.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
So, Henry, I want to start with walk us through how police were first led to the property where this woman's body was discovered.
So there's a main home here that is, according to neighbors, in slightly messy shape. It's under renovation, but there are people living in the main home. But behind the home, there's like an ADU or detached unit behind that house where a person by the name of, this person is a Six Flags worker, and his name is Douglas Shaw. He lives there in this outbuilding, and according to Vallejo police here in California, they say he stabbed a woman to death, cut her up, and kind of hid her in an attic space in that detached unit. Just hours ago, he was formally charged with murder by the Solano County DA's office. The criminal complaint says he used a knife
Did we lose him, Jim? That is Henry Lee, our reporter from our San Francisco Bay Area station. He's telling us a little bit about the story of Renia Lewis, a 28-year-old. The Vallejo, California community is really grieving her after she was found dismembered inside of a backyard unit. And I believe Henry was just telling us that Douglas Shaw, the 41-year-old suspect who's now being arrested on suspicion of murder, actually lived on that same property. We're going to work to see if we can get Henry back to get you a little bit more details about that very disturbing story. Right now, we're not sure. I wanted to ask Henry questions such as, do we know anything about their relationship, if they had one kind of prior to this? And also, how is Renia's family kind of coping with this tragedy? Do you think we're going to be able to get him back? Oh, I think we got you back, Henry.
Yeah, I'm back here. And obviously, I talked to the mother of the victim. The victim's name is Renia, and she would have turned 29 on Monday. And her mother's just absolutely heartbroken, understandable, because the family tells me that, unfortunately, Renia, not only was she killed, but her body was dismembered, hidden in an attic area in this ADU behind a main home in Vallejo. Now, I've learned a lot about the suspect. The suspect himself, Douglas Shaw, works at Six Flags Discovery Kingdom, an amusement park in Vallejo, where he works as a mechanic. He has 2 daughters of his own, and right now he has been charged within the last couple hours with murder. He will make his first court appearance within the next hour.
Henry, what do we know about the relationship between these two prior to this incident, if anything?
Well, they're not saying much officially, but I have learned that these two were not boyfriend and girlfriend. They may have met only recently. Authorities are not officially saying why they may have encountered each other, but suffice to say, I have confirmed that authorities believe that she was killed and dismembered in that building behind the main home.
How is, I guess, the local community, people who live nearby, how are they reacting to this? As obviously not something we hear on a regular basis.
Right, the community of Vallejo is just absolutely shocked, stunned. I mean, Vallejo is a city that is known for a number of crimes, but this one goes beyond the pale simply because of the gruesome nature of the killing and the fact that she was found hidden, if you will, in this building behind the main house. So everyone is upset about what has happened.
Could you give us an idea, I guess, of the location? We're here in Chicago. Just how far is Vallejo from, I guess, the San Francisco Bay Area?
Vallejo is in Solano County, northeast of San Francisco. I'd say maybe, 20, 25 miles. It has made headlines in the past. There was a so-called, some people call it the Gone Girl case, but we here call it the American Nightmare case, where a woman was kidnapped from her boyfriend's location, home in Vallejo, sexually assaulted, taken to Lake Tahoe, but the cops accused her and her boyfriend of making it all up. So this is a city that has seen its share of negative headlines.
And Henry, you were saying that so far police don't believe that these two were in a relationship and had just really met recently. Does this case raise some more concerns about young women in the Bay Area and things they should be looking out for?
Yeah, it does. Just the day before, I covered a case in Oakland, and the glue that holds these two cases together in Oakland and Vallejo, both women, a woman was missing in Oakland. She is still missing. In fact, she's only 15 years old. Both were the subject of what we call ebony alerts, which are similar to Amber alerts, except they are specifically tailored for missing Black individuals who may be in danger. So there are, the commonality here is that these are young African-American women who were in unexplained situations, missing from their homes, missing from their loved ones. And we see what happened here, that this woman here will never see her 29th birthday because of something that happened with this individual.
Henry, what's next for you in covering this story?
I will be in court here in Fairfield, which is the county seat of Solano County, to see this individual now charged with murder make his first court appearance. We will see to get our first look at him in court.
All right, Henry Lee, a reporter from KTVU, our sister station in the Bay Area. Thanks so much for your time this afternoon here on Chicago Live.
You bet. Thank you.
Right, we have now hit the 2:30 hour. We got 29 minutes more to go. Going to bring you a lot more good information across Chicago and all across the country. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back here on Chicago Live. Welcome back to Chicago Live. Time is now 2:32. The Delaware Building right here in the loop of Chicago is one of Preservation Chicago's most endangered buildings. It's also been vacant for years now, but now all of a sudden there's some scaffolding up around it. So what exactly is happening there, and what is the future of the Delaware Building? We are joined now by Ward Miller from Preservation Chicago. Thanks so much for being here.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
You as well. I want to start with, could you give our viewers a little bit of background on the history of the Delaware Building?
Sure. So this is one of Chicago's oldest structures. It was built in 1874 as the Bryant Building. And as many of you know, in 1871, we had a tremendous fire here, the Great Chicago Fire, that burned most of the central area, portions of the south side, and a great portion of the north side along the lakefront. So this is one of Chicago's oldest buildings, and of course one of the oldest buildings in the downtown area or loop. And this is one of our Chicago 7 most endangered buildings. It has survived a great history here in downtown Chicago, has avoided demolition for more than 150 years. So we're hoping to see a good outcome here with the Delaware Building.
You mentioned a good outcome. We're not sure what that outcome is. Recently, we've learned that there's some scaffolding around the building. Are we hearing any reports on what this could be in reference to?
Yeah, so we're under the impression that they're really looking at structural issues and also some cosmetic issues relating to the building's first and second floors that were originally occupied in the last 25, 30 years by McDonald's. They had a 2-story storefront on this site, and since about the beginning of COVID, there's been a shutdown of that location, and the building has been mostly vacant. So we've been really concerned about the structure, and we're hoping this is a couple of good steps towards a good outcome.
If this building were to be revitalized, what would be a good home for it?
Well, you know, in the past, it housed everything from insurance companies to small attorneys' offices, and as it's just kitty corner from the Daily Center. So we really do think that this could very much serving that same purpose for small offices, or it could be converted to residential, as we've seen in so many other situations, most recently downtown, or even like a commercial hotel. But it shouldn't be a vacant building. We should be celebrating this wonderful, wonderful structure. It's one of our city's oldest buildings, at least in this area.
And you mentioned that at once, a lot of people may know it as kind of like a two-story McDonald's that was there. What are some of the challenges posed by the lease that McDonald's has had on that building?
Well, we know the lease was for 99 years, and it started more than 35 years ago or so. And in the 1980s, about 1982, when the building was landmarked, it also underwent a sort of restoration of the bottom two floors. It was a very streamlined restoration, and unfortunately, those repairs that were made and modifications just haven't held up very well. Especially in the last decade or so. And with the vacancy of the storefronts by McDonald's and the vacancy of the building, we've just seen the conditions there worsen. So we'd really like to see this all repaired, the building reactivated. It's a beautiful building. It's got this curvilinear corner. It's a block away from the Thompson Center, which is being revisioned by Google and hoping to open in the next 12 or 16 months. And we think this is a great opportunity for the Delaware building to shine again. It has an amazing 8-story light-filled atrium, interior atrium, to which all the offices open up to. So really a special building that needs a little TLC, and we're hoping that that'll happen quickly.
Who currently owns this building, and have we heard anything from them on maybe some of the future plans that they have for it?
We've reached out to the ownership, and I don't think at this time they really want to be identified, but we're hearing that that the scaffolding and these investigations are being conducted by them. Again, this is a first step towards resolving a situation and really a vacant building that needs to be revitalized, as right now it's sort of a drain on that intersection, which houses the Goodman Theater, Petterino's Restaurant, the Dearborn Restaurant, and the Chicago Civic Center, otherwise known as the Daly Center. So it'd be really wonderful to see this building reactivated, and it is a designated Chicago landmark. So we really want to see this building treated like a world-renowned landmark, which it is, along with many other skyscrapers and early buildings of Chicago.
Ward, could you give us any examples of maybe other Chicago landmarks that were in a similar position that were eventually revitalized and kind of made brand new all over again?
Well, there have been a lot of buildings that have fallen into, a small amount of disrepair. But, for instance, we're seeing this now with a lot of buildings in the LaSalle Street Canyon that were, we're a little tired and needing a little help. And we're seeing so many of them revitalized after the COVID pandemic as residential buildings. And one that really stands out right now is the Pittsfield building, which was at one time one of the great office buildings, especially if you were in the medical field. Your doctors and dentists were all in the Pittsfield building. And over the last really 20 years, it's fallen into tremendous disrepair. And we're very happy to announce, as many of you know, that there's a new owner involved, and they're wanting to transform this and restore the building, transform it from commercial to residential.
Ward, when it comes to the future of the Delaware building, and you mentioned some of the investigations and the scaffolding that is up there now, are we thinking a resolution is coming maybe 12 months from now, or are we talking 5-7 years down the line?
Well, we hope that it's sooner than 5 or 7 years down the line. And I would assume, building projects do take a while, and you're in a very dense area of downtown Chicago. So we're hoping that this can all be resolved within the next 12 to 16 months.
And Ward, if somebody wants to, follow along on the future of the Delaware building, is there some place that our viewers should be checking out just to keep tabs on what's going on?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that question. Yes, we have an incredible newsletter. Everything we do is pro bono. So you can always join our newsletter list at www.preservationchicago.org. And that newsletter comes out each month. It's the month in review. So it comes out a week or two after the previous month is over. And it'll bring you up to date on many of these stories and others. Sometimes it exceeds 200 pages in content. So we're very proud of this as a resource, and it's also a great resource for our media partners. So honored to have anybody who'd like to join us on that newsletter list.
All right, Warden Miller from Preservation Chicago giving us a look at the future of the Delaware building right here in the Loop here in Chicago. Thanks again for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us this afternoon.
We're going to take a short break here on Chicago Live, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Chicago Live. Time is now 2:43. A lot of sunshine out there for sure. We are enjoying these last couple of days of summer. I guess an extended summer out there for sure. All right, our time is now 2:43 back here in the studio. Thanks so much for joining us on Chicago Live. We just learned about a collision that happened at LaGuardia Airport in New York City. We're going to get a little bit more perspective on what exactly happened here with our next guest. Thanks so much for being here.
Great to be here.
So provide our viewers with a look at just how scary this situation at LaGuardia was.
You know, LaGuardia Airport is just a interesting airport, a little like our Midway Airport, a congested location. They just have one main runway and a secondary runway. Lots of small regional jets. And we had a collision, you know, with two of the Delta regional jet operators where a wing effectively penetrated the cockpit of another plane. And this is a major collision. I mean, it didn't lead to any fires or any loss of life. We'll have one injury. But it was a substantial collision that comes on the heels of just quite a few close calls lately. So people are taking this, a lot of concern here.
And we are speaking with Dr. Joseph Sweeterman. He's a transportation expert from DePaul University. Do we have any reasoning for why things like this are happening? It feels like more often now. Is this a lack of bodies when it comes to in the air traffic control, or is there one, I guess, overall theme about why we're seeing more of these types of instances and scares? Thankfully, nobody was hurt in this instance.
You know, one thing we are seeing, and this is pretty apparent to people, is we just have a surge in flight activity at the airport. So tarmacs are fuller. You have tighter turnarounds at gates because planes are coming and going, and that's just adding pressure to the whole system. And you throw, you know, a little bit of air traffic control delay into it, and it's just there's some new risks. I don't think this is likely due to air traffic control or even ground dispatch, unless they told the plane, you know, turn right now, and there was a plane in harm's way. Usually that's done visually by a pilot when they turn an aircraft to make sure there's nothing in harm's way. So may have been a pilot that's, you know, feeling the stress of all the congestion, fatigue. We'll have to see.
Could you walk us through how an investigation of this sort, I guess, goes through? What exactly are these investigators looking into to find a root cause of why this happened, and to obviously, hopefully make sure that this doesn't happen again?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this was not just a nick or a close call. Sometimes we have smaller instances where a ground vehicle will hit, you know, the belly of an airplane, and that'll cause, you know, some structural damage to the skin of the airplane. This was actually a full penetration of that wing. One flight attendant sent to the hospital, and gone to these planes are going to be out of service for a long time. So the FAA, you know, is going to look at this. I think, you know, we did greatly increase the number of hours required for pilots a number of years ago after the Coogan air accident, and making sure that these regional airlines don't have inexperienced pilots. So it likely is not due to inexperience. But, you know, we're just seeing all these effects in the cockpit. And again, we don't know what caused this, but, you know, there's mental health challenges of pilots post-pandemic have become more severe. We're also seeing breakdowns of protocol in the cockpit where checklists aren't being managed as well as they should, partly because the planes are fuller and pilots are feeling pressure to get those planes off on time. There's pretty severe policies for airlines, and planes leave late for, you know, the dispatching crew. So yeah, it'll be interesting if this was human error and then why it happened.
And we know that we're going to see even more people traveling. It's now October. We're moving into the holiday season, starting towards the end of this month, and of course, as we get closer to Thanksgiving and Christmas. For travelers and the public, what safeguards or visible measures should people expect to feel confident that they're going to arrive at their destination safely?
Yeah, you know, we just had that great streak in this country of, you know, a decade or more without a fatality on a major commercial airline. And then the terrible accident at Washington Reagan with the helicopter, you know, shattered that record. And Toronto, they had accident with some fatalities. So it's interesting how, you know, while we like to say flying is safe as it's ever been, and it is in many respects, the fact we've had so many of these close calls has given us pause that something's changing out there, the way pilots and air traffic control interact, that we have to study. Thanksgiving's going to be a gangbuster. I mean, we thought things were cooling down. Now we see, you know, Delta had those big earning reports. United's feeling good, and O'Hare is on fire. No pun intended. O'Hare is just surging with traffic, setting records. So it's going to be a packed situation. Get your tickets pretty soon.
Get those tickets soon, and prayerfully everybody makes it to their destination safely. DePaul University transportation expert, Dr. Joseph Sweeterman, thanks so much for your time as always.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to take another break here on Chicago Live, and we'll be right back. Well, October will mark the 22nd annual Cybersecurity Awareness Month. For much more on what to be looking out for moving forward, especially as we're seeing advances in AI, which we talked about a little bit earlier in the show. We're now joined by Cliff Steinhauer, the Director of Information and Security and Engagement, the National Cybersecurity Alliance. Thanks so much for your time, Cliff.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
What would you say, in your viewpoint, is maybe some of the biggest cyber threats that are facing consumers today?
Yeah, so we are seeing lots of different cyber activity. Probably one of the most important things to look out for most people are phishing and scams, a category of cyber called social engineering. So basically, that's where bad guys are going after us, the people, to try to trick us into either sending money or giving up information, that we really wouldn't want to be doing. So you see a lot of impersonation scams. We see a lot of romance scams or investment scams, especially targeted towards our adults that are 60 and over. That group tends to be more trusting and a little bit less savvy about what's currently happening on the scam landscape. So we do talk about that a lot during Cybersecurity Awareness Month, as well as things like using strong passwords, two-factor authentication, and making sure that your software is updated.
You mentioned, I guess, some of our older family members kind of getting fooled by this. What conversations should we be having with our parents or maybe even our own grandparents who are getting a little bit up there in age, who maybe aren't as up to date with technology? Because we always hear stories of people losing hundreds of thousands of dollars in some instances.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, I think the biggest thing you can do to protect yourself is to just be a little more skeptical and not as trusting with messages, especially messages that come to you. They're more likely to be incoming messages than us finding them some other way. So some of the things that you might see are what sounds like a wrong number text. So somebody just texts like, "Hey, it was great to see you last week," or "Hey, I'm going to bring over pasta for dinner tomorrow." And the polite thing, the normal thing that we would do is say, "Hey, you must have the wrong number. This isn't the right person." But what they'll actually do is they'll say, "Oh, thanks, no worries." They'll say, "Oh, it must be fate. We were supposed to be talking. I want to be your friend." And so they start to strike up a conversation. And then they start to drop hints about investments and cryptocurrency and things like that. And it escalates really quickly. And it can seem really innocent at first, but it's actually a very effective technique that the attackers have started to do. Another one that happened to a relative of mine was a scammer contacted them to let them know that something was wrong with their bank. And the bank was actually in on it. There were some bad employees, bad actors within the bank. And they had almost convinced them to go to the bank and take all their money out and give it to somebody to start an account at a new bank so that they wouldn't lose their money. These are banking and investment schemes and fraud schemes that can really catch people off guard.
That bank one is something I almost had experience with. I got a phone call and it said that Bank of America was calling me. And then I quickly learned after talking to them on the phone that this was actually a scam, but something very scary for sure. How would you say, what role is artificial intelligence playing in all of this, and how are cyber criminals using AI to kind of further some of their objectives?
They're using it in lots of different ways. One of the most obvious ways is to make more convincing messages that don't have spelling errors and things like that. So, people who English isn't their first language, it's a lot easier to generate text and messages that are a lot more believable, a lot more convincing, and a lot more accurate to kind of what we're dealing with. But the other thing is that they can use AI to scrape data about people all over the internet so that they have context when they contact you. For example, they know you're a Bank of America customer versus another bank, because obviously if a bank that called you, you weren't a part of, you probably wouldn't answer it. And then they use it for deepfake audio, deepfake video, and deepfake images as well to just make these scams more believable. One of the things that we're seeing is that when you get a phone call from a family member or friend, they can actually make it look like it's that person calling you on the caller ID, and then they've used AI software to clone their voice to make it sound like that person. So they may contact you with some kind of emergency, car accident, arrest, something urgent and really important, and then convince you to send them money. So the best thing to do is to hang up when these calls happen and don't let them convince you to stay on the phone. They will do everything they can not to get you to hang up. because once you hang up, if you go call the actual number that you were expecting to hear from, you'll get the right person and you'll get the right story. So best case, ignore them or call the person back at a number that you know is legitimate. And don't trust anything that comes into you on text messages, especially phone numbers that come in through a text message. Because I had a friend fall victim to a banking scam where they texted her an alert that there was a problem with her bank, and there was a phone number right there in the text message, and that phone number went to the scammer. So always go to the website and find the legitimate phone number to call them.
Yeah, these scams are getting more sophisticated by the day. The Secret Service, they just dismantled a huge telecom network in New York City. What does that specific case reveal about the scale and even the sophistication of some of these threats that we're now seeing?
Yeah, so the equipment that they found was what we call a SIM server or a bank of SIM cards that can be used for sending out massive texts. So those texts that you receive for toll roads and the scams that we're all talking about, that's where they originate from. So usually it's not just one person on a cell phone. These are very well organized criminal groups operating internationally in countries like China and the Southeast Asia who have these scam centers, and then they use these domestically based SIM farms to then repeat messages from US phone numbers or US based area codes. And so that's how some of those scams actually work, and that's how they're scaled up. So the Secret Service found those because one of the delegates at the UN received a threatening text message, and they traced it back to one of those SIM farms. So it kind of shows you the scale and breadth of how large these networks are and the international nature of that cybercrime.
Cliff, we only got about 30, 45 seconds left or so. Just looking ahead, what practical tips can our viewers at home, can they take every day to kind of safeguard their personal belongings?
So freeze your credit. It's free to freeze your credit on the three major credit reporting bureaus, Experian, Equifax, TransUnion. That way, if your social security number is stolen or it's already out there, nobody can open a credit card or a loan in your name. Turn on multi-factor or two-factor authentication on all the accounts that you can, and don't trust messages that come into you that are unexpected, unprompted, and urgent. So definitely be skeptical of those messages coming in.
All right, these are some good tips for sure. As we are, October is Cybersecurity Month. Cliff, with the Director of Information Security and Engagement at the National Cybersecurity Alliance, thanks again for your time this afternoon.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great month.
All right, you as well. We are now coming up on the 3 o'clock hour, which, as you would know, would be the end of our show here on Chicago Live. All of us here in Chicago are rooting the Cubs on. Root for the home team as they are in the final game 3 as they're taking on the Padres. First pitch is just after 4 p.m. this afternoon. Hopefully, Cubs can beat the Padres. That series is tied at a game apiece right now. The winner will move on to face Milwaukee in the National League Divisional Round. We'll have much more on that, as well as some of the other stories we've covered, including the story that Tia was working on about the porch pirate. That's all coming up a little bit later today here on Fox 32 Chicago. We'll see you then.
Been running the government, which has been a very partisan way. And you see it even now, talking about how he's going to cut programs in Democratic states. He's weaponized the Justice Department, done a whole bunch of different things that have been very partisan and very focused on his priorities. And he's made it clear that he does not want to work with Democrats at all. He, in many instances, has taken pieces of legislation that we've passed, appropriations that have passed, and then simply decided not to fund the programs that were passed by Congress. This has been a real problem. And now we are up to that point where, despite the fact that the Republicans controlled the White House, the House, and the Senate, they're asking for Democratic votes for that agenda. And it's a pretty strong agenda, and I think very few people would disagree that President Trump has been very partisan, very much like Democrats can, forgive me, go to hell, more or less. And now he's asking us to vote for something. And then we're like, well, okay, let's talk about what we might get out of that. And they're like, no, we're not talking to you. We're not negotiating. You have to vote for what we're putting in front of you. At the end of the day, those are the biggest reasons that we are where we are. Now, there's a lot of different issues to sort out there. But when you run the government from as purely a partisan standpoint as President Trump has, and then you ask for the other party to give you votes, you're going to run into some problems.
Yeah, and obviously the problems, they are continuing. This is just day number 2, and both sides very much dug in. You kind of mentioned that this is potentially a partisan issue right now at this point. Take us back to 2018, 2019, because you were a member of Congress then, obviously, maybe a little bit more bipartisan work. I believe you released a statement as you were going to be the chair of that Armed Services Committee. Is this different from 2018 when there was a 35-day shutdown?
Yeah, totally different. I mean, during that 35-day shutdown, even before that 35-day shutdown, Democrats were negotiating with Donald Trump. We weren't saying, here, take it or leave it. We were saying, we worked with Republicans to do it. Heck, in the Senate, Republicans still had control. So Republicans controlled the White House and the Senate, and we were having a conversation. I forget actually what President Trump insisted upon. He had a couple of things that he was insisting upon that weren't put in by Congress. So he said he wasn't going to vote for any, continuing resolution or appropriations bills. But there was a bipartisan negotiation going on. And also, I'll even say that the Trump administration at that time was not as nakedly partisan as they've been during this term. I mean, the president is taking unprecedented steps, using the Justice Department to target his political foes blatantly, being perfectly open about it, giving pardons and dropping charges against any of his political friends, regardless of which crimes they've committed, sending U.S. troops into cities run by Democrats specifically, a long list of things he's done, which have been very aggressive and very partisan. So that's really what makes this time different and what makes finding common ground so much harder.
Yeah, and obviously that collaboration, those negotiations not taking place at this moment. Hakeem Jeffries, the leader on the Democratic side, talking about it, being asked if they could go back to the table. What would it take, do you think, for the Republicans to get back to the table, as you say?
Well, I think it would take a recognition of the situation that we're in. I mean, from the moment Trump won, you even heard it there in Mike Johnson talking about the overwhelming popular vote. The president did not get 50% of the vote. He didn't get even half of the vote in the country, and he beat Kamala Harris by 1.5 points. And he won, and that's good. But that is not this unbelievable mandate to completely ignore the other 48.5% of the country, to say you have no say anymore. I won, you lost, so basically suck it. That's not the way this played out. So they're going to have to get back to the idea that there are Democrats that they can work with. They're not there right now, so we're going to have to get them there.
Yeah, it could be a reckoning. And you mentioned some of the real impacts as the Trump administration targeting some of the blue states, including your own there in Washington. On social media, say, I'm deeply concerned with OMB. Director votes cancellation of green energy programs in Washington around the country, particularly in states that lean blue. The Trump administration is using this shutdown as an excuse to kill jobs and raise prices as they're canceling some $7.6 billion in grants that supported hundreds of clean energy projects across 16 states, those states going for Kamala Harris in the most recent election. In terms of real impacts, how are you hearing people in Washington in the 9th district that will be impacted by some of these cancellations?
Well, it's jobs and economic growth. And 2 points I should make to that. He was doing this before the government shutdown. I mean, he was blatantly saying, I'm cutting programs in Democratic states and in Democratic districts. But the second point is he's cutting energy programs. Now, okay, even if you don't believe that the planet is warming and there's pollution problems with relying exclusively on fossil fuels, even if you want to drill, baby, drill and get all the fossil fuels you possibly can, we need all the energy we can. With the AI explosion, with the increasing demand for energy, these programs, wind and solar programs, are going to add to what energy we have available. He is cutting energy programs, which is already driving up the cost of energy in this country. You want to keep burning coal and oil and natural gas. We'd have that debate. But why would you cut programs that are going to give us more energy at a time when we need more energy and drive up the cost? That's what I mean by the president taking a very personal, ideological approach to this. And not taking a practical approach in terms of what's in the best interest of the country. He's far more interested in getting even with those who dare criticize him or vote against him than he is in advancing policies that are truly going to help the country. And that's a huge problem.
And you mentioned this potentially also starting before this government went into a shutdown, but some are saying that the Democrats are playing with fire, that once the shutdown is going, that the OMB vote will be able to cut more jobs, not just temporarily, but permanently. Are you concerned? Are you worried about that aspect?
Well, I've been worried about that. But again, that has nothing to do with the government shutdown. The Trump administration has fired hundreds of thousands of federal employees and also fired very specific federal employees. Going back to the Justice Department, he has fired any employee who dared to work on the January 6th prosecution or any other prosecution that the president didn't like, while shifting those resources over to investigating people like John Bolton and James Comey, who he considers to be his political foes. He is already firing people. And by the way, freezing programs. Hundreds of billions of dollars in programs that were appropriated and approved by Congress, he's frozen them, disproportionately targeting blue states. Again, so all of this was happening long before a shutdown. So using the shutdown as an excuse, I mean, look, you can certainly furlough people during a shutdown, but the law around who you can fire and can't fire doesn't change. So I'm concerned about this, the way the Trump administration has been doing this from the start, not just in the last, 36 hours now.
Yeah, and obviously going on a day and a half since the shutdown began at midnight. Congressman, I do want to shift gears because we're talking about the shutdown, but earlier this week, a lot of headlines being made about a meeting there, a presentation by the Department of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth alongside President Trump with some of the top military brass at Quantico as they were kind of sitting there. You saw the handshake, the salute. As you said, this was promoting a regressive culture war, a staggering, unacceptable waste of time, money, and resources as they spoke to them, and some stark comments from both Hegseth and Trump today. But did you get an understanding why this took place, and what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I don't know why exactly, but I think definitely, again, Trump and Hegseth want to put their stamp on every aspect of the federal government. They want to make it personal. They want to make it about them. So, they are firing anyone who dares to disagree with them or even disagreed with anything in the past. I think this is undermining the professionalism of the military. The military needs to be there to do their best job of defending this country, not to worry about whether or not they're showing absolute loyalty to Hegseth and Trump. And then the speeches they gave, I mean, I have a passing understanding of what a national defense strategy looks like. And I think if you're going to drag all these people into this place, okay, tell us what you're looking at. Instead, he's worried about generals that are too fat and we're not doing enough push-ups. Okay, what's your strategy for dealing with China? What's your strategy for dealing with Russia, for the Middle East, for incorporating AI and new technologies into our defense strategy? You didn't hear anything from Hegseth or Trump about that. Lord knows what Trump was talking about during that 73-minute rambling monologue. But any of our adversaries looking at that from across the country probably couldn't stop laughing about, these are the people we're up against? And that's what they're talking about? I think it was an embarrassment to the national security apparatus of the country.
And obviously you are in tune with some of that aspect, the military aspect. You're the ranking Democrat on this House Armed Services Committee. Have we heard from any military leaders? Have anybody reached out to you that was in that room to share a similar or different sentiment? Have you heard from anyone? Any comments? What
I've heard from some military folks, and believe me, I am not going to name them. But yeah, I mean, it was embarrassing. And then Hegseth gives that big, huge rallying cry at the end of it. What was he expecting? These are people who are trained to uphold the Constitution and be politically neutral. And he invited them to a Pete Hegseth pep rally. It was just embarrassing when he got done with that. And he was like, and everyone looks up at him like, yeah, okay. People are concerned about what it means. And we've already seen, by the way, before this, firings across the military, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, C.Q. Brown, the head of NSA Cyber Command, General Houck, who was fired because Laura Loomer didn't like something he said somewhere. We've seen dozens of other firings, all of the inspector generals, all of the judge advocates, the JAG Corps that are supposed to uphold standards and rules, all fired. Yeah, I mean, the military is worried about whether or not their job is to protect the country or their job is to protect Donald Trump's ego. And we should not have military people who are worried about that.
Yeah, and obviously there's so many people, so many top generals, admirals in that room listening to this conversation. So I wanted to get your take on that. And just to tie the two main stories together, because I believe it was back in 2019 during a government shutdown that there was a national emergency about the border wall. President Trump alluding to potentially using some of these cities that he has kind of put in their crosshairs as a kind of replica of war in terms of that. Do you think it signals anything on the horizon? Is that concern for you both domestically and abroad?
Yeah, I mean, we're now up to 5 cities where the United States military is deployed, engaged in domestic law enforcement, which they're not supposed to be engaged in. And that absolutely undermines military readiness. We're spending up to probably billions of dollars now with excess troops on the border and in our cities enforcing domestic law. That undermines their readiness for the real mission of protecting this country. All of that said, I mean, let me be clear. I don't disagree that we needed to secure the border and that, frankly, the Biden administration didn't do a good job of that. They didn't. But now that it's been secured, we're still spending billions of dollars and sending thousands of more troops down to a border that, by Pete Hegseth's own estimation, is secure. If it's secure, why are we sending all of these troops and all of this money down there when we have other vastly more pressing needs?
And the immigration crackdown even continues despite this shutdown in place. All right, Representative Adam Smith, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate your perspective here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, thanks for giving me the chance. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. We'll talk again soon. A very good conversation as we're hearing from both sides of the aisle to get this perspective. Some 1 day, 16 hours into this government shutdown, the similarities, the differences between what we saw back in 2018 during that shutdown, also under then President Trump during his first term. So we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. A live look one more time in Washington, D.C. at the White House, just about 4:15 on the East Coast. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's turn our attention right to New York City as it is a 3-person race for the next mayor, for the mayor's office. And it might be too little too late or not enough support for Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Lewa to catch Zohran Mamdani at this point. But former Governor Andrew Cuomo continuing to race despite losing the Democratic primary, switching parties to an independent. We just heard, and he was speaking to the media a little bit ago. Let's take you out to some of these comments here on Live Now from Fox.
It's a beautiful afternoon, got a little cloudy. I want to make a couple of comments about recent events. First, I'd like to talk about public education. When you look at the responsibilities for the mayor of New York, the functions for the city of New York, what are the main responsibilities? Public safety, which we have talked about at length, and I've juxtaposed my position with those of Mr. Mamdani, who seems to have backed off his position of defunding, disarming, and disbanding the police. Still says, by the way, that he would send social workers to domestic violence calls. And still says now he would keep the level flat. If you keep the level flat, you are reducing the number of police. Let's be clear, right? If you keep it flat, which is opposite what Commissioner Tisch wants, she wants more police, but opposite what Mayor Adams wants, more police, opposite of what I want, 5,000 more police. But if you keep it flat, then by definition, and he wants to keep the budget flat, the number of officers flat and the budget flat. By definition, when the contract comes up and the costs go up, to keep the budget flat, you're going to have to lay off officers. Also, we have one of the highest attrition rates in history. So keeping it flat, you're losing police officers. But public safety. Second to public safety, public education. I believe public education would take a giant step back if Mamdani was elected and he enacted his proposals. He wants to do away with mayoral control. Mayoral control was a major reform that was done in this country starting in about 1991. 2002, New York City adopted mayoral control. So we're rolling back the clock 24 years, okay? Mayoral control was put in place to replace a labyrinth of bureaucracy and politics and corruption. You had a board of education that had 7 people, only 2 appointed by the mayor, 5 by the borough president, so the mayor had a minority. And then you had 32 local school boards with 9 elected members, and they were elected from the local community by the local politicians, local unions, etc. That's why mayoral control. So you have accountability. He also said he would roll back the Special and Gifted Talented program. That program is the one program that allows extraordinary students to actually excel. You take away gifted and talented program, the one possibility that your child might get a really first-class education in public schools goes with it. And the way the program works is there's a test in kindergarten, there's a test in 3rd grade. He flip-flopped with the times. He said he would do away with it, then he said he wouldn't do away with it. He's somewhere in the middle now that he would do away with the kindergarten program, but not the 3rd grade program. When you ask parents why they're leaving the city, one of the #1 reasons is our public education system. And it's that our public education system is not giving their child the education they want. And they want their child to have a better education system, so they're moving out to the suburbs, they're moving to New Jersey, where they believe there are better school systems. Ending the gifted and talented is exactly wrong. And I would do the exact opposite. I would expand gifted and talented and expand what they call the specialized high schools. There are 9 specialized high schools: Stuyvesant, Bronx High School of Science. He, by the way, went to Bronx High School of Science. But these were great high schools where you could get an education that is as good as anywhere in the city. I want to double the number of specialized high schools, and from 9 to 18, because we want people who want extraordinary education staying in New York. Last point, Donald Trump is in the middle of a shutdown. In the middle of the shutdown, he has cut off funding for New York for 2 major transportation projects, which are tunnels that go across the Hudson River, and tried to cut $187 million in counterterrorism funding. This is an overextension of the federal government. It's extortive. It's to leverage New York legislators to make a deal on the budget. But he's playing literally with the safety of Americans. When you cut a counterterrorism program run by the NYPD, which runs one of the best counterterrorism programs in the country, if not on the globe, you cut a counterterrorism program, you're endangering lives. And that is an overextension. It is reckless disregard. I get the theory. He's going to increase his leverage on the politicians to make a deal on the budget. I get it, but it's reckless and it's irresponsible. He's also showing you how many ways the federal government can actually control New York. It's not just by sending the National Guard. He can control New York by sending the National Guard, taking over Penn Station, which is what he did, cutting transportation funding, cutting healthcare funding, cutting major infrastructure projects. That's how he can exert influence. Questions?
I was wondering how your fundraising is going. Have you hit your max? Have you seen any kind of a boost since Adam dropped out?
We've seen a tremendous boost.
Since Adam dropped out?
Yes. Tremendous.
Governor, I'm wondering, you had some strong routine stuff for the primary, and I'm wondering now that we're heading into the general election, 5 months left, what's different about the campaign you're running now than the primary?
Oh, it's a totally different campaign. I have much more of a field operation, much more of a presence on the ground, much more of a social media presence than I had before. And I'm doing much more personal outreach myself.
There was a CBS poll last month that showed a huge divide in this race between born and raised New Yorkers and transplants who moved here over the last 10 years. What do you think is driving that divide? What are you doing to reach out to people who moved here more recently? What's your message for why they should support you?
Yeah, I think the divide was younger people, 20 to 30, which would fit with newer transplants to New York, and the issue of Gaza, which, by the way, has nothing to do with the mayoralty, but I believe the issue of Gaza was his primary motivating issue with voters. You know, freeze the rent doesn't mean anything. It's a great slogan. It's like Donald Trump saying, when I get elected, the price of eggs is going to come down. How? Why? What's the connection? Nobody asks. You know, it's the dumbing down of politics. When I get elected, the price of eggs will come down. I'm going to freeze the rent. Oh, great. You're going to freeze my rent. Actually, no. Not going to freeze your rent. I'm only going to freeze 25% of the units, which are rent-stabilized units. And the other 75% are probably going to get a larger increase to make up for the 25. And the 25% will have a higher level of disrepair because the landlord will invest less. And we know that because de Blasio did it 3 times, and that's exactly what happened. So it wasn't freeze the rent. It wasn't any of the above. It wasn't the price of eggs. It was Gaza and younger people.
Mr. Cuomo, you had criticized Mamdani. He didn't comment on the attacks, the Jewish terror attack in Manchester at a synagogue. And then about 15 minutes after, he put out, I want to read it to you because I want to see what you think about it. A holy statement Jewish year, an anti-Semitic attack at a synagogue, and has taken the lives of 2 and gravely injured others. He gives his thoughts, and he says, as mayor, I will do everything in my power to protect Jewish New Yorkers, as I will every faith community. What do you think of a response like that?
That was, what do I think of my response?
No, his response, because you criticized him for not saying something, and then he made a post about it. I just read it to you. What do you think about it?
And I'm sorry, I missed what you were saying.
Right.
What's the bottom line on this post?
He said it was an anti-Semitic attack in a synagogue. He appreciates the calls from the governor to increase state police at synagogues, and he says, as mayor, I will do everything in my power to protect Jewish New Yorkers, as I will every faith community.
Good. Start by condemning the phrase globalized intifada. Start by condemning the phrase globalized intifada. Globalized intifada says kill Jewish people. That's what it means. Now, put that in any other context. Kill Italian people. Kill white people. Kill black people. You're not going to condemn those statements? Who wouldn't condemn those statements? Who would not condemn those statements? Kill Jewish people, globalize the intifada, well, that he won't condemn. You want to protect New Yorkers? Words matter. Words matter. You are fomenting hate. Condemn globalized intifada. Or say, I'm not going to condemn any statement about killing anyone.
Can you talk a little bit about why you
the gifted and talented programs? I would increase the gifted and talented programs, and I would increase the specialized high schools. What they do is, if you have a student who is doing very well, rather than keep them in a class that limits their ability to grow, it puts them in a class that will actually allow them to grow. That's basically what gifted and talented does.
Why do you close
He would end the gifted and talented programs. I would expand them. Okay, guys. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming.
All right, just listening in there to Andrew Cuomo talking about Zohran Mamdani, some of his policies, of course, in disagreement with there in New York City, as it is now October. So just over a month until New Yorkers will head to the polls. This comes just days also after incumbent New York City Mayor Eric Adams dropping out of the race. We really saw him for the first time in the public eye yesterday, so continuing to follow that closely here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Eddie Mack, a live look there in the Big Apple here on this Thursday, just about 4:30 local time. We're back up. right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. A live picture right now there in Washington, D.C. at the White House. 1 day, 16 hours, 32 minutes into this federal government shutdown. Of course, some still aspects of this in place right now. So we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox, including the immigration crackdown. We saw it coast to coast. We saw yesterday in Memphis, Tennessee, it was Attorney General Pam Bondi alongside Department of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Stephen Miller also there. Operations, the crackdown will continue. I do want to take you right now out to a rally, an ICE rally, anti-ICE rally in Los Angeles. Let's listen into this here on Live Now.
Right now. I introduced this bill so children do not have to wonder what will happen to them if their parents are not able to pick them up from school. Family preparedness plans empower parent choice. This bill would strengthen tools for parents and families to decide their future in the face of this terror. Bottom line, this bill protects parents' rights. AB 495 centers children and families. AB 495 is necessary today, so child care workers and parents do not have to wonder what will happen if ICE shows up at their daycare. California has long set the example for our nation on immigrant rights, and we do not stop now. California protects the more than 10 million immigrants that call places like Los Angeles home. AB 495 is not just a bill. It's a promise to immigrants and children of immigrants that California is safe. California is your home, and anyone trying to use fear as a weapon, you have misjudged this state. Californians do not turn on each other. We protect each other. That's right. We lift each other up and we fight for each other. Right now, our democracy is at stake, and California recognizes that. This is a time for bold action, not fear. And we must not leave any room for misinformation to tell us how to protect immigrant families or dictate our policies. We will meet every falsehood with facts and every attempt to divide us with unity. Our democracy is stronger than the scare tactics being used against it. So to every parent hearing those threats on the radio or seeing them on the news, this coalition is here with you. You are not alone. We will pass laws that protect you. I'm not only a state lawmaker, I am a mother. And I want every parent to be able to pick up their child after school today, to ask them how their day went, and put them to bed tonight. Together, the Latino Caucus, the Women's Caucus, immigrants' rights advocates, survivor advocates, clergy, impacted community members, and I call on the governor to meet this moment and sign AB 495.
Yes.
Buenos dias. My name is Miguel Santana. I am president and CEO of the California Community Foundation. Welcome to our home. This is your home. We are here in strong support of this legislation for many reasons. One in 4 children in Los Angeles County lived in a mixed status household. That means they go to school every day worried that perhaps when they come home, one of their parents will not be there. I was one of those kids growing up. My parents were undocumented, and I worried every day that perhaps my parents wouldn't be home. But thanks to the leadership of Assemblymember Rodriguez and the entire legislature, this problem will be solved. There is now reassurance that families can provide guidance so that they know that if the worst were to happen, those children that they love, that they care for, will be provided to someone that they trust. This is what we need for every family. This is what we want for our own children. And so we've been so fortunate that we have a governor who has stood up during this time, who has made it clear that California has values that will not be compromised. And so we know that on this legislation, he will do the right thing. He will stand up for California values. He will stand up for our families, and he will sign this legislation. And so we are confident that when it comes to protecting our families, when it comes to protecting our children, when it comes to protecting the things that most matter, the governor will do the right thing. Thank you.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Angelica Salas, Executive Director of the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA, and an organization that has served and protected immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and families from all over the world during our nearly 40 years in California. We are here today to urge Governor Newsom to sign AB 495, the Family Preparedness Plan Act of 2025. CHIRLA is a proud co-sponsor of this bill because it is rooted in our mission to keep immigrant families safe and together. The caregiver affidavit has been in state law for over 30 years, and the bill updates the law to consider the new reality for immigrants and their families. AB 495 gives immigrant families the tools to plan for their children's safety if a parent is suddenly detained, deported, or unable to care for them. It strengthens caregiver affidavits and guardianship options, making it easier for trusted adult relatives to step in and care for the children when parents are not around. Importantly, it ensures that this can happen without parents having to give up their rights. Too many families live with fear that an ICE raid or a sudden crisis could leave their children vulnerable. AB 495 builds the trust by requiring child care facilities to adopt policies that protect families' privacy and limit immigration enforcement access. Right now, immigrant families are under attack. Donald Trump has doubled down on fear, using raids and threats to terrorize our communities and separate children from their parents. California must push back and with these policies keep families safe and united. No child should face abandonment or instability because their parents sought opportunity or safety in this country.
All right, just listening in there, advocates speaking out, community leaders responding to immigration raids, which will continue on despite this government shutdown that is now more than 24 hours, going on 48 hours since its beginning with no real end in sight. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. It's just day number 2 of this government shutdown. But if it continues on for quite some time, weeks potentially into months, it will certainly throw a wrench into a lot of components, including air travel and just travel in general. A live picture at different airports right now, still functioning really at full speed, but potentially this shutdown could lead to longer airport wait times, flight delays, and even cancellations as the TSA agents there, but they're not getting paid for this time being. So we'll see what it could happen. Is this really the first impacts people truly see? Let's be joined right now from Going, friend of the program, Katie Nastro. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And I know you don't really anticipate a federal shutdown impacting travel too much, but just longer line that throws a wrench into so much. What are you looking at? What specific details can you provide this shutdown impacting travel?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that people need to be aware of is if you have any immediate travel, so you're traveling somewhere this weekend or even early next week, it is unlikely that you're going to get impacted. That is by the way of air travel, cruise travel, as well as train travel. However, if this shutdown persists, say longer than 2 weeks, that's when really we start to see the edges start to fray. You know, these essential workers, TSA agents, air traffic controllers are showing up day to day to ensure that you are getting on your way. However, they're not getting pay. It's back pay. So that means that they're not getting a paycheck, yet their bills are still coming in. That is still very much a reality. And it's almost like a financial pressure cooker. And so in the past, we've seen call outs, a lot of workers calling in sick and not showing up, and rightfully so. It can take its toll on those of us who are impacted, and that can then lead to travelers experiencing longer TSA wait times, as well as if enough air traffic controllers are not staffed or enough towers are not staffed, that can cause cancellations, delays, even temporary airport shutdowns like we saw in 2018, 2019 in the last 35-day shutdown. So there are very real impacts that can occur, but if this government shutdown lasts for quite a while.
Yeah, that is so very true. That happening there in Miami, where they had to shut down that terminal due to hardships of not getting that pay, although they would eventually get back pay, but people trying to make ends meet. The TSA posting this on social media saying while TSA is prepared to continue screening about 2.5 million passengers a day, an extended shutdown could mean longer wait times at airports. We kindly ask for our passengers' patience during this time. It's also cause for concern if you're looking to book travel for the future. Uncertainty about when it could happen, and you know some of the shortages, just potential cancellations are out there. What's the advice to people?
Yeah, look, I wouldn't make any drastic changes of plans anytime soon. It's sort of a sit and wait and see. You know, I personally have travel in the next 2 weeks, and I'm not rescheduling anything quite yet. I'm going to wait until maybe the end of next week to sort of feel it out, see if I can make alternate arrangements. And luckily, because of the pandemic, actually, a lot of us who book main economy tickets, there is no change fee associated with just rescheduling out your plans. So you can even cancel and then get a credit to rebook in the future, or just change your flight. So you wouldn't necessarily be losing out on a ticket. But if you haven't purchased anything yet, again, I would sit, wait and see for the next 2 or so weeks. If you're looking to travel, say for Thanksgiving or the winter holidays, that should be perfectly fine to book. We're fingers crossed, you know, we're cautiously optimistic that that is not going to bleed into November. There's no telling if it will, but I personally would still go ahead and book those pricey winter holiday flights, especially because we are seeing average prices up year over year.
Yeah, and obviously make adjustments if you have to. Have we heard from any of the major airlines about this? Because they make plans months in advance, years in advance. Have we heard any of them and their preparations for this shutdown if it is prolonged?
Yeah, look, airlines are not government funded, so they are operating every day as they normally would. And we're not seeing any major concerns, by the way, of flight delays or cancellations. You know, we're the only flight delays, cancellations typically that we see and have seen in the last day or so are things due to, you know, mechanical issues, you know, that day-to-day weather. So airlines aren't necessarily doing anything differently, but there is concern in every element of the travel industry, especially if this does persist.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And not only kind of getting there, but where you're exactly going, because some national parks, their visitor centers, different bathrooms potentially closed. So if people are trying to get out into nature, the Smithsonian, I know amongst kind of the federally funded kind of organizations like that, do you think we'll see impacts in terms of where people go during this shutdown versus just like the implications along the way?
Yeah, look, again, it really all depends on how long this is starting to last. If you're tuning into the news, you're watching Fox Live and you're staying informed. That's really what people need to do, is stay informed and get sort of that that feeling, that gut check. Does this look like it's going to come to fruition soon enough? Is this going to be finalized? However, if you're heading to a national park, I will point this out. Our national parks are already at risk because they're understaffed, and with national parks, public spaces within them open, if this does persist and you do have plans to go to one, you leave it as you found it. It's already, running the risk of being understaffed to begin with, as well as, sanitation issues can arise, safety issues can arise because they're not staffed and they're not managing the parks like they typically would when they're at, full 100% staff. So it really is sort of go at your own risk if this does persist. And we just want to not put any more harm to our fragile national parks that already, are taking a toll. So we would really just cautious travelers, if you're going to go, leave the saying goes, leave without a trace. And that definitely really, really applies to this scenario if you are heading to one.
Yeah, and of course, people are concerned about vandalism, different things sort of like that, because there won't be the staffing necessary. And also, if you get yourself at a bad spot, the resources there to provide help also won't be much in place. Katie, anything else you'd like to know? Because this is really the first wrench, the first wrinkle of a shutdown that really potentially impacts people. We know the shutdown has wide ranging, but anything else you'd like to note about travel before I let you go?
Yeah, really quickly, if you have immediate plans, your travel plans should go as planned. However, if you are looking further out, say at the end of the month, this is when you need to do a gut check with yourself. And, 60% of travelers surveyed by the U.S. Travel Association actually said and stated that they would avoid travel because of a government shutdown. And if it were to persist, that number could be a lot higher. And that could have impacts then on the airlines and so on and so forth, hotels as well. So, no one wants to see this occur for longer than it needs to. And we just want people to stay informed, as well as, if you are heading to the airport, always be kind to those TSA agents, especially now. Those workers are showing up day to day without a paycheck to ensure that you're getting on your way. So we just want to remind people to have a little bit extra compassion.
Yeah, especially as we head into the holiday season. That's a good note, Katie, and also the novel idea of getting to the airport early. We want to make sure people are reminded about that. Katie, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, everything you do it going. Thanks for your perspective here on Live Now.
Thanks so much, Andy.
All right, take care. All right, great conversation as always. Is that first real impacts on the air travel industry, also trains and different kind of facets of that. A live picture right now there at so many different airports: LAX, Atlanta, St. Louis, Philadelphia, some of the busiest in the country and the world. I'm Andy Mack. We're back. All right, welcome back in here to Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. The government shutdown isn't just a political fight in Washington, D.C. It's a real-world impact across the country on everyday Americans, like federal workers facing furloughs and missed paychecks. A live look right there in St. Louis. It's also closing some of the country's most popular landmarks. Ebbs and flows, ups and downs, the arc of this government shutdown. We're going to be joined right now by Fox's Oliviana Calmes there in St. Louis, and obviously some disappointed travelers. What are you hearing on the ground?
Yeah, Andy Mack, well, it's disappointing for a lot of visitors here that didn't realize that the Gateway Arch is a national park. So when the federal government shuts down, so does access to getting inside the arch, the museum, all of that. So people came here today and they were a little bit disappointed. I've talked to people from California, Nebraska, Florida, even Seattle that were planning on visiting the arch. But when they got here, the doors were locked and there were no signs on there that said it was closed.
It's the only time we come here to visit this place and it's closed.
Always wanted to go up, and today I finally was like, no, I'm driving by myself, I'll go up, and it's closed.
We had tickets to go in the top and come down and see the arch, and not open, so it was a surprise to us.
I think that we are, or the public in general, we are what they call, third-party casualties of, their dispute.
If you go to the Gateway Arch website, you get a message that says national parks remain as accessible as possible during the federal government shutdown. However, some services may be limited or unavailable. All Gateway Arch ticketing and tram operations are suspended, and ticketed events have been canceled until further notice. As for air travel, you were just mentioning earlier, the shutdown isn't expected to have immediate impact, but air traffic controllers and TSA agents are continuing to work without pay, so flights could eventually be affected here, and we don't know when this shutdown will alleviate itself, so people here don't know when they'll be able to come back to the arch, and these effects could get deeper and deeper as the day as these days go on. Andy Mack.
All right, thank you so much. Obviously, the gateway to the west, so very impressive there. Do you almost feel like a de facto tour guide? Did you have to tell people that it's closed?
Yes, I feel like I've been telling people all day. A lot of people have been gathering around like this group here, realizing it's closed. What do we do next? I've been able to give them some other recommendations around St. Louis because I'm actually in the city where I live right now. So I've been doing my best, but it's a bummer for people.
Of course, and we usually talk to reporters, and you're on the go, you're in airports, you spend so much time there. Is it concerning for you because we're worried about longer wait times, potentially cancellations if this shutdown is longer? Any advice for a seasoned traveler like yourself?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the biggest thing I do is I'm patient when I travel. Obviously, getting to the airport earlier is better. I have TSA pre-check, so that helps out. But, just be kind to these workers as they're having a lot of volume of people and maybe potentially less staff while they do that.
Yeah, obviously, kill them with kindness. Kindness is so very key during the shutdown. They're working without getting paid for the time being. Oliviana, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you here on Live Now. All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation as always. So very impressive, that feat. And sometimes you don't even realize it. What monuments, what entities, what parks are under that federal jurisdiction, as the Gateway Arch there in downtown St. Louis. And just the vantage point, you can see the river in the background, but downtown St. Louis is just a block or two away. No Cardinals game. They didn't make the MLB postseason. Obviously, they're not very happy about that, with the Cubs very much in place for it. But so no visitors there, no real signs on it. So that is cause for concern in there and beyond. So we're following it closely here on Live Now from Fox. Let's quickly shift gears, taking you more out to all of these developments. Let's take you right now out to more from Rebecca Castor. She gets us up to speed on this shutdown as we're now 1 day, 16 hours, almost 17 hours into it.
The shutdown clock has been ticking on the White House website all day. And while the Senate's next vote is not scheduled until Friday, President Trump is meeting with his budget director, Russ Vought, who is already gearing up for federal layoffs.
Look, it's likely going to be in the thousands. That's something that the Office of Management and Budget and the entire team at the White House here, again, is unfortunately having to work on today. These meetings would not be happening if the Democrats had voted to keep the government open.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats are fighting for COVID-era insurance subsidies to be included in the spending bill. But Republicans claim their proposal rolls back measures that prevents funds from going to illegal migrants.
There are things we can negotiate, differences we have, and we're not going to give taxpayer benefits to illegals, but don't hold the American people hostage with a government shutdown.
This is about health care. He is choosing to shut down the government rather than work with Democrats to fix the health care crisis Republicans created.
If Republicans can't convince enough Democrats to change their votes on Friday, Senate Majority Leader John Thune doesn't plan to keep lawmakers here through the weekend. Instead, they'll likely try again on Monday. On Capitol Hill, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that, Rebecca. So we'll wait until upcoming that next vote tomorrow. They're not expected, though, to hold votes over the weekend as these somewhat informal negotiations may or may not continue on. So we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. A few Live Now looks, including there in Washington, D.C. at the White House. We have not seen...
Live from Chicago, this is Fox 32 News at 4.
New at 4, the Speedway Slammer. Dozens of ICE detainees are now being held in Indiana awaiting deportation.
President Trump uses the government shutdown to threaten mass firings.
And a health alert for you. Multiple cases of Legionnaire's disease detected in DuPage County. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sylvia Perez.
I'm Scott Schneider in for Terrence tonight.
Weather is first at 4 on this Thursday. As we take a live look outside, some cloud cover, little haze going on over the city. What's happening with the forecast? Emily, you do tell.
It is gorgeous out there. Yes, we have a little bit of hazy sunshine, but for the most part, things look great. We have temperatures out there today that are in the 80s. So yesterday was our cool day of the week. Now we're starting that next warming trend. And today, a lot of us ended up topping out in the low to mid 80s. Right now, we're sitting at 83 degrees at O'Hare. It's 86 in Aurora. Previously, we were at 87 degrees in Aurora. Still sitting at 87 currently in LaSalle. It is 77 in places like Gary and also in Waukegan. So kind of a wide range of temperatures out there. Cooler at the lakefront. Here's where we're headed. So we're going to be dropping down into the upper 70s by about 7 p.m. or so. And then notice all the way through about 9 p.m. we're still holding on to temperatures that are right around 70 degrees. And then tonight it's not going to be quite as chilly as what we have been, but keep in mind, average low for this time of the year is 51. And we're counting on lows that are going to be in the upper 50s to low 60s. Now, the coming days, we are heating things up in a really big way, but there's a big cool down toward the middle of next week. Those details in your forecast coming up.
Illinois state health officials are investigating a cluster of Legionnaire's disease cases connected to a nursing facility in Bloomingdale. The DuPage County Health Department says 2 people who were at or near the Alden Valley Ridge Rehab and Health Center have recovered from their illnesses. If you have visited there within the past 2 months or live nearby and are experiencing symptoms of pneumonia, you should contact your physician.
Israeli naval forces have detained more than 400 international activists who are taking part in a flotilla carrying humanitarian aid. Those ships were trying to break Israel's blockade of Gaza when they were intercepted.
Now a local organization is showing solidarity by hosting a flotilla of its own right here on the Chicago River. Casey Cronus is live on the Riverwalk with details. Casey.
Hi, Scott and Sylvia. The Chicago River Flotilla is set to launch here near State Street in the next hour. Originally planning to set sail on kayaks, the group shared on social media this afternoon that they will be using boats instead after they say 2 separate kayak groups canceled after learning their plans. Organized by the Al Hub Forum, which describes itself as a Palestinian youth-led group, they say they are mobilizing in support of the global Samud Flotilla. Swedish climate and political activist Greta Thunberg is among the people detained. And according to today's organizers, so is a U.S. Marine Corps veteran from Illinois, Jessica Klatfelter. Today's organizers are calling for her safe return home. Israel argues that the blockade is necessary to prevent Hamas from importing arms to Gaza, while flotilla members say they are a civilian group and international law should protect them from delivering humanitarian aid through
through this channel. It is now midnight in Israel. We are expecting to get an update from an organizer who has been in touch with that Marine veteran, Jessica, as best as she can be, but we are told she is currently detained by Israeli forces. We'll have the update for you coming up in the next hour. Reporting live from the Riverwalk, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
City leaders and activists are holding weekly updates now to keep communities aware of what's going on with federal immigration enforcement.
And they announced the launch of a new public information dashboard that will track the number of calls for legal assistance and also arrests that are made by immigration and ICE agents. They gathered on the southwest side today to unveil the dashboard. It's going to track calls made to the legal hotlines that are run by several organizations. They say right now, data shows those agencies received 330 referrals for legal assistance in September alone. The same month, Operation Midway Blitz began in Chicago and Illinois. That's reportedly twice as large as any other month. They also say they are being told that those that are being detained at the Broadview facility are not being allowed to get legal assistance, speak to family members, and that on any given day, 150 to 200 people are being detained. Earlier today, I spoke with Ere Rendon with the Resurrection Project.
What we're actually seeing happen is folks are staying there 4 or 5 days, and because it's a processing center, means there's no beds, there's no cafeteria, there's no showers, and so folks are going that long without being able to sleep on a bed. Oftentimes, because they're so crowded, sleeping sitting down. They don't turn the lights off. The lights are on 24 hours a day. There's no window, so no fresh air is coming in.
The organization, the Deportation Data Project, claims from January to July, there have been almost 1,500 arrests, and at least 60% did not have criminal records. If a family member, friend, or neighbor is taken by ICE, advocates want you to call this hotline at 855-435-7693.
The first group of ICE detainees have reportedly arrived at an Indiana state prison, and another group is expected to arrive today. The Department of Corrections in Indiana confirming the Miami Correctional Facility received 15 detainees on Wednesday. Another 25 will arrive within the next few hours. The DOC has an agreement with ICE to detain undocumented immigrants at what is being dubbed the Speedway Slammer. The state plans to charge the federal government $291 per day for each ICE detainee it holds.
Taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol as a government shutdown continues, and President Trump says he will use this time to possibly fire thousands of federal workers. Rebecca Castor is outside the congressional chambers with the latest.
The shutdown clock has been ticking on the White House website all day. And while the Senate's next vote is not scheduled until Friday, President Trump is meeting with his budget director, Russ Vought, who is already gearing up for federal layoffs.
Look, it's likely going to be in the thousands. That's something that the Office of Management and Budget and the entire team at the White House here, again, is unfortunately having to work on today. These meetings would not be happening if the Democrats had voted to keep the government open.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats are fighting for COVID-era insurance subsidies to be included in the spending bill. But Republicans claim their proposal rolls back measures that prevents funds from going to illegal migrants.
There are things we can negotiate, differences we have, and we're not going to give taxpayer benefits to illegals, but don't hold the American people hostage with a government shutdown.
This is about health care. He is choosing to shut down the government rather than work with Democrats to fix the health care crisis Republicans created.
If Republicans can't convince enough Democrats to change their votes on Friday, Senate Majority Leader John Thune doesn't plan to keep lawmakers here over the weekend. Instead, they'll likely try again on Monday. On Capitol Hill, Rebecca Castor, Fox 32, Chicago.
And the shutdown has already affected Indiana's national park surface properties. 3 locations, including the Indiana Dunes National Park in Porch, are now closed.
The state park, however, remains open. Olivia Nakalmi is joining us from St. Louis with a look at how the shutdown is leaving some travelers disappointed, Oliviana.
Good evening, Scott, Sylvia. There are people all around my camera right now coming to take pictures of the arch, only to find that they can't go inside because this is considered a national park, the Gateway Arch. So when federal government shuts down, so does access to go inside of it. And visitors tell me they're not happy about it. I've talked to people from California, Nebraska, Florida, and even Seattle who have come to visit the arch, and they've come to locked doors with no closed signs on it.
It's the only time we come here to visit this place, and it's closed.
Always wanted to go up, and today I finally was like, no, I'm driving by myself, I'll go up, and it's closed.
We had tickets to go in the top and come down and see the arch, and not open, so it was a surprise to us.
I think that we are, or the public in general, we are what they call, third-party casualties of, their dispute.
And if you go to the Gateway Arch website, you get a message that says national parks remain as accessible as possible during the federal government shutdown. However, some services may be limited or unavailable. All Gateway Arch ticketing and tram operations are suspended, and ticketed events have been canceled until further notice. People who have had a paid ticket tell me that they will be refunded. They got a call today for that. But as for air travel, the shutdown isn't expected to have an immediate effect. Air traffic controllers and TSA agents, though, have continued to work, although without pay. So flights could eventually be affected by this. And we don't know how long the shutdown will last. Economists, though, do agree that the longer it does, the deeper the ripple effects on the economy, of course. In St. Louis, Missouri, Oliviana Kelmes, Fox 32 News.
No criminal charges are going to be filed in a Sangamon County crash at an after-school camp. It happened, as we reported, in late April in Chatham. 10 children struck by a vehicle that went off the road, traveled across a field, and then slammed through the wall of a building. 5 children were killed. The driver was uninjured. The Sangamon County State's Attorney announcing just today the evidence does not suggest the crash was intentional.
The Chicago Bears will head back to Springfield this month to share projected benefits of a new dome with lawmakers. The full project is expected to cost about $5 billion. It also includes new housing, retail, and office spaces around the dome. Taxpayers might still have to cover millions of dollars in infrastructure costs. Lawmakers also have to consider the more than $500 million still owed on Soldier Field's last renovation.
The NFL plans to launch women and men's pro flag football leagues within the next couple years. Now, the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell, making that announcement at a sports conference in London today. According to the timeline, the leagues would be created ahead of the LA Olympics in 2028, which, if you didn't know it, features flag football for the very first time. Oh, this is a big day, Cubs fans. We have just witnessed the first pitch, Game 3. This is the wild card, Padres-Cubs. Loser goes home. The winner heads to Milwaukee to face the Brewers in the National League Division Series. That begins Saturday. Sweet Lou and the Scores' Matt Spiegel will have highlights and reaction tonight at 9:30 on Chicago Sports Tonight.
It's an important one. Well, we may be enjoying an extended summer, but one suburban city is already thinking about snow. Yep, applications now open for Joliet's free snow removal program. Details on eligibility ahead.
80 today. We're talking snow. A rare ban on drone flights throughout Chicagoland. It's all at the request of the Trump administration.
And more than just a porch pirate. A man accused of serial stealing is repeatedly released back on the streets. Tia is investigating.
Fox 30.
Welcome back. Taking a live look outside at the Bean. Absolutely gorgeous. People are out. It's Thursday, but the weather is promising to be good, so everyone's taking advantage of this now. Now, there's a rare ban that apparently has been issued for non-commercial drone flights. The 10-day ban is at the request at the Department of Homeland Security. And according to Cranes Chicago, this ban is for drone flights at altitudes of up to 400 feet, and it covers much of the Chicago area and parts of northwest Indiana. This order is common for sporting events and events such as the Democratic National Convention. A similar order was issued in L.A. during escalating immigration crackdowns over the summer.
Now to a terrorist attack unfolding outside of a UK synagogue on the holiest day of the Jewish calendar.
Police say a man drove a car into a group of people and then began stabbing them as services were set to begin this morning.
2 people killed, several others injured before responding officers fatally shot the suspect. They also arrested 2 others in connection with the incident. However, they have not revealed how those individuals were involved.
The driver of the car was seen then to attack people with a knife. He was wearing about his body a vest which had the appearance of an explosive device.
A vile individual committed a terrorist attack that attacked Jews because they are Jews.
Now, this attack follows a rise in anti-Semitic incidents across the UK. More than 1,500 were reported in just the first half of this year.
Now for an exclusive tour of that Dallas ICE facility that was targeted in a deadly attack last week. Brooke Taylor shows us, and we do want to warn you, some of the images may be disturbing.
You had rounds coming through multiple windows, I think 9 different windows that he shot through.
Fox News gets an exclusive inside look at the Dallas ICE facility at the center of last week's deadly attack. The aftermath evident in almost every corner. Blood-stained floors from agents pulling detainees to safety, and first aid kits left scattered in the chaos.
I think we used every single first aid kit we had in the building.
Bullets flew into employee offices, ripping into walls and cubicles.
Shooting through the windows, punches right into a cube, right, where someone could have been sitting. Thankfully, no one was sitting there at that time.
Investigators say the sniper fired at the facility indiscriminately from a nearby rooftop. The FBI says phone records and writings left behind show a high degree of pre-attack planning targeting ICE agents. But instead, he shot detainees in this transportation van.
So this is where one of our officers was extremely heroic, came out and pulled the 3 remaining detainees off of the van.
2 detainees were killed and a 3rd was injured and released from the hospital. In a statement, ICE says this tragedy underscores the terrible costs of dangerous rhetoric and violence against the men and women of ICE who are simply carrying out their sworn law enforcement mission. The field office director says agents are still trying to process what happened, but won't let it stop them from carrying out their mission.
Our agents are resilient, but I'll say that this is just unprecedented. This type of violence that's been directed at ICE agents.
DHS says that assaults against ICE agents are up 1,000%. Meanwhile, the field office director here says had those agents been hit by bullets, they would have went right through their bulletproof vests, and that's because the shooter was using high-powered armored piercing rounds. In Dallas, Brooke Taylor, Fox News.
This weekend, more than a dozen car makers are not just letting potential car buyers kick the tires on their latest hybrid and all-electric vehicles. They're allowing complete access to more than 40 different models. Chicago Drives Electric hosting the event at the ComEd building in Oak Brook Terrace, including an open road course and on-site experts ready to answer any questions you might have.
There's knowledgeable product specialists who are on site from different manufacturers, ranging from mainstream like Ford and Chevy, for example, all the way to Lotus and VinFast. So some brands and manufacturers you might not have already heard of before are going to be here as well.
Now, the event runs today through October 5th. You are encouraged to register ahead of time at Chicago Drives Electric.
It is October and the weather outside is anything but frightful, but officials in Joliet are looking past Halloween to winter. The city is taking applications for its residential snow removal program because, let's face it, snow will be here in the near future. Look at that shot, Scott.
No, I don't like it, Sylvia.
Huh?
I don't care for
Whether
it.
you like it or not, the program is open to residents at least 62 years of age or those with physical disabilities, and the free service is on a first-come, first-served basis. You can find the application on the city's website or simply give City Hall a call. I love that they do that.
That's nice.
Do you have a snowblower?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. Do you like using it?
I absolutely do. My late father, it was one of the last Christmas gifts he gave me before he passed, and he's been gone now, I will say, for almost 20 years, and it still works.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yes. Something about men and their snow blowers, Emily Walls.
Oh, I know.
Right?
I know. You know, when I moved to the city and we ended up in an apartment, we got rid of all of our lawn care stuff and everything because we didn't need it anymore. You wouldn't believe how quick all of that stuff adds up, right?
Yes,
all of the
people
tools
love
and
that.
the toys, and I shouldn't call them toys, but I mean, come on, you guys kind of think
snow blowers
kind of like
hot
toys.
items.
Yes, I mean, I think that you guys enjoy
a little bit
doing all that stuff. Yeah.
Does yours
Better
have a
than me.
facial shield and everything so you don't get your face?
Well, no, but it's, you know, it's got the directional thing where it blows the snow and everything.
And then you can like push it off toward your neighbors.
To the neighbors,
Yeah.
sure, absolutely.
All right, let's take a look at the drought monitor. Latest data came out this morning, and as expected, things are worsening across the region. So the area of moderate drought that has expanded in size. We also have a moderate drought now across the southern panhandle there of LaSalle County. Everywhere else is considered to be abnormally dry. So with a lack of rainfall remaining in the forecast through this weekend into early next week, you know, it looks like this stuff is still going to get a little bit worse around here. I will say, though, we have a small chance of rain on Monday, slightly better chance on Tuesday, but it's still not going to be that drought-busting rain that we need. It's just going to be very scattered in nature. Temperatures out there right now ranging from the upper 70s to near 80 degrees at the lakefront to mid to upper 80s. Farther inland, it's 82 degrees now in Rensselaer, but 87 in places like LaSalle, 88 in Aurora. Now, the next 48 hours around here, temperatures this evening very slowly going to be dropping out of the 70s, then down through the 60s. A lot of us are going to find our low temperatures tonight in the upper 50s to low 60s. Clear skies tonight, lots of sunshine for tomorrow. That's going to easily help temperatures warm up into the upper 80s, but inland locations very easily tagging a couple 90s here or there. And then we're going to do the same thing going into Saturday. Sunny skies expected. Temps are going to be in the upper 80s and again close to 90 for a couple spots. So your 5-day forecast, sunny skies Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday we're right around 85 degrees, and then early next week we have a chance of rain, but it's a very small chance on Monday. Better chance is going to be here on Tuesday, and that's all associated with a pretty strong cold front. So by Wednesday of next week, we're actually going to be in the 60s.
All right, Emily,
Yeah.
thank you for that. National Guard troops now in place in 2 big cities. The question is, could Chicago be next?
And veterans push back after a 70-year-old was arrested by ICE. Their message just ahead at 4:30.
Trouble on the tarmac. 2 passenger jets collide while taxiing. What officials say went wrong.
And what the bleep when it comes to foul-mouthed teams. Just wait until you hear who the Bears beat for this dubious distinction.
Oh, you guys.
Buckle up, football fans. It's time for Toyota Talks.
All right, let's bring in Sherry Burris from Good Morning Football on the NFL Network. Does a terrific job with Kyle Brandt and Jamie Erdahl, Manti Te'o. Sherry, thanks for the time. And let me get into it because Bears hit the bye week even at 2-2. Give us an idea of the feeling at Good Morning Football about the Bears. Are they more lucky than good, or, hey, listen, did they create their own luck with that blocked field goal in Las Vegas?
You know, Lou, sometimes it's a little bit of both. You just got to get that right bounce of the ball. Here for GMFB OT, there's just this real optimism about the Bears, but I also want to add in that it's also a realistic optimism about the Bears. The history of the Bears have kind of told us one thing, but the fact that they have been able to string some of these wins together, there is hope. But as Kyle, our resident Bear fan, mentioned, that before the bye week last season, the Bears were 4-2 and then went on a very long losing streak there, which was really painful. So the expectations are sort of tempered as it's a good start, but fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You know, we gotta make sure we get into this bye week and keep things rolling for the Bears.
How good can Ben Johnson make Caleb Williams? Can he turn Caleb Williams into one of the 5 best quarterbacks in football?
Man, wouldn't Bears fans love that? There's such a hunger. I mean, growing up in the Chicago suburbs, we were talking about it. There has been this desire for there to be that dominant franchise guy that has just seemingly been missing. Lou, I do have to admit, I am a Packers fan. So part of me is like, no, I hope not. Because there is a part of me that's worried because Ben Johnson is so good at developing quarterbacks and Caleb has those tangible and intangible elements to his game. So as a Packer fan, I can also tell you I'm a little worried, which might make Bears fans a little happy.
If you want total health care from a provider you trust,
hi, Blair.
Right in the palm of your hand, if you want soup, sweatpants, and 0 in-person contact, if you want wellness wherever, our virtual primary care delivers with great website manner.
No worries.
So choose your doctor from our profiles and enjoy the healthiest online relationship you've ever had. House calls have evolved. Advocate Healthcare.
Right now at 4:30, National Guard deployments, an update on President Trump's crackdown on crime.
Could local laws actually be aiding a habitual porch thief? TIA is investigating.
But first, veterans are protesting outside a Broadview ICE facility, denouncing the arrest of one of their own.
Joni Lum has been closely watching the demonstrations since they began last month.
Veterans and legal experts called on federal agents to stop harassing peaceful protesters here, especially after an Air Force veteran was pushed down and arrested. It happened Saturday. 70-year-old Dana Briggs, seen at the fence outside the building, announced he was a veteran and denounced the actions of the federal agents working immigration enforcement. He was pushed, fell down, and in trying to hand off his phone to another protester, slapped an agent with his arm. He now faces federal charges. Local veterans say the agents firing on the public appear to be untrained.
2 weeks ago, I was grabbed, bruised, and shot with pepper spray, and then tear gas with canisters, simply for helping another peaceful protester. Last week, snipers on the top of the building flooded the entire block, not only against peaceful protests, clergy, but also neighbors and children.
This is yet another example of what continues to be a growing trend of ICE and supporting federal agencies escalating violence against peaceful protesters, simply exercising their First Amendment rights.
During the news conference, another protester claimed his rights are being violated. He tried to overpower the speakers with his voice.
Throw ice on you, you have people who chase you and try to swing at you. That's violent.
So let's not.
That's not violent. That's not peaceful.
So this is an agitator, and he's been coming here and hurting people and screaming at people.
Dana Briggs was advised not to show up outside the Broadview ICE facility since there is a pending legal case. Joni Lum, Fox 32, Chicago.
This footage just coming in from Broadview. New cement barricades going up outside the facility, stamped with the initials for Homeland Security's Emergency Management. Illinois State Police also spotted at the site.
The DOJ is asking a federal judge to recuse himself from a challenge to the president's National Guard deployment in Portland, Oregon. The state and city sued earlier this week to block President Trump's deployment of 200 guardsmen. A recusal motion filed today states that the presiding judge could be swayed by his wife, a Democratic lawmaker who opposes Trump's plan.
Meanwhile, President Trump's federal crime crackdown continues in Memphis, where Attorney General Pam Bondi says the feds have arrested some 93 people, seizing 28 illegal guns since that operation began on Monday.
Asher Red is in Memphis right now. And Asher, the governor is fully supportive of this operation, huh?
Well, Sylvia and Scott, behind me is Main Street here in Memphis, Tennessee, and we have seen a few National Guard troops walking the streets already, but senior administration officials are making it very clear that the federal crime-fighting operation here in Memphis is well underway. It's called the Memphis Safe Task Force. It includes more than a dozen federal agencies like the FBI working alongside the National Guard. Now, yesterday, top White House officials were in Memphis showing their support.
Are you kidding me? We're going to tell our own families and children where they can and can't go because of what a criminal's going to do? Over our dead bodies are going to live that way anymore. It's not happening. I see the guns and badges in this room. You are unleashed. The handcuffs that you're carrying, they're not on you anymore. They're on the criminals.
Bondi says the feds arrested 40 people yesterday, including a member of the violent Tren de Aragua gang, a felon with a gun, and a suspected child predator. And on Tuesday night, she says agents found a missing child. Now, I've been talking with people who live here, and their opinions are split over this. Some people are against the federal deployment, calling it an intimidation tactic, but others, especially business owners who've dealt with crime, say if this is what it takes, they welcome it.
It would help out Memphis police officers as well as our Shelby County Deputy Sheriff, who's really overworked because you have people who run in stores, run out, shoplift, which costs us more.
On Monday, the U.S. Marshals deputized 219 National Guard troops. That will be a second set of eyes and ears for local police. But the governor here says that those troops will not be armed and they will not make any arrests unless local law enforcement asks them to. Back to you.
All right, thanks for that. Oh, it started with a stolen package and unraveled into something much bigger.
A repeat porch pirate, a car full of stolen goods, and a suspect already on the radar of multiple police departments. Despite all that, he walked free, but now police are searching for him again.
And Tia's back from Suburban Lions with this story. Tia.
Well, we first reported this story last month, and you remember that incident clearly because it was captured on video. Lions Police Chief Thomas Herian points the finger at the Safety Act here, saying that's why he's constantly being let out of jail. We first learned about 27-year-old Joseph Davenport on September 9th, the day everything unfolded. That was when Davenport was caught stealing a package off of a front porch in Bellwood. He was arrested, but then he was let go. And this is that viral video that I'm talking about. It was the day that Jaleel Anthony, a licensed concealed carry holder, decided to detain Davenport until police arrived. Davenport had been accused of stealing a package from the front porch of the family's home in Bellwood. He returned a second time and tried to pull the same stunt, but this time the package was a decoy. He was arrested on the spot, and during a search of his Chrysler 200, officers uncovered 30 other stolen packages. Despite the discovery, Davenport was released from custody. The 27-year-old was already on law enforcement's radar in neighboring Berwyn and Lyons. Just days later, he was arrested again, this time in Lyons. That's what you're looking at right there, wearing a World's Greatest Dad t-shirt. What he told police during that interview certainly didn't earn him any Father of the Year awards.
He's a one-man menace, and you have no idea, the type of time, effort, money that goes into investigating these types of crimes, and let alone the property that continually gets stolen, whether it's the senior citizens' medicine, or you have no idea what's being taken.
He went on to actually tell police that he's working with someone that works inside of Amazon, but didn't want to provide any more details. This arrest on September 19th is one of many over the years. Some of Davenport's crimes go back to when he was a juvenile. Lyons police are charging him with 6 misdemeanors for the packages he's allegedly stole there. In 2023, court records reveal that Davenport was an employee at the Amazon sorting center in University Park. And it's unclear if that is how he's finding out when packages are being delivered, or if he is indeed using an inside source. The document that you saw earlier shows areas in which Davenport has been tracked using license plate readers, facial recognition, and coordination with other law enforcement agencies. He's been arrested multiple times, but he keeps getting released due to issues. At least this is what the police chief says with the Safety Act legislation.
He doesn't understand the word no. So we continue to charge him. But what happens on the Safety Act? The Unsafety Act, catch and release. Charge him, let him go, and Amazon will not cooperate with law enforcement to do anything to try to stop this. And it's extremely troublesome because we're dealing with situations where people's lives are being violated, their privacy is being violated. Misdemeanors are up to 365 days in jail, right? Correct, he said multiple misdemeanors. It'll be interesting what, hopefully, the state's attorney will aggressively want to prosecute these cases, and they will request time in jail. And he should get, for each misdemeanor, up to 364 days in jail.
Lyons police have no idea what Davenport is actually doing with the packages. They have his cell phone and will be doing a forensic investigation to see if they can find out more. I also emailed Amazon to see if Davenport is still an employee there. I haven't heard back just yet. Of course, this is a story we will continue to follow. Sylvia and Scott.
Yeah, wow, incredible. Okay, thank you, Tia. Taking a live look outside, little cloud cover, a little haze there, but overall a pretty darn good day. How's the rest of the weekend looking for us, Emily?
Weekend looks great as long as you don't mind the heat.
Coming.
Yes, it sure is. We have temperatures tomorrow that are going to be soaring into the upper 80s to low 90s, and we'll do that again on Saturday. By Sunday, we're going to be slightly cooler in the mid 80s. But if you're hoping for rain, we still have a few more days to get through that. It's dry skies, lots of sunshine, so again, worsening drought conditions. But then by Monday and Tuesday of next week, we do have a system coming through that's going to bring at least some scattered showers to the area early next week, especially on Tuesday. Now, your temperatures right now, we're at 80 degrees at the Chicago lakefront, 77 in Gary, same thing in Chicago Heights. It's 85 in Woodstock, 84 in DeKalb, 86 degrees in Aurora, same thing in Rensselaer. Tonight, we're going to be dropping down to the upper 50s to low 60s. Typically for this time of the year, your average is around 51, so we're staying well above average. And speaking of above average, that's where we're staying for the next several days. 88 degrees tomorrow, 87 on Saturday. By Sunday, we're going to be right around 85. Back to you.
If you're an NFL fan, you might find a new study interesting.
It answers which NFL fandom has the biggest potty mouth, and the top 10 just might surprise you.
Plus, Pen America just releasing its list of the books most banned in the nation. We're going to tell you which authors showed up most often on that list.
Looking for auto.
Another collision on an airport runway, leaving passengers shaken and stranded. Two Delta planes colliding while taxiing on the runway at LaGuardia Airport in New York. The FAA says one plane was told to yield but didn't. One person was taken to the hospital and the wing of the jet was ripped off. The Pentagon is planning to impose some strict non-disclosure agreements.
Along with widespread random polygraphs at their headquarters. The Washington Post reporting the new rule applies to all employees, from service members to civilians, even private contractors. The efforts are part of a wider strategy by the Trump administration to identify members who leak information to the press. The current administration has only held 6 press briefings since January.
FCC Chair Brendan Carr has reportedly agreed to testify before the Senate following the temporary suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late night show. Kimmel's show was pulled off the air on September 17th after he made comments about conservative activist Charlie Kirk's assassination. The show returned on September 23rd. The reports say there is no date set for the hearing, but it may be scheduled for November.
Author Stephen King, renowned for his iconic horror stories, has topped the list as the most censored writer in schools. The nonprofit PEN America releasing its Banned in the USA list just yesterday. And what they found was that King's books were censored more than 200 times. 87 of his works impacted, including the likes of Carrie and The Stand. The report shows more than 6,800 instances of books being temporarily or permanently banned for the 2024-25 school year.
A coffee brand is changing its name for the first time in more than a century, but there's a catch.
And a bit of a head scratcher. Maxwell House says after 133 years, it's rebranding to Maxwell Apartment temporarily.
Do you believe this?
It's weird.
I know. Parent company Kraft Heinz says the intent of the name change is to relate to 1/3 of Americans who opt to rent versus buy a home. To celebrate the name change, Maxwell House is offering coffee drinkers a 12-month lease. Do you get that? Yeah. Of coffee.
Yeah.
The Maxwell Apartment Bundle costs $39.99.
Here's another number for you, 10,000. That's the number of franchises, 10,000, Dunkin' in the nation. And number 10,000 just opened in Darien, Illinois. It's also the 100th location in DuPage County. The celebration included a live DJ, giveaways, a lot of flavor, including a new donut, that little dancing coffee cup as well. Also a caramel frosting and Garrett mixed popcorn topping. Ooh, that sounds good.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
How about that? Well, you've probably heard the expression, all good things come to those who wait, right?
Yes.
Well, some experts say it's true. They say waiting in line can actually be a boost to your well-being. Those researchers believe it is time you have to pause, reflect, and reset. They also say it strengthens self-control, helping you resist short-term temptations. So the next time you're in line or if you're stuck in traffic, maybe take that time to pause and reflect. I will say
Even
this.
at the DMV?
Well, I don't know if that applies to the DMV, but how many times have you stood in line to buy something and then there are other things to tempt you before you buy what it is you're needing to purchase?
Many, many times.
I don't know if that works, right?
Yeah.
But keeping with that in mind, you know, about waiting, here's a look at your trip home.
Chicago.
Okay, so if you are fearful of heights...
We were just talking about this.
Yeah, here's a bridge, and Sylvia, especially you may not want to cross. It's the tallest in the world, just opened in China, more than 2,000 feet above a river.
Wow.
That makes it 9 times as tall as the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. It does have a cafe on top, Sylvia, so you could nosh on some croissant and maybe a nice cup of espresso. That's about a half mile in the air. Tourists can also bungee from the bridge. Doesn't that sound like fun?
Okay, I'm getting the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it. Yes, it's a waterfall, right?
That looks awesome.
Interesting.
You wouldn't bungee?
No, I couldn't.
For $1 million.
I wouldn't even drive over that, no.
$1 million?
Oh, yeah, maybe for $1 million. If I could close my eyes.
Okay.
I could do it.
You could do it?
Could you?
For money, not for fun.
Not for fun, but for money.
Yeah, for money. I could
Okay.
do it. Yeah, I don't have a problem with heights, but I might have a problem with that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I
I'll
was
probably never have to try it though. So hey.
Well, we were talking. You were saying you're claustrophobic, right?
I'm very claustrophobic.
And I have a fear of heights, but it depends on the height level. Like, I can handle maybe like 60. No, I couldn't even handle. I would be in big trouble past 40 levels up.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have that problem, but I do have a problem with 2,000 feet up in the air.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, crazy. Speaking of crazy, we're talking highs near 90 tomorrow in some portions of the area.
Wow.
October 3rd, the record high temperature at O'Hare for tomorrow's date, which is again the 3rd, is 91 degrees. I'm forecasting a high of 88 degrees at O'Hare, but I do think that we're going to have a couple spots here or there tagging the 90s. 84 degrees was our high so far today at O'Hare, 82 in Gary, same thing in Merrillville. We've made it to 86 in Joliet, 87 in Aurora, 84 in Woodstock, same thing in DeKalb, 85 in Morris, and 82 degrees in Rensselaer. Now, your 5-day forecast here, tomorrow and Saturday are going to be our warmest days. We're looking at highs in the upper 80s to near 90 degrees. Then going into Sunday, we're just ever so slightly cooler, but still very, very warm. Again, average for this time of the year is right around 69 degrees. So we're coming in close to 20 degrees above that tomorrow and then into Saturday. But notice going into next week, by Tuesday, we're counting on a pretty significant cool down. So there's going to be a cold front that comes through on Tuesday, along with some showers, some very much needed rainfall that we're going to see across the area on Tuesday. But that's going to also usher in a much cooler air mass. So by Tuesday, we're down to about 70 degrees. And I'm actually forecasting highs on Wednesday and Thursday that are going to be down into the 60s. So a little more seasonable for a couple days later next week. Satellite and radar, things are quiet. We have a couple clouds here or there, but for the most part, it's been those higher, thin clouds still allowing a lot of the sunlight to come through. So we're mostly sunny out there this afternoon and evening. Futurecast taking us throughout the rest of tonight. You'll notice that we're seeing southerly winds, so that's going to keep that warmer air in place. Again, your low temperatures tonight, we're only dropping down to the upper 50s to low 60s, so it stays very nice and comfortable. The humidity, that's going to remain low as well. And then through the day tomorrow, we wake up pretty close to 60 degrees. During the day, we're counting on highs in the upper 80s to low 90s. This model's here trying to pop up a couple showers for us south of the area. Again, I'm not concerned about that. I think we're staying completely dry on Friday. Same thing on Saturday. Our next chance of rain is not going to be here until Monday and Tuesday of next week. So we're dry going into this weekend. The southerly winds, those are going to continue. And again, that's continuing to kind of bring in and transport that warmer air. So we're looking at those upper 80s to near 90 degrees. Right now, here's the view. We have that hazy sunshine, south winds 8 miles per hour. Dew point temps are right down to 54 degrees. So you're not feeling that humidity at all, even with the warmth. Now tonight, 64 degrees in the city. Most suburbs are going to be in the upper 50s to low 60s. Your 7-day forecast, sunny skies Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Temperatures are going to be in the mid to upper 80s throughout the weekend. And then Monday and Tuesday, we have that small chance for a couple showers, maybe a rumble of thunder. But the thing with the showers that we're going to have on Tuesday is it's still going to be fairly scattered in nature. It's not going to be that widespread event like we could really use when we're dealing with drought conditions. But temperatures on the backside of that cold front mean business. 65 degrees. It's going to be feeling like October by Wednesday and Thursday of next week. We'll be right back.
This is a throwback. I remember these days. AOL's dial-up internet takes its last bow, marking the end of an entire era. After more than 30 years, I'm aging myself. AOL has officially pulled the plug on its dial-up internet service. The move ends decades of those iconic modem sounds that you would hear in the famous "You've Got Mail."
You've got mail.
Yes, message. It was so monotone.
I can't believe that people were still using dial-up.
Yeah, I think in some rural areas they probably don't really have any other option.
Was that slow?
That was very slow. Our producer admits to using this excuse to get out of a speeding ticket when she was younger, but it actually worked for her.
So caught on camera, deputies clocked a driver in Florida going 107 miles an hour on a highway, and you won't believe the excuse, so take a listen.
Weaving in and out of traffic. Why are you going so fast?
I have an appointment with my barber.
You have an appointment with your barber.
What? Yep, you heard it right. The 57-year-old told Florida deputy he was driving so fast because he was rushing to get to his haircut with his barber. The deputy arrested him for dangerous excessive speeding. In Florida, super speeders can face jail time for driving over the speed limit by 50 miles per hour. Are you like a fast driver?
No, I am grandma driving. 100%.
I'm surprised to hear that.
Yeah, and it's really, it annoys a lot of people, but I am. The barber thing, though, I'm not giving him an excuse.
Yes.
But a lot of times they like charge you a fee now.
Yeah, if you're
and
late.
if you're late, they keep it and they tell you move on.
And they've got other people to wait on, so I get it.
I get it too. All right, well, thanks for watching the news at 4.
Here are Dawn and Scott with the news at 5. Take it away.
Thank you both. Now at 5, the government shutdown stretches into another day. Now President Trump is preparing to lay off or possibly fire thousands of federal workers.
A man visiting Chicago says that his Cybertruck was vandalized by dog feces, and he caught it all on camera.
And we are following an investigation tonight into cases of Legionnaire's disease in Bloomingdale. Thank you for joining us at 5. I'm Dawn Hasbrook.
I'm Scott Schneider. In the last 24 hours, a flotilla carrying humanitarian aid to Gaza was intercepted by Israeli forces in the Mediterranean Sea.
Activists from dozens of countries were aboard the fleet and have since been detained. It is inspiring local activists to offer their support. Casey Cronus is live on the Chicago Riverwalk with the latest. Casey.
Hi, Dawn and Scott. Well, if you are on the Riverwalk this evening, you may spot a parade of Palestinian flags. That's because a youth-led group here in Chicago is hosting a float of its own right here on the river. Originally preparing to set sail on kayaks, the group shared on social media that they will be using boats instead after they say 2 separate kayak companies canceled after learning of their plans. The local flotilla should launch in the next 30 minutes, organized by the Al Hub Forum, which describes itself as a Palestinian youth-led group. They say they are mobilizing in support of the global Samud flotilla. Swedish climate and political activist Greta Thunberg is among the people detained. And according to today's organizers, so is a U.S. Marine Corps veteran from Illinois, Jessica Klotfelter. Today's organizers are calling for her safe return home. Israel argues that the blockade is necessary to prevent Hamas from importing arms into Gaza, while flotilla members say they are a civilian group and international law should protect them from delivering humanitarian aid through this channel. A representative for that Illinois Marine tells us they haven't been able to reach her since she was detained, and it's unclear how long she will be held. Reporting live on the Riverwalk, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, so tomorrow we could see a record for heat, and we're talking over 90 degrees. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Emily Wall.
Yeah, that's right. In some locations, I think we're going to be able to tag that 90-degree mark. The record high temperature at O'Hare for tomorrow's date is 91 degrees. I'm currently forecasting a high of 88 at O'Hare, but again, for those of you in the suburbs, I think you're going to be hitting 90. Let's take a check of where we are right now. We have temperatures for a lot of us that are sitting in the 80s. We're at 83 degrees currently at O'Hare, 78 at the Chicago Lakefront, 87 in LaSalle, 82 in Rensselaer. It's 84 in Kankakee. A little bit cooler for places like Chicago Heights and Gary, coming in at 77 degrees and 74 degrees currently in Waukegan. So over the next couple of hours here, we're staying mostly clear. Temperatures are going to be dropping through the 70s, but we're still right around 70. all the way up to about 9 or 10 p.m. And then eventually tonight, we're going to be dropping down into the upper 50s to low 60s. That's running close to 10 degrees above average because your average low now sits at 51 degrees. And look ahead to the next couple of days here. We're looking at upper 80s tomorrow. Same thing on Saturday, but there's going to be a really strong cold front early next week. I'll tell you all about that coming up.
A recovery mission happening right now at Rainbow Beach in South Chicago. Sky Fox over the scene. This was earlier today. The Chicago Fire Department tells us a woman was pulled out of the water already. She's in good condition, but they are looking right now for another man in what they are calling a recovery. We'll keep you updated.
Operation Midway Blitz has been underway for nearly a month, and so far the Department of Homeland Security says more than 900 people have been arrested. The agency sharing that today while posting a video of a South Shore apartment raid from earlier this week. At least 37 people were arrested in that.
City leaders and activists holding weekly updates now to keep communities aware of exactly what's going on with federal immigration enforcement.
They announced the launch of a new public information dashboard. Sylvia Perez joins us now with more on that.
Yeah, that dashboard is going to track the number of calls for legal assistance and also arrests that are made by immigration and ICE agents. They gathered on the southwest side today to unveil that dashboard. It's going to track calls made to legal hotlines run by several organizations, and they say right now data shows those agencies received 330 referrals for legal assistance in September alone. The same month, Operation Midway Blitz began in Chicago and Illinois. That's reportedly twice as large as any other month. They also say they're being told that those that are being detained at the Broadview facility are not being allowed to get legal assistance or speak to family, and that on any given day, 150 to 200 people are being detained. Earlier today, I spoke with Ray Rendon with the Resurrection Project.
But what we're actually seeing happen is folks are staying there 4 or 5 days, and because it's a processing center, means there's no beds, there's no cafeteria, there's no showers, and so folks are going that long without being able to sleep on a bed. Oftentimes, because they're so crowded, sleeping sitting down. They don't turn the lights off. The lights are on 24 hours a day. There's no window, so no fresh air is coming in.
The organization known as the Deportation Data Project claims from January to July, there have been almost 1,500 arrests. At least 60% of those arrested did not have criminal records. If a family member, friend, or neighbor is taken by ICE, advocates want you to call this hotline at 855-435-7693. Dawn?
Sylvia, thank you. Veterans and legal experts want federal agents to stop harassing peaceful protesters. They gathered today to speak out after what they call the violent arrest of a 70-year-old Air Force veteran. It happened Saturday. That veteran, Dana Briggs, was at the fence outside the ICE facility in Broadview when he announced that he is a veteran and then denounced what agents are doing there. He was pushed down, and when he tried to hand his phone off to someone, he slapped a federal agent with his arm. He's now facing federal charges. Local veterans say the agents there who are firing rubber bullets and pepper spray appear to be untrained.
At first, they just ripped up our signs, but then they started shoving people and throwing us to the ground. Then came into the mob tactics, full-on tackles, dragging people away. They know that they can't arrest us just simply for protesting. So instead, they drag us away onto their property and give us felonies for trespassing.
And it is disturbing to see a president who believes that sweeping people up off the street with military force somehow makes our country greater. We're better than this, and we need to speak out.
The 70-year-old veteran was advised not to show up today since his legal case is still pending. And this video just in from Broadview, new cement barricades seen going up outside the facility, stamped with the initials for Homeland Security Emergency Management. Illinois State Police were also seen at the site.
Let's give you a live look right now. This is the U.S. Capitol, where right now lawmakers cannot come together to end the government shutdown. The Senate's next vote isn't scheduled until tomorrow. However, President Trump is meeting with his budget director, who is already gearing up for federal layoffs.
Look, it's likely going to be in the thousands. That's something that the Office of Management and Budget and the entire team at the White House here, again, is unfortunately having to work on today. These meetings would not be happening if the Democrats had voted to keep the government open.
Donald Trump and Republicans have made clear they wanted to shut down the government. They want to inflict pain on the American people. They continue to engage in their retribution efforts.
Now, Democrats are fighting for COVID-era insurance subsidies to be included in the spending bill. Republicans counter their proposal rolls back measures that prevent funds from going to illegal immigrants.
Things we can negotiate, differences we have, and we're not going to give taxpayer benefits to illegals, but don't hold the American people hostage with a government shutdown.
This is about health care. He is choosing to shut down the government rather than work with Democrats to fix the health care crisis Republicans created.
Now, if Republicans don't convince enough Democrats to change their votes tomorrow, Senate Majority Leader John Thune does not plan to keep lawmakers through the weekend. Instead, they'll likely try again on Monday.
The shutdown has already affected Indiana's National Park Service properties. 3 locations, including the Indiana Dunes National Park in Porter, are now closed.
The state park, however, remains open tonight. Olivia Calmi is joining us from St. Louis with a look at how the shutdown is leaving some travelers disappointed. Olivia.
Scott, John, good evening. Well, because the Gateway Arch is a national park, when the federal government shuts down, so does access to going inside of the arch. And that's left disappointed travelers because they're finding locked doors and no close signs as they try to get in. I've talked to people from Nebraska, Seattle, Florida, and they've all come here, some of them with paid tickets, trying to get in with no availability.
The only time we come here to visit this place and it's closed.
Always wanted to go up, and today I finally was like, no, I'm driving by myself, I'll go up, and it's closed.
We had tickets to go in the top and come down and see the arch, and not open, so it was a surprise to us.
I think that we are, or the public in general, we are what they call, third-party casualties of, their dispute.
If you go to the Gateway Arch website, you get this message. National parks remain as accessible as possible during the federal government shutdown. However, services may be limited or unavailable. All Gateway Arch ticketing and tram operations are suspended. Ticketed events have been canceled until further notice. And as far as air travel, the shutdown isn't expected to have an immediate effect, but we know air traffic controllers and TSA agents will keep working, although without pay, so flights eventually could be affected. And we don't know how long this shutdown will last, but economists can agree that the longer it does, the deeper the ripple effect it could be on the economy. In St. Louis, Olivia Calmi, Fox 32, Chicago.
Okay, this is a big day on the north side because it's do or die time for the Cubbies taking on the Padres. It's game 3 of the wild card series.
It started about an hour ago. Right now, they're in the top of the 4th, and the Cubs are up 2-0.
Yesterday, rough though. Cubs only had 4 hits, falling to the Padres 3-zip. So far, looking better today. We've got updates for you on air and online. By the way, tonight's winner advances to what they call the NLDS. That's the divisional series, taking on the Milwaukee Brewers in a best-of-5.
Still ahead on the news at 5, a serial porch pirate who has been hitting the western suburbs is now in Indiana.
And we're learning tonight he has a connection to Amazon.
And a deadly attack at a synagogue in the UK is now being considered a terrorist attack. Police in the United Kingdom are investigating what they say was a terrorist attack that unfolded outside of a synagogue earlier today. Sylvia Perez is back with what we're learning tonight.
Dawn, at least 2 people are dead, several others injured after a car and knife attack outside of that synagogue. This happened in Manchester during Yom Kippur, the holiest day on the Jewish calendar. Police say they were called to the synagogue around 9:30 a.m. local time after someone witnessed a car being driven towards pedestrians. At least 1 person was also stabbed, and then minutes later, officers opened fire at a person believed to be the suspect, killing him. They also arrested 2 others in connection with the incident, but did not reveal how they may have been involved.
It's horrifying. It is horrifying. Unfortunately, in the last year, we've witnessed a whole load of terror and attacks against the Jewish people.
A large number of people were worshiping inside the synagogue at the time, and police say a member of the public prevented the suspect from entering that building.
People should be allowed to go about and practice their faith, knowing they're going to be safe. Unfortunately, Jewish people across the country, Jewish people across the globe don't feel that way.
The UK Prime Minister says more law enforcement is being deployed to synagogues across the UK. This attack follows a rise in anti-Semitic incidents across the UK. More than 1,500 were reported in just the first half of this year. Dawn?
Sylvia, thank you. In Chicago, police are investigating a series of anti-Semitic stickers and graffiti reported across the Hyde Park neighborhood. Police say an unknown number of people have been putting anti-Semitic messages on several pieces of property, including stop signs, a mailbox, Amazon lockers, and an emergency bell. Police are treating the incidents as hate crimes. At least 9 have been reported, the first happening June 23rd, the most recent September 22nd. The White House says President Trump has a, quote, red line for deciding Hamas isn't serious about his latest peace plan, but it's not clear what it is. President Trump said Monday he wanted to hear back from Hamas in 3 or 4 days, or he will support Israel going into Gaza to finish the job. But Special Envoy Steve Witkoff says this time things look hopeful because there is a lot of pressure from Arab states.
A lot of support for the plan, a lot of buy-in. Do we have some details to work out? Yes.
As negotiations continue, the situation in Gaza continues to deteriorate for displaced Palestinians, with many saying they're not sure how much longer they can hold on.
Every 2 or 3 days, we find ourselves displaced with no space, no food, no water, no life.
There are reports sensitive negotiations are ongoing, suggesting Hamas may be trying to revise some of the 20-point plan. President Trump's federal crime crackdown is continuing in Memphis. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the feds have now arrested 93 people and seized 28 illegal guns since the operation began on Monday. But people living in the area have mixed opinions. Some are against the federal deployment, calling it an intimidation tactic. But others, especially business owners who have dealt with crime, say if this is what it takes, they welcome it.
It would help out Memphis police officers as well as our Shelby County Deputy Sheriff, who's really overworked, because you have people who run in stores, run out, shoplift, which costs us more.
The governor there says troops will not be armed and they will not make any arrests unless law enforcement asks them to. Health officials now investigating 2 cases of Legionnaire's disease in Bloomingdale. They are linked to the Alden Valley Ridge Rehab and Health Center. Both patients have recovered, but state inspectors found Legionella bacteria in the building's water system last month. The facility is taking steps to get rid of it, they say. The illness causes flu-like symptoms and is typically transferred through water droplets. It is not transmitted between people. Health officials warn anyone that has been within 2 miles of Alden Valley Ridge in the past month and is feeling sick should see a doctor right away. Let's check in on our forecast with Chief Meteorologist Emily Walls. Love the view of the bean. More people there today, though. It is warm, isn't it, still?
Yes, it is very warm today. We have temperatures that have gone back up into the 80s today, but we have to get used to that. The next couple of days are going to be pretty hot around here. Upper 80s to low 90s expected for your Friday and your Saturday. And as expected, the latest drought monitor showing that conditions have been getting worse over the last week. So you can see that the moderate drought area in tan here across the northwest suburbs, that has expanded. Everywhere else still considered to be abnormally dry, but we're starting to see that moderate drought even creeping in to the far southern sections of LaSalle County as well. So the next 48 hours around here, temperatures are going to drop out of the 70s. Most of us throughout the evening, the overnight, are going to spend our nighttime hours in the upper 50s to low 60s, so very comfortable. And the humidity, that's going to stay nice as low as well. And then through the day tomorrow, sunny skies, upper 80s to near 90 degrees, and then moving along into the weekend, Saturday is very warm when we wake up, mid 60s, I should say, in the morning, and then we're going up into the upper 80s again during the afternoon. But inland locations could be tagging 90. So very warm the next couple of days, lots of sunshine, 85 on Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. That's our next chance of rain, and cooler air starts to build in by Tuesday of next week as well.
Buckle up, football fans. It's time for Toyota Talks.
All right, let's bring in Sherry Burris from Good Morning Football on the NFL Network. Does a terrific job with Kyle Brandt and Jamie Erdahl, Manti Te'o. Sherry, thanks for the time. And let me get into it because Bears hit the bye week even at 2-2. Give us an idea of the feeling at Good Morning Football about the Bears. Are they more lucky than good, or, hey, listen, did they create their own luck with that blocked field goal in Las Vegas?
You know, Lou, sometimes it's a little bit of both. You just got to get that right bounce of the ball. Here for GMFB OT, there's just this real optimism about the Bears, but I also want to add in that it's also a realistic optimism about the Bears. The history of the Bears have kind of told us one thing, but the fact that they have been able to string some of these wins together, there is hope. But as Kyle, our resident Bear fan, mentioned that before the bye week last season, the Bears were 4-2 and then went on a very long losing streak there, which was really painful. So the expectations are sort of tempered as it's a good start, but fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You know, we gotta make sure we get into this bye week and keep things rolling for the Bears.
How good can Ben Johnson make Caleb Williams? Can he turn Caleb Williams into one of the 5 best quarterbacks in football?
Man, wouldn't Bears fans love that? There's such a hunger. I mean, growing up in the Chicago suburbs, we were talking about it. There has been this desire for there to be that dominant franchise guy that has just seemingly been missing. Lou, I do have to admit, I am a Packers fan. So part of me is like, no, I hope not. Because there is a part of me that's worried because Ben Johnson is so good at developing quarterbacks and Caleb has those tangible and intangible elements to his game. So as a Packer fan, I can also tell you I'm a little worried, which might make Bears fans a little happy.
Oh, you guys.
A scare for passengers at New York's LaGuardia Airport after 2 regional jets collided on the tarmac.
Delta describing this as a low-speed collision. The wing of one plane heading for the runway clipped the nose of another returning to the terminal. The airline confirming to Fox that one flight attendant suffered a minor injury. No passengers were hurt. The NTSB did send a team to LaGuardia to investigate. Delta apologizing to those on the flight, says they were all given hotel rooms and had their flights rebooked if needed.
Amazon pausing its drone deliveries after 2 drones crashed into a construction crane in Arizona. Amazon has been experimenting with drone deliveries in the state since April. The FAA is now investigating.
A slithery surprise sneaking up on employees and guests at an In-N-Out Burger in California. Employees found this python in the drive-thru. The employee who discovered the snake took it to a humane society right away. Caregivers believe that it was likely somebody's pet because of how well taken care of it is. Well, the missing python was reunited with the owner thanks to a local Fox station's newscast. The owner says the python had been missing for about 2 months. He's got no idea how it managed to get 50 miles away from his house.
Well, this is Claire, a 4-foot-tall fiberglass dinosaur and an unofficial mascot of Brentwood in California. While she's missing, she was dino-napped from her home at a gas station. Security video shows the thief using a power tool to cut her from her base, then covering her with a blanket and loading her into this white getaway truck. Locals say Claire was not just a statue. She was a selfie star, a neighborhood landmark, and a daily dose of joy.
Beyond like the initial, I guess, grief that comes with the dinosaur going, it's just like a why. Like why would they take the dinosaur? Like, I just don't get it at all. It really makes no sense. There's no monetary gain for starters, but also it's like taking a piece of the neighborhood away from us.
Some people are even leaving flowers at the spot where Claire stood in hopes that she will be returned soon.
Well, a real sunken treasure just discovered in South Florida off the coast of Miami. A diving company known as Queen's Jewels says they've recovered more than $1 million in gold and silver coins from a Spanish fleet that sank, get this, 300 years ago during a hurricane. That fleet transporting New World riches back to Spain. Crews started finding pieces of the fleet some 60 years ago. The biggest haul 10 years ago when they discovered $4 million worth of gold off the coast of Vero Beach.
Do you feel fired up? The tiny Toros are ready to charge, and this chant has a lot of people ready to run through a brick wall. Those guys are on the 9U football team in Southern California. Their pregame chant going viral for all the right reasons. The coach says he learned the chant from his mentor, who learned it while serving in the Marines.
Very cool. Well, the engines are on, but they're all silent in Oak Brook. The ChicagoLIVE electric show's back. We'll show you the new EV and hybrid lineup.
And if you're like me and love to sing a good show tune, now there's a designated space for it in Chicago. The Broadway Sing-Along Bar is now open.
I'm Luke Ellis. Coming up in sports, the Bears have the week off, but still plenty to work on before they take the field in 10 days against the Commanders. The defense looked good at times against the Raiders, but needs to be more consistent. The Athletic's Dan Wiederer tells us how the Bears might fix this defense later in sports.
Now at the bottom of the hour, not only is it warm in October, it's hot and it's only getting hotter.
A cyber truck in Chicago vandalized with dog feces, and the owner caught it all on camera.
First, it started with a stolen package and unraveled into something much bigger.
Yeah, a repeat porch pirate, a car full of stolen goods, and a suspect already on the radar of multiple police departments.
Despite all of that, he walked free, but now police are searching for him. Tia Ewing is back from suburban Lyons with the story.
So one thing I want people to know when they watch this, being a porch pirate, that usually comes with a misdemeanor. It's usually dropped, that charge. So there's really no paper trail to keep going. Now, Lyons Police Chief Thomas Herian points the finger at the Safety Act, saying that's why the suspect is constantly being let out of jail. We first learned about 27-year-old Joseph Davenport on September 9th. That was when he was caught stealing a package allegedly off of a front porch in Bellwood. He was arrested but let go. Now, this is that viral video. In it, Jaleel Anthony, a licensed concealed carry holder, decided to detain Davenport until police arrived. Davenport had been accused of stealing a package from the front porch of the family's home. He returned a second time and tried to pull the same stunt, but this time the package was a decoy. He was arrested on the spot, and during a search of his Chrysler 200, officers uncovered 30 other stolen packages. Despite the discovery, Davenport was released from custody. The 27-year-old was already on law enforcement's radar in neighboring Berwyn and also Lyons. And just days later, he was arrested again, actually in Lyons, wearing a World's Greatest Dad t-shirt. What he told police during that interview certainly didn't earn him any Father of the Year awards.
Our arrest in Lyons, he had statements that tied directly to Amazon, but was afraid to give up the individual's name because he said he was in fear for his family.
Now, that arrest on September 19th is one of many over the years. Some of Davenport's crimes go all the way back to when he was a juvenile. Lyons police are charging him with 6 misdemeanors for the packages he's allegedly stole there. In 2023, court records reveal that Davenport was an employee at the Amazon sorting center in University Park, and it's unclear if that is how he's finding out when packages are being delivered or if he is indeed using an inside source. The document we showed you earlier, those are areas in which Davenport has been tracked using license plate readers, facial recognition, and coordination with other local law enforcement agencies. He's been arrested multiple times, but he keeps getting released due to issues, at least according to the police chief, with the Safety Act legislation.
He doesn't understand the word no. So we continue to charge him. But what happens on the Safety Act? The Unsafety Act, catch and release. Charge him, let him go. Misdemeanors are up to 365 days in jail, right? Correct, he said multiple misdemeanors. It'll be interesting what hopefully the state's attorney will aggressively want to prosecute these cases, and they will request time in jail. And he should get, for each misdemeanor, up to 364 days in jail.
So we're talking about 6 years if those charges actually stick. He was last tracked in northwest Indiana. I'm talking about Maryville, Indiana, Sherrville, the Dyer area. Lyons police have no idea what Davenport is doing with the packages. They have his cell phone and will be doing a forensic investigation to see if they can find out more. And of course, I emailed Amazon to see if Davenport is still employed there. I haven't heard back. And here's a tip for anyone watching out there. This comes straight from police. They say report the theft to Amazon, but also make sure that you report it to police as well. In the studio, Tia Ewing, Fox 32 Chicago.
A man visiting Chicago says a woman wiped dog feces on his Cybertruck while it was parked in the North Halstead Lakeview area.
John Evans, who is in town from Savannah, Georgia, says it happened yesterday. His truck, which is wrapped in an American flag decal and features a large President Trump signature, has cameras that captured the woman in action. He posted the images online, and by this morning, people claim to have identified her and a business she's allegedly associated with. The online sleuths then began leaving negative reviews about the business. Evans says incidents like this further the political divide in the country.
We are Americans. You have an obligation to do better. I think that people that align themselves with her views that may be opposite of mine, they would tell her, when you do something like this, you're making the problem worse. You are increasing the polarization in this country, and it's not necessary. This is America. You're supposed to live and let live.
We reached out to the business allegedly tied to the woman, but have not yet heard back. Evans says he did not file a police report because he feels like the public backlash is punishment enough.
Oh, this is a nice sight. Beginning to see the outbound lanes on the Kennedy Expressway reopen. You're looking at Damon heading northbound. All the lanes are back open. They should reopen by Sunday, all of them a month ahead of schedule. Most of the ramps should also reopen, including outbound ramps to Damon and Augusta. However, some repairs on the ramps will stretch into the end of this month. This weekend, more than a dozen car makers are not just letting potential buyers kick the tires on their latest hybrid and electric vehicles, they're allowing complete access to more than 40 different models. Chicago Drives Electric hosting the event at the ComEd building in Oakbrook Terrace, including an open road course and on-site experts ready to answer any questions you might have.
There's knowledgeable product specialists who are on site from different manufacturers, ranging from mainstream like Ford and Chevy, for example, all the way to Lotus and VinFast. So some brands and manufacturers you might not have already heard of before are going to be here as well.
Now, the event runs today through October the 5th. If you're wanting to take a test drive, you're encouraged to register ahead of time at Chicago Drives Electric.
The Chicago Bears will head back to Springfield this month to share projected benefits of a new dome with lawmakers. The full project is expected to cost about $5 billion. It also includes new housing, retail, and office spaces around the dome. Taxpayers might still have to cover millions of dollars in infrastructure costs. Well, lawmakers also have to consider the more than $500 million still owed on Soldier Field's last renovation. The Bears say construction costs are rising by $10 to $12 million each month, which makes staying on track very important. And that's why the team is asking state leaders to pass the mega project legislation, arguing it creates a, quote, fair, predictable framework for property taxes that applies to any large-scale investment in Illinois. The Bears say when that happens, they can, quote, move forward, ensuring this once-in-a-generation project becomes a reality and delivers its full potential for fans and communities across the state.
Could we break the record for the hottest October 3rd ever tomorrow?
It's going to be close. I'll say that. I don't know if we're going to break it, but it's going to be close. So the record high temperature for tomorrow's date at O'Hare is 91 degrees. I'm forecasting a high of 88, but I do think there's going to be a couple suburbs that do tag 90. So we're looking at a very hot day tomorrow. It's going to come along with a lot of sunshine and no rainfall again. So we have no rain in your forecast all the way through this upcoming weekend. By Monday, very small chance for an isolated shower or two. Better chance is going to be here on Tuesday as a cold front moves through, and that cold front is going to bring a very nice, refreshing air mass. It's going to be feeling like October going into the middle of next week with temperatures only in the 60s to low 70s. So temperatures out there right now, we're ranging from the upper 70s to mid 80s. We're at 84 in Aurora, 83 at O'Hare, 78 at the Chicago Lakefront, 77 in Gary and Chicago Heights, down to 74 degrees currently in Waukegan. Tonight we're dropping down to the upper 50s to low 60s. It's going to be a comfortable night, comfortable start to your day tomorrow. But then again, we heat things up in a pretty big way. Upper 80s expected on Friday, Saturday, couple suburbs going to tag 90. And then by Sunday, we're just slightly cooler, but still way warmer than average, putting us in the mid 80s Sunday afternoon. Back to you.
Thanks, Emily. There's a new bar in Chicago. It is the ultimate dream come true for theater kids.
Yeah, instead of singing along to pop and rock songs, you can belt it out to Broadway. Check it out when we come back.
Some Broadway songs are just too good to not sing along to.
And now a bar in Chicago is helping put you in the spotlight. Jake Hamilton takes us inside.
That's right, guys. If you've ever wanted to feel like you're defying gravity, you don't need to travel all the way to 42nd Street. Just come on out to the 25th floor of the Virgin Hotel and head on in to the room where it happens. Follow the yellow brick road, and we're going to take you into a very cool Broadway sing-along bar. And here to tell us all about it, my good friend, Michael. Michael, I feel like every time I see you, it means a good event is coming to Chicago. Welcome back, man.
Thank you for having me. We take that as the highest compliment.
It's always an amazing event. This is pretty incredible. Tell us what's going on. A Broadway sing-along bar. It's kind of amazing that I've never seen this before. It's a brilliant idea.
It's the ultimate Broadway fan hangout. You know, whether you're an ultimate show diehard or, you know, you just happen to love Hamilton. Who doesn't love Wicked? It's the ultimate place to just hang out and be surrounded in a safe environment with other people who love theater.
Safe environment, it's a great way. You know, after Wicked came out last year, all the people posted videos of them singing Defying Gravity. Now you can belt it out in front of a... Is this mic hot? This mic is hot. You can sing Defying Gravity in front of a crowd.
And we actually do, in our programming, there's a Wicked War Cry contest. Yes. So everyone will have their chance to hit the high note.
And, you know, if you need a little bit of liquid courage, I love that you guys have some Broadway-themed cocktails. Listen to that. You have the Osmopolitan, the Hamilton Highball, the Cell Block Mango, because we all might need just a couple of drinks to get us up there.
A little liquid courage never hurts, especially when you're getting up to do karaoke. I think it kind of helps break the ice, and you know, it's fun to explore the world of theater through cocktails as well, because details matter.
I love it. Well, speaking of details, this is an intimate sort of venue. I'd imagine, you know, it's going to be packed for the next couple of weeks. How long are you guys out here? And I'd imagine reservations are in order.
Yep, tickets are still available. Reservations are required, and they are being sold currently through the middle of November. So, you know, you don't have a huge window of time to come visit us, but, you know, get them in while you can.
Would you say you have 525,600 minutes? I've been trying so hard to get that Rent reference. I was trying really hard. Michael, thank you for always bringing such amazing events to Chicago. We love you, brother.
Oh, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming by.
All right, guys, we are out here. It is the Virgin Hotel, the 25th floor, Broadway sing-along bar. Guys, listen, I actually want people to watch the show, so you're not going to hear me live. You're not going to hear me singing. Trust me, cats sing better than I do. Cats reference? Indirectly. All right, guys, we're out here. Broadway sing-along bar. I might break out some Defying Gravity after we go to break, but for now, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Jay, coming up in sports, Bears escape Las Vegas with a win, but hey, there's plenty to work on during their bye week. We'll break down Ben Johnson's struggling defense and also look at why the Bears can't run the football. It's next in sports.
All right, Emily's here. You know, I'm walking on sunshine. I really love this, but I'm sure other people are having a meltdown over this heat.
It has been really hot. You know, I think more than anything on my Facebook page and stuff, I've seen people complaining about their air conditioning bills, their electric bills.
For sure.
Because, you know, we've really had to keep it cranking for an extra month or so for a lot of us. And that's not changing anytime soon. The next couple of days, it's getting even hotter. We're looking at upper 80s and low 90s tomorrow and then going into this upcoming weekend. Today's highs, we ended up topping out at 79 degrees in Waukegan, 84 at O'Hare, 82 in Gary and Merrillville, 85 in Morris, 87 in LaSalle. That was one of our warmer spots. Same thing with Aurora. And we made it to about 84 degrees in DeKalb. Right now, we're starting to cool things down closer to the lakefront. Temperatures are beginning to drop into the 70s. But tonight, things are going to stay very, very comfortable. In fact, for a lot of us, I think we're going to be staying right around 70 degrees all the way through about 9 or 10 p.m. And then after that, we're looking at lows in the upper 50s to low 60s. Now, your 5-day forecast, tomorrow, Saturday, going to be the warmest days that we're going to see out of this stretch. Today, by the way, is your 23rd day in a row that we've had above normal temperatures. We'll keep that going all the way through this upcoming weekend. And then going into next week, that's when we finally start to see a cooling trend. So there's going to be a cold front that comes through on Tuesday. That's going to bring in at least a chance for some scattered showers, which are going to be very much needed rain showers around here. The drought conditions are already worsening across the region. That's likely going to continue for about another week. And then Tuesday, we're dropping down to about a temperature of 70. But what you're not seeing here on this map is by Wednesday and Thursday of next week, we're counting on highs in the 60s. And I know that sounds very cool, but that's actually what's considered to be average. So your average highs now sit in the upper 60s. Satellite and radar, things are quiet for now. We have a couple clouds out there, but for the most part, we are mostly sunny. Tonight, we're going to remain mostly clear. Lows are going to drop into the upper 50s to low 60s. Warmest temperatures are going to be found closer to the lakefront and then in the city of Chicago. Through the day tomorrow, nothing but sunshine. Things look great. Upper 80s at O'Hare, closer to the lakefront, same thing. But then for those of you farther inland, places like Aurora, LaSalle, Morris, Kankakee, I think you're going to be coming pretty close to 90 degrees tomorrow afternoon. And then we're going to do that again going into your Saturday. So Saturday is almost a carbon copy of what we're going to be experiencing for your Friday. We're going to have southerly winds drawing in that warmer air mass. And again, highs will be in the upper 80s to low 90s. Right now, here's the view. Kind of a hazy sunshine out there. 83 degrees. We have south winds 6 miles per hour. Tonight, we're going to stay in that 5 to 10 mile per hour range. 64 degrees for your overnight low in Chicago. Again, most suburbs dropping down to the upper 50s to low 60s. And your 7-day forecast, nothing but sunshine Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. We do have that small chance for a couple showers. Cold front comes through on Tuesday. By Wednesday and Thursday, it is feeling much more fall-like with highs in the low to mid 60s. Back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you. Bears off this weekend. This is really an early bye for them.
But they're battling a handful of injuries, so the rest is, of course, much needed. Lou has more here in sports.
Yeah, Dawn's right. The bye week really helping the Bears get healthy. Bears getting away on the bye week. Couple of players, though, and Ben Johnson today hitting the Cubs playoff games out at Wrigley Field. Johnson and his staff this week embracing the chance for extensive self-scouting and the need to clean up what Johnson called the mess on offense. Bears need to fix their run defense as well. Folks, it's on pace to be one of the worst in NFL history. They're giving up over 6 yards a carry, second most in NFL history. Bears are having a heck of a time running the football as well. They're in the bottom half of teams running the football in the NFL, but Ben Johnson refuses to blame DeAndre Swift.
Too many instances through the first 4 games where DeAndre Swift is getting touched, a beat after he takes the handoff in the backfield. And that can't happen. Like, you have to give your running back an opportunity to pick up a head of steam. And there's too many instances where they're just blowing it up front and there's guys just penetrating the backfield and making plays. DeAndre Swift's got to give him more going forward. Ben's got to find an identity to the running game that he likes better. They're going to have to do this sort of collaborative work to get this thing pieced back together. And you've got to come out of the bye week with answers. Ben, as you mentioned, Lou, leaned into this bye week, this very early bye week since the spring and said, this is going to give us a really good timing situation to reset and find out who we are and who we aren't and reset accordingly. We'll see what they do. In the run defense, worst in the league right now by a wide margin in terms of yards allowed per game, yards allowed per carry. Hopefully you get some reinforcements back. They obviously played this past Sunday's game without Grady Jarrett, without Kyler Gordon, without T.J. Edwards, without Jalen Johnson. 3 of those 4 you hope will be ready to play for you when you go back to the field on Monday night against the Commanders in a week and a half. And so you've got to start to find answers. I think on both sides, both the running game and the run defense, you've got to get more push up front and set a tone with your front guy.
Yeah, we'll have more from the Athletics' Dan Weeder on CST Daily coming up at 6:30 on Fox Local. This is not pretty to look at. Despite being 2-2, Ben Johnson's offense near the bottom in points per game, dead last in rushing yards per game. On the other side of the football, while they rank 3rd with 9 takeaways, the sack numbers and quarterback success against that defense, and it's something they have to work on after they come back from the bye week. Coming up 9:30 here on Fox 32 Chicago tonight. The Score's Matt Spiegel in the house. He's going to join me on Chicago Sports Tonight. We're going to break down Cubs-Padres, win or go home at Wrigley Field going on as we speak. Tina Nguyen will be in the clubhouse for any player reaction. And if the Cubs advance, we'll have the early odds of the NLDS against the Brewers with our guy from the BetMGM Network, Nick Costas, tonight, 9:30 here on Fox. Women's professional soccer, Stars take on Utah Sunday in Bridgeview. Kickoff 3 o'clock. We'll have the match on Fox Chicago Plus. Pregame coverage starts at 2:30. And the match will have some exciting entertainment for those who go on out to Bridgeview. Go to SeatGeek Stadium. Stars will host multiple celebrations, including a Lucha Libre exhibition after their match against the Utah Royals. 1 ticket, 2 fun events for all ages, and you can purchase tickets at chicagostars.com/tickets. Couple of quick notes. Tigers beat the Guardians in Game 3. They advance to the ALDS. They'll take on the Mariners. And the Bulls' Patrick Williams was back at today's practice despite hurting his ankle yesterday. Scott and Dawn, back to you guys.
Thank you, Lou. Emily's forecast when we come back.
The Chicago.
All right, Emily, give us the update.
The update, if you like the heat, you'll be happy. If you like the cool, well, you're just going to have to wait a little while. But we actually have some cool days on the 7-day now. So your 7-day forecast tonight, we're dropping down to the upper 50s to low 60s, about 64 degrees in Chicago. Tomorrow, 88, sunny skies, 87 on Saturday. Sunday, nothing but sunshine, 85 degrees. Small chance for a couple isolated showers on Monday. A better chance is going to be on Tuesday when a cold front comes through. So temperatures are going to take a little bit of a hit. But for those of you that have been waiting for this, it's going to be feeling like October, Wednesday and Thursday of next week before what appears to be another warming trend next week.
I think Lou likes that 88 tomorrow.
He does.
The next 3 days.
You're beaming, Lou.
Thanks for joining us at 5.
Now you can stream us on your smart TV with Fox Local.
We're on all the streaming platforms.
Family Feud is next. We'll see you back here for the news at 9.
Smoke detectors send fast alerts to ensure more time for you to get out safely. Did you know that your detectors need to be replaced every 5 to 10 years? Get a Kidde smoke detector for only $23.99 after 11% rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Live tonight in West Suburban Broadview, Illinois, nestled between Westchester and Bellwood and Maywood, and at the center of ICE enforcement and tense protests. And as you can see behind me tonight, it's quiet, just a handful of protesters hanging out by fencing that is blocking the street from an abandoned warehouse that ICE has used as a detention facility over the past several weeks. Now let's get you up on the very latest. The Illinois State Police, the Emergency Management Agency, and Cook County Sheriff's Office have set up what they're calling a joint unified command. So they're coming in. They're going to be police officials here monitoring the situation 24/7 now. Quote, the Unified Command is setting up designated areas where people can safely exercise their rights, which will support the safety of the public and ensure vehicular traffic can safely access the roads in the area. The goal of the Unified Command is to protect the health and safety of all individuals, including nearby Broadview residents and businesses, enable the peaceful expression of First Amendment rights. The agencies involved in this operation will neither assist nor obstruct enforcement of federal immigration statutes in compliance with state and federal law. As you know, Illinois has the Trust Act, which means that local police cannot assist immigration agents in their immigration enforcement. So what's going to happen here is this road, there are going to be concrete barriers set up here to open up the road for car traffic, but then to the side, each side, protesters will be in what's called a quote-unquote free speech zone. They will be able to exercise their First Amendment rights. As you know, things have grown grown heated at times where ICE agents have used rubber bullets, tear gas, and other chemical munitions to try and quell some of the protests that have turned more, let's say, violent. And it set this sleepy community on edge. This morning, we visited businesses and residents and asked them what this has done to their normally quiet town.
Residents nearby along 25th Street say the tear gas has traveled to their backyards and even into their homes, especially the last several Fridays when protests and clashes with ICE turned into all-out chaos. Others further away say their neighborhoods are still calm, except for the constant presence of helicopters overhead. Marina lives blocks from the ICE detention site and says she joined the protests after an ICE agent allegedly cut her off while driving, forcing her into oncoming traffic.
He was up ahead of me. I was behind him like this. We're waiting at the light. And next thing you know, he cuts me off and swerves into me. That puts me onto oncoming traffic for no reason. I didn't know what was the purpose of that.
She says the activity has been the worst later in the week.
We don't get this much attention. You know, we're a very quiet community, and I mean, I wish it was good press, good attention that we were receiving, but it's like enough is enough too.
Broadview is a largely industrial town, full of warehouses and logistics centers. It has a population just under 8,000, mostly African American. Nearby on Roosevelt, a bustling business district. Nikki Bakele owns Kinfolk, a collective consignment shop. She says the unrest has roiled what is normally a sleepy bedroom community.
Broadview is a family town, you know. It is a predominantly black, educated, middle-class family town, and there are a lot of older adults. And so they come in, they like to go for their walks in this community. The older people, they're couples. And so sometimes they just stop in and talk with me. And I just find it unfortunate because we are all humans, you know, we are all humans, and I think that everybody just deserves the decency to be able to live in their communities. People work hard, you know, in order to take care of their families and to have something decent.
Do you blame more the protesters or the ICE agents for their tactics for causing this commotion?
I blame them because their way how they're handling things is not necessary. I feel like it's more because of how they've been treating the protesters and the supporters. I feel like that's why we keep getting more attention and more people coming because they're angry.
Other residents complain of traffic blockages and vehicles parked on residential streets, anxious about what's to come as the week draws down to a close.
And we do expect more activity tomorrow. Fridays have typically been very busy here. As we said, it's quiet right now. And these concrete barriers will be up for the free speech zones. One little anecdote about that. We saw Cook County Department of Transportation flatbed trucks with these concrete barriers. They came here, they were all ready to set them up, and then they realized they're the wrong size. So they took them back and they said they're going to be back later this evening to set up the correct barriers to create these free speech zones. Now, earlier, a protest group called Common Defense. This is a group of veterans protesting these ICE actions. They came together to talk about the arrest of a 70-year-old veteran and protester who they say was mistreated by ICE. Joni Lum picks up that part of our coverage.
Veterans and legal experts called on federal agents to stop harassing peaceful protesters here, especially after an Air Force veteran was pushed down and arrested. It happened Saturday. 70-year-old Dana Briggs, seen at the fence outside the building, announced he was a veteran and denounced the actions of the federal agents working immigration enforcement. He was pushed, fell down, and in trying to hand off his phone to another protester, slapped an agent with his arm. He now faces federal charges. Local veterans say the agents firing on the public appear to be untrained.
2 weeks ago, I was grabbed, bruised, and shot with pepper spray, and then tear gas with canisters, simply for helping another peaceful protester. Last week, snipers on the top of the building flooded the entire block, not only against peaceful protests, clergy, but also neighbors and children.
This is yet another example of what continues to be a growing trend of ICE and supporting federal agencies escalating violence against peaceful protesters, simply exercising their First Amendment rights.
During the news conference, another protester claimed his rights are being violated. He tried to overpower the speakers with his voice.
Throw ice on you, you have people who chase you and try to swing at you. That's violent.
So let's not.
That's not violent. That's not peaceful.
So this is an agitator, and he's been coming here and hurting people and screaming at people.
Dana Briggs was advised not to show up outside the Broadview ICE facility since there is a pending legal case. Joni Lum, Fox 32, Chicago.
And when we come back after the break, we have an exclusive one-on-one with the mayor. Katrina Thompson, in her third term, says she never imagined that her tiny community would be at the center of a firestorm. That's right, when we come back. Welcome back to the Chicago Report. Again, we are live in Broadview, Illinois. Earlier this afternoon, I sat down exclusively with Broadview Mayor Katrina Thompson. She's in her third term. She says she's been getting calls from residents every single day about the disruption in her community. Here's a look at that interview. Mayor Thompson, thank you for talking to us today. My first question, what has this last several weeks been like for you, the mayor of a normally quiet community?
It's been a lot of moving pieces to coordinate to make sure that the people that live here, our business stakeholders, and the visitors that come to town are safe. And so that's our primary focus, is just making sure everybody is safe while, you know, speaking to their First Amendment rights.
And what have been the things you've had to do to ensure the safety, given how combustible the situation is?
So traditionally, the police department will call out for mutual aid, and the fire department, so we've done all of that to get the resources that we need. We have a very small department of 25, so when you're seeing hundreds of people and trying to control crowds and those types of things, that could be, it could be a lot. So we ask for help and support, and we got that from the governor's office, Illinois State Police, President Perwinkle, Cook County, and our local municipal law enforcement. So they came through for us.
And you wrote, or you said earlier this week that ICE was, quote, making war on your community. Provocative statements.
Say that one more time.
That ICE was making war on your community. This was the way you characterized it. Those are provocative statements, though.
Yeah, well, when you see agents dispersing tear gas or chemical minutia or rubber pellets, what do you call it? It's unacceptable. We don't need to be policed. We know how to maintain. We know how to treat people with dignity. We know how to treat people with respect. And they have not done that to the people that's coming to visit, to protest peacefully for something that they believe in. And I believe in freedom of expression. You know, I have a voice, and they have a voice when they come to Broadview.
And you wrote a letter to them. ICE wrote a letter back essentially saying that it's the fault of the agitators, that the situation escalates out of control, that the safety of these ICE officers is at risk, especially what happened in Dallas, and they want you to join with them to protect everybody involved. What's your reaction to the way ICE is characterizing this?
So I think that's a coward way to say something like that. You know, as a local official, we get talked about, we get called obscenities, we get called out our name, we get harassed, we get all kind of stuff, but it don't give me the right to go throw tear gas on someone, and that's a coward. If you can't take somebody calling you names, why are you in that profession?
What about the impact on residents nearby, especially around 25th? Some of them told me tear gas has traveled into their homes, into their backyards. What has that impact been?
So those that live directly on 25th, the conversations that I've had with the residents, like one resident, she decided to not stay at home that evening. We got one resident that has a young person that's impacted with autism and has sensory issues. So when the lights blare or loud noise, that causes meltdowns and those types of things. So you got people that's having a direct impact. And so when we talk about dispersing tear gas or chemicals that we don't even know what the chemicals are, you know, that travels. If someone has asthma, that gets into their home, so now that's embedded into the environmental issues of that home. That's not fair because we don't know what the chemicals are that you dispersing, and it could probably harm someone or kill them.
As mayor of the community, are you aware of the conditions inside this facility?
No, we're not allowed to go in. And, you know, if they not let congressional leaders that's responsible for that facility go in, what make people think that I have that same access? We don't. Our fire department has, you know, looked at the boarded up windows to make sure it wasn't a fire egress or a hazard. So, and the fire department is allowed to go in case for medical calls when they call for medical assistance.
What do you know about the conditions there from what you've been told?
I don't know. I haven't been told.
So ICE is just not communicative of anything about the conditions of a building in your community?
That's correct.
Has there been any communication with ICE at any
the only
level?
Statements that you've seen that we've put out or communications that they put out to us. I have not personally talked to anybody from ICE or DHS.
Is that a problem, the lack of communication?
Well, communication is the key to to getting to a solution.
And it's not happening right now. Today we witnessed state police and county officials putting up barricades. Tell us about the changes that are happening there.
So we know that it may be a heavy presence tomorrow for protesting, and so we want to make sure that everyone is safe. So they, you know, putting best practices in place to keep everyone safe.
What do you want the broader public to know about Broadview? Broadview's been thrust into the national limelight now. Depending on what channel you watch, it paints a different picture. What should folks know about this community?
Well, Broadview is a predominantly black community, and we practice love and kindness. We believe in partnerships and collaborations. And as you could tell, you all were out yesterday knocking on doors to get, you know, more information from the residents, and they called me to tell me that you was out there. So that just tell you a lot about who we are as residents, the people that live here. The other thing is, as it relates to the protests, and, you know, me talking to community members that have actually been at the protesting site, you know, we just encouraging everyone to, you know, lift your voice and not your hands. Because when we do that, we come in peace. And that's what we want. We live here. You know, none of this was important to anybody until that facility started targeting certain individuals. And so we got to stand for something, and I'm the person to stand. I'm willing to go through the fight.
At the same time, there were some folks arrested the other day that had allegedly had brought handguns. Is there a problem here if protests turn into agitation, turn into violence? Should folks be aware that they shouldn't be bringing weapons to this kind of thing? Well,
you know, it's for me, that is my biggest fear. Is that you look at the Dallas situation, you look at all of the school shootings we have, you look at all of the church shootings that we have. We don't know who's bringing weapons into town, and people do carry an emotion of anger. And if they get so angry, they may decide that they want to start shooting, and innocent people can get extremely hurt or lose their lives, and I don't want that for anybody. You know, my job here is to protect the interests of the village of Broadview. And that's what I will continue to do to the best of my ability. But I also know that when we show up with love and kindness and humanity and we doing the work for the people, not a party, I think we can overcome this, but we got to learn to unify that and what that look like for individuals, and that's hard for people to process.
Since there is no communication between the village and ICE, what is your message to ICE?
Go home, leave us alone. You don't have to show up with weapons, parlaying through the city with weapons and in military gear. That's a form of intimidation and fear. And this is America. We should not be afraid to walk down the street. We should not be able to see like it's a war zone or something real bad is happening. That's not here. We can police our own cities and towns and villages. And when we need help, we know how to call for help.
Mayor, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. It's my pleasure.
And that's Broadview's Mayor Katrina Thompson. We should mention that we've reached out multiple times to DHS, ICE, and the White House. No response. We did reach out to them again today. We hope to speak with someone from the federal government on this. But when we come back, we are speaking with 7th Congressional District Representative Danny Davis. This is in Danny Davis District. We're going to get his reaction to all this right after this. Welcome back to the Chicago Port, live here in West Suburban Broadview outside the ICE detention facility as you hear some honkers going by. We're joined now by 7th Congressional District Congressman Danny Davis. This facility is in his congressional district, and so we thank Congressman Davis for talking to us tonight. Congressman Davis, I just want to start by asking you your general reaction to what has gone on here in Broadview in your district over the last 6-7 weeks.
Well, I think it's most unfortunate that a community is beset with this kind of activity taking place. We know that this country actually was formed with people having the right to express themselves. Peaceful protest is a part of the history and evolution of this country. And so the right to protest is nothing new. It's nothing that we don't understand. And it's nothing, look at that. I mean, one just would not believe that people are being handled this way. And all that they're attempting to do is protest, find out what is taking place. And this is the reaction that they get from armed law enforcement personnel who should know better and should know that there's a better way to treat people.
At the same time, we've seen folks that were arrested are allegedly having handguns. We've seen some agitators here. We, of course, have seen a lot of tear gas, a lot of rubber bullets. But do the protesters deserve some responsibility for things getting out of control if they're not going to peacefully protest?
Well, people should not be at a site with guns. They shouldn't be armed anyway. And they shouldn't have any weapons or be armed. I'm opposed to them having weapons in the first place, period. The concealed carry, I don't support. I think that's unfortunate, but I certainly don't think people should come to a demonstration with any kind of arms. It's unbelievable that our country is functioning this way, and that much of it is coming from up here, from the top, as opposed to coming from the bottom. And so the way that ICE has been trained, the way ICE is given authority to operate is scandalous. It's scandalous. It's unbelievable. But it starts up there, up in the White House, and filters down to the communities. And so it disrupts life in a peaceful community like Broadview, where people are just simply trying to live, go about their business, do what they traditionally do. And now it's like an armed war zone, which should not happen and should not be necessary.
And as congressman for this district, this facility is in your district, have you been able to express any congressional oversight by touring the facility or getting a sense of what the conditions are?
Well, let me tell you, there were 4 of us who went out to this facility some time ago to try and get entry, just simply to find out. Representative Ramirez, Garcia, Jackson, and myself, and we were denied entry. We were denied the opportunity to simply come in and look. But that's not only here at a detention center. We've been denied entry to governmental buildings, period, to go in and talk with officials, talk with the individuals that we have hired, I guess, if you will, to carry out official business. We've been denied that, not only here, but also in Washington, D.C. And colleagues of ours have been denied in places all over the country. And so we have to ask, what is our country becoming, where you can't go into a facility that you appropriate the money for, that you're supposed to be in charge of, but yet armed individuals prevent you from going in to take a look. It's hard to believe that that is the United States of America at this moment.
And of course, we talked to the mayor, Katrina Thompson, who says the same thing, that she has not been allowed to tour this facility and she has no communication with ICE. Congressman, I want to shift gears a bit and talk about the shutdown. We're now on day 2. How will this impact Illinoisans and residents in the 7th Congressional District?
Well, let me tell you, it's already impacting the 7th District residents when individuals know that they can't get an appointment to go and see a doctor when they're sick. They can't get in the hospital because there's no way to pay for the services. When people know that they're going to begin to not get their SNAP benefits, and it's all because the Republicans want to give great big tax breaks to the wealthiest individuals in this country, at the expense of the poor, at the expense of low-income people, at the expense of disabled people, at the expense of people who need the government to be functioning and functioning in their interest. And so we want to save health care. We refuse, the Democrats do, in both the House and the Senate. We refuse to let our health care delivery system be wrecked, totally wrecked. Hospitals closing, community health centers closing, services being denied, services being shut down, people not being able to get paid or reimbursed for the work that they do. It's terrible.
All right.
We don't like it.
All right.
We don't want it. The Republicans are.
I'm sorry to cut you. Congressman, I'm sorry to cut you off. I have to cut you off there. I'm sorry, Congressman. We're about out of time in the show. I want to thank you so much for joining us. That is our show for this week here in Broadview. We'll be back next Monday. Thanks for tuning into the Chicago Report. I'm Paris Schutz.
Bears know all too well winning in the NFL isn't easy, so they won't apologize for their ugly, messy victory in Las Vegas. But Ben Johnson and his staff know there's plenty to clean up. We'll discuss with Good Morning Football's Sherry Burris and the Athletic's Dan Weeder. And the Bears may be off this week, but Nick Costas is here with his top plays in college football and the NFL. We'll try to help you make some money right here on Chicago Sports Tonight Daily. Now.
Fox 32 Chicago Sports. This is Chicago Sports Tonight.
Welcome back into Chicago Sports Daily. I'm Lou Canellis. All right, let's bring in Sherry Burris from Good Morning Football on the NFL Network. Does a terrific job with Kyle Brandt and Jamie Erdahl, Manti Te'o. Sherry, thanks for the time. And let me get into it because Bears hit the bye week even at 2-2. Give us an idea of the feeling at Good Morning Football about the Bears. Are they more lucky than good? Or, hey, listen, did they create their own luck with that blocked field goal in Las Vegas?
You know, Lou, sometimes it's a little bit of both. You just got to get that right bounce of the ball. Here for GMFB OT, there's just this real optimism about the Bears, but I also want to add in that it's also a realistic optimism about the Bears. The history of the Bears have kind of told us one thing, but the fact that they have been able to string some of these wins together, there is hope. But as Kyle, our resident Bear fan, mentioned that before the bye week last season, the Bears were 4-2 and then went on a very long losing streak there, which was really painful. So the expectations are sort of tempered as it's a good start, but fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You know, we gotta make sure we get into this bye week and keep things rolling for the Bears.
Do me a favor. Tell that resident Bears fan, Kyle Brandt, at Good Morning Football, that he's not a man if he's not jumping in with both feet. All right? You tell him Lou said that. That's what a real fan is. I do, seriously, my question off that is, you know, Ben Johnson and his coaches, and I get what Kyle's worried about, but Ben and the coaches are really working on changing a losing culture. And my question is, could it happen this quickly, just 3-4 games in?
You know, that's a good point. I'm not sure if I would be totally bought in myself saying it only would take 3 or 4 games to completely change a culture like that. Coach Ben Johnson clearly has that experience from what he did with Detroit and being able to turn that team and sort of that franchise around and what we've seen. But I think, Lou, you can really look at it at a work in progress or as a work in progress. Winning is kind of a Band-Aid, right? Like it kind of can hide certain things that are wrong, some of those bumps and bruises. As the season goes on, we're going to see the Bears have some adversity or some challenges. So I think those are going to be sort of the more telling times than these good times. But all signs seemingly are pointing that Coach Johnson and his staff are at least making their mark and things are changing for the better.
I'll tell you what, Bears are not winning games because of Caleb Williams, Sherry. Guy led the 11-play, 69-yard drive at the end to move ahead of the Raiders. Are your teammates on Good Morning Football now starting to buy into Caleb?
Well, I can at least give Kyle this credit, Lou. He has always been on the Caleb Williams bandwagon. So there is faith in Caleb, and there is this consensus that, yeah, he can do it. At least for me personally, I think there's just still a couple question marks that he doesn't have this long tenured career, right? We don't have the receipts to prove he can come in clutch, or he doesn't maybe sometimes still make that early quarterback mistake that we have seen. But there have been those glimmers of hope in those moments when you're like, man, he scrambled for what? He just dodged that defender. So there is that belief that Caleb can do it. It's just the question of is the consistency of it.
And to me, a great question is, how good can Ben Johnson make Caleb Williams? Can he turn Caleb Williams into one of the 5 best quarterbacks in football?
Man, wouldn't Bears fans love that? There is such a hunger. I mean, growing up in the Chicago suburbs, we were talking about it. There has been this desire for there to be that dominant franchise guy that has just seemingly been missing. Lou, I do have to admit, I am a Packers fan. So part of me is like, no, I hope not. Because there is a part of me that's worried because Ben Johnson is so good at developing quarterbacks and Caleb has those tangible and intangible elements to his game. So as a Packer fan, I can also tell you I'm a little worried, which might make Bears fans a little happy.
I need to ask, from Vernon Hills, but a Packers fan?
I joke I was raised right. It's because growing up,
you were
my
raised
dad
on your
rooted
head.
for one team, I rooted for the other. It was the Packers. It's a long, complicated history.
All right, we'll get into it another time. How about the Bears run? The Bears run defense has not been good. That run defense has given up more yards than any team in football. You think the Bears coaches can figure this out during the bye week?
They're going to have to, right? If they want to be back on top of the NFC North, that has to be a priority number one. And looking at their schedule, not to get it too far ahead of myself, but not too far in the future, they have to play potentially Jaden Daniels or Marcus Mariota, how he's feeling. Then also you have a guy like Lamar Jackson coming up. Those type of quarterbacks are really going to challenge a defense in all regards, because if they can pass, then that opens up the run game gets going. They go hand in hand, as you know. So the fact that they have this bye week, which week 5 is maybe can be looked at a little bit early, it might be a great time to kind of assess that first quarter of here we are, here's our opportunities, here's our challenges, let's just hit the ground running.
Yeah, I agree with Ben Johnson. I actually appreciate the early bye. Last season, Bears went into the bye week 4-2, and then they lost 10 games in a row. Tell me that's not going to happen again this year.
It's not going to happen again this year.
Woohoo!
I don't know, though. Week 7, I think, was their bye right last year. And then they had that, I'm so sorry, the Hail Mary against Washington. And that sort of really derailed whatever was happening. I think, Lou, if the Bears are going to keep things on pace this year, coming out the bye, keep this stronger start, they can't lose focus. They need to keep their foot on the gas and keep this momentum, even though they might be gone for the week away from Hallis Hall, recouping whatever they need to do. There can be no physical or mental lapse that they would find themselves in a situation similar to last season.
Yeah, I'm with you there, and I know Ben Johnson and his coaching staff will do their best to make sure these players are dialed in when they come back for that Washington game. Let me give you a wrap-up because I know you get to look at all the teams and talk about all the teams in the NFL. Let's stick with the NFC North. Lions have the best record in the NFC North right now, but the Packers are still the favorites to win the division. Who do you think is the best team in the NFC North right now?
So I obviously my answer with my heart would probably be the Packers, but also with my brain, I would probably say Green Bay, just the way the offense is clicking. Sure, Jordan Love has kind of made a few mistakes and that offense has hit some hiccups, but that defense is playing so fast. Another season under defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. Those dudes are just flying. But looking at the Bears schedule, again, I made my all the way to the bottom. Lou, there's 5 games at the end of the season, right? 2 of them are against Green Bay and 1 is against the Lions. It is going to be so important to come back and make sure that everyone is healthy, still checked in, physically, mentally ready to go, because I know we always talk about the importance of coming down the stretch, but those last 5 games with 3 opponents in the NFC North is really going to be, I don't want to call it a daunting task, but there's definitely going to have their hands full as you look at those last few games of the season.
Let's hope, as Ben Johnson says, he's promised the Bears will be playing their best football by December. Sherry, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate the time.
Always great to see you, Lou. Thank you.
Coming up on CST Tonight Daily, we continue our conversation with the Athletics' Dan Wiederer. We'll talk about how Ben Johnson is already changing the Bears' losing culture in only 4 games. And Nick Costas from BetMGM gives us his best plays of the weekend. We're back after this. Welcome back to Chicago Sports Tonight Daily. Lou Canellis along with Cassie Carlson. All right, let's bring in the Athletics' Dan Wiederer, who covers the Bears on a regular basis. And Cassie and Dan are usually together at Hallis Hall when we have the chance to talk every week. But Dan taking some time off with the players while Cassie and I work hard in studio. And Dan, let me get into it, because in your piece in The Athletic, you said that the Bears found a way to steal a game against the Raiders. And I just want to know, do you typically find a way to beat the dealer when he has a face card and you're sitting on 13 in Las Vegas?
I can tell you I didn't this past weekend, Lou. It did not go well for me at the blackjack table, and there were some cruel dealers throwing some shade that I didn't really appreciate. But I did not find a way the Bears did.
Let me get into it with you. Hey, Bears had no business winning that Raiders game. Why did they?
There's a level of resilience that this team should be proud of in that performance, because they did play a lot of losing football across all three phases. And then when the game was within reach, they found a way to turn it, and they found a way to make the big plays to win it in the end. And finding a way is a big deal in this league. When you can have a team that has the toughness and the belief to get that done, it's a major building block for you. Now, you've got to have consistency behind it, but to see Caleb Williams lead that go-ahead drive late, to see Josh Blackwell make that huge play to block that field goal at the end, it's signs of a team that isn't going to quit until the game is over. And to be able to steal that win is such a huge boost psychologically for a team that now enters the bye week at 500 rather than climbing uphill at 1-3.
Yeah, I think it's complimentary football in the fourth quarter, too, because this team hasn't really seen that in recent years, and that's what everyone remembers, especially with the Matt Eberflus era. And it's Caleb Williams being clutch when he needs to. He talked about it on Wednesday. He's going into this bye week, and he said, I think I've just had this confidence in myself that I can go out there and win games, and he's been that way since he was a little kid playing Pee Wee football. I think one thing that stands out in a consistent theme that we've kind of heard, it started with Kevin Byard talking about film study, and then Josh Blackwell said the same thing. Kevin Byard noticed some tendencies with Geno Smith and the specific routes that they were running and where he was throwing it, and that's when he got those 2 interceptions. And then Josh Blackwell talking about seeing things on tape, and that was Scott Daly who noticed it with the long snapper and the way they were holding the ball as well. There's a consistent theme in the way they prepared for games, and that goes back 2 weeks to when Ben Johnson challenged practice habits. I think it happens in film study as well. So I thought that was an interesting note, too, that there were consistencies in that sense as well. But as Dan mentioned, I think there's a belief in this team right now in the locker room amongst players and head coach, the Ben Johnson effect.
It's easy for the players to believe when you're winning, right, Dan?
Oh, there's no question. And you need that positive reinforcement from the results. You need the positive reinforcement from the production. I do think it's very fascinating and honestly amazes me that Caleb Williams can have some of the games that he has, and then when it's in the final 8 minutes, he just locks in a different gear. We saw it several times last year, most notably in the game at Washington, where the offense was miserable for 3 quarters, and then Caleb led them on 2 big drives at the end of that game to give them the lead. We all know how that game ended. This was different on Sunday as well, where you get a day that wasn't quite going in your favor. If you go back through the offensive video of Sunday, Lou, it's a mess. There's dropped passes, there's snaps going past the quarterback, there's the inability to take advantage of takeaways that the defense gets you deep in Raiders territory. There's another pile up of penalties. Everything was kind of discombobulated and astray, and yet at the end, the quarterback got in the huddle and said, guys, this is right here for us. We're going to go down and take it. Everyone believed in it, and they go on that 11-play, 69-yard march to get the lead in the final minutes.
No surprise here. NFL named Josh Blackwell the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week. You had a chance to chat with him in the locker room. I'm sure he is loving this.
Oh, my gosh, yeah, and just someone who prides himself on special teams. I know Richard Hightower loves this guy, extremely smart, and back to what I was saying about the film study, noticing the tendency that allowed him to get a good jump on that. And I just love that he's the one that pointed out, he's been on the team for a handful of years now. He's like, we are not the same old Bears, and that was the belief that they felt going into that last snap of the game on the field goal. And Richard Hightower calling it out over the headset to Ben Johnson that Josh Blackwell was going to block it.
I want to get into something that Cassie just said, and she referenced maybe a culture change that's taking place with the Bears and Ben Johnson. Dan, I remember leaving London. Bears are 4-2. They won that game over Jacksonville the night before. I'm looking out the window. It was raining, and I'm thinking to myself, we're going to the playoffs this year. And then we know what happened. What's the difference between last year's team going into the bye 4-2 and this year's team on a 2-game win streak feeling good about themselves going into the bye?
The easy answer is I don't know yet, because you do mention that very similar feeling a year ago, coming back across the pond to the United States and being like, wow, the Bears are rolling here. They're coming off back-to-back offensive performances where they scored 5 touchdowns. That hadn't happened in decades. And here they were rolling. They were 4-2. They seemed like they had momentum, and then the whole season fell apart quickly and spectacularly. So we don't know yet if the Bears are going to be able to sustain the success they've had the last 2 weeks. They're going to see some tougher opponents as we go forward. What I think you felt in the first month of the season is a coaching staff led by Ben Johnson that is really, really locked in on acknowledging reality. That's knowing what you're strong at, it's knowing where you're weak, and really talking about all those things every single day as you prepare your football team to win. And so I think that might be the difference with this culture change is just having even Caleb Williams after the game on Sunday saying, look, like it feels good to leave here with a victory, but we've got to be truth tellers about what we put on video today. And it wasn't good enough to win a lot of football games. It was good enough Sunday. And so now you've just got to go back to work being very cognizant of what your flaws and your blemishes are.
All right, Dan and Cassie, follow me through this because I did First and North on Tuesday. And I'm learning that everyone has issues in this league right now. Packers defense stunk at Dallas. Detroit's got serious injury issues in their secondary. Vikings have lost 3 of their 5 starting offensive linemen. Washington loses to an Atlanta team that was shut out by Carolina. Baltimore's defense was horrible against the Lions. San Francisco loses to Jacksonville. Other than Philadelphia, I mean, really one team has not stepped up other than the Eagles in the NFL. I feel like everyone's got issues.
Well, I think you're still early on in the season, and so teams are still trying to find their identity. I would still be worried about the Bills, put that in, even though the Dolphins played a tight game against them a couple weeks ago. I just think right now there's a lot of injuries. It seems like there's more injuries early on in the season than there have been in years past. So when that happens, teams are obviously trying to just figure things out and what the identity of their teams are going to be. But I think that's a good thing for the Bears, right? Because they're in the same position where they don't have the injuries per se and the big stars, and you hope they get some people back healthy on defense especially, but this is an opportunity for them to go in and win some games while other teams are down players, especially some of those quarterbacks.
What do you think, Dan? I mean, hey, the Bears had 5 starters out against the Raiders.
Lou, it felt like you just charted a path to 14 wins there, going through some of the opponents that are on the Bears' schedules and the flaws they have. It can be comforting to look around the league and say, look, like we're not the only ones trying to figure out how to address our weaknesses. The Bears just have to be very honest again with themselves about what they knew going into the season is that they have a very thin margin for error, and you have to be a football team that understands that every single week. You know, you look again, we go back to the offense on Sunday in Vegas, and that pile up of penalties again is something that's been consistent through the first month of the season. That can't keep continuing. You can't keep having the pre-snap penalties, which weren't an issue against Dallas, but then resurfaced again against Las Vegas. You've got to start to find some of that consistency across all 3 phases that help you become a legitimate playoff contender. The window is open for the Bears, but it can slam shut really quickly in this league, as we learned a year ago. And so you just have to be really, really sharp with how you approach your improvement efforts and really, really smart about which improvement areas you think are the most meaningful.
Dan, enjoy the bye week. We'll see you next week, buddy.
Yeah, I'm off to West Lafayette on Saturday. ILL, guys. You know what that last win against Southern Cal was. I saw you guys drinking on the set the other day. Way to go, Cassie and Lou.
We love to have a good time, even without you. Dan Weeder from The Athletic, nice enough to join us here on Chicago Sports Tonight Daily. We're going to take a quick time out. Back right after this here on Fox. Welcome back to Chicago Sports Tonight Daily. Lou Cadellis with you. Phillies entered baseball's playoffs as the favorites to win the World Series, but with LA's sweep of the Reds in the wild card round, the Dodgers secured their spot as the betting favorite now. All right, let's bring in my buddy Nick Costas from BetMGM. Hey, Nick, are you a fan of betting baseball?
Oh, well, I'm actually great to be on with you, Lou. Insulted by the question. Love betting all sports. Certainly love betting the Major League Baseball postseason. And this Phillies-Dodgers series that you just alluded to, and we can talk about the other series in the NLDS in a moment, but I think this lines up as the World Series. I think these are the best two teams left, and it's a tough draw for Philly to have to play L.A. in this round, where if the Dodgers bullpen can get it together, and we saw Roki Sasaki close out Game 2 of the wild card round against Cincinnati, his stuff is filthy, but outside of Sasaki, like this Dodgers bullpen can absolutely get tattooed. So can the Dodgers starting pitching go deep enough into this game, into these games against the Phillies? If so, I like the Dodgers in the series, but I do think it's extremely high leverage, Lou. I think the winner of Dodgers-Phillies will win the World Series.
All right, let's get into the weekend action. First, let's talk college football. Massive weekend of college football games. The big one in Florida between Florida State and Miami. Do you have a favorite?
Yeah, I think this one shakes out, Lou, as a great opportunity to bet Florida State as a home dog here. Now, Florida State last week kind of embarrassed itself in brutal fashion, losing to Virginia in a Friday Night Island game. And I think that, coupled with Miami's electric start to the season, is why we have Miami sitting as a 4.5-point road favorite here. But a couple things to note. Carson Beck, Miami's quarterback, who obviously we saw last couple seasons at Georgia, has played much better throughout his college career at home as opposed to on the road. This is Miami's first road game of the season. All their wins thus far have come at home. And I think Florida State quarterback Tommy Castellanos is going to be on the move in this game, avoiding some of the Miami pass rush. Miami definitely has the advantage in the trenches on the line of scrimmage. I think Florida State keeps the game close enough to cover the spread. And if it comes down to a game-winning field goal, wide right, wide left, like we've seen in this rivalry in the past, maybe Florida State loses by 3. That'll be enough to get us to cover the spread with the Noles on Saturday.
Wow, my buddy Mario Cristobal, who is the head coach in Miami, he does not like that pick. All right, I want to move on to the NFL. Bears with the bye week, but I'm told by some of the viewers that I need to give you a hard time for not taking the Bears on the money line last week in Vegas.
Well, I will say, I'm sure those Bears viewers, the Bears fans, watched the game. Did you see Geno Smith throw 3 terrible interceptions and they outgained the Bears and then had a game-winning field goal attempt? Lou, I'm a little salty about the outcome of that game, having bet the Raiders. Raiders should have won, but still, ton of credit to Caleb Williams for the game-winning drive. DeAndre Swift scoring the touchdown there. Bears going into their bye week at 2-2. Bears fans should feel good. Also, I think I have a legitimate gripe that the Raiders should have won that game.
You do. You like a couple of AFC games this week?
Yeah, let's start with, because apparently I haven't been punished enough. I'll go back to the well with the Raiders this week, getting 7 on the road in Indianapolis. Now, the number, Lou, matters here. If you're out there watching and listening and you want to bet the Raiders, please find a 7 to bet. That is a really important number if you want to bet Vegas in this game. I do think the Colts deserve to be favored. I think the Colts are likely to win the game, but I think the Raiders can move the ball on this Colts defense. And as long as we don't get fully bad Geno, throwing the ball to the other team 500 times like he did against the Bears last week in truly idiotic fashion, I think this game can be close, and I think the Raiders can fall inside the number, even if they don't win. But please bet +7 if you do like the Raiders. And on Sunday Night Football, the Bills and the New England Patriots, Buffalo an 8-point favorite. And I loved the Patriots coming into the year. I bet the Patriots over the win total. I bet the Patriots to make the postseason. And everybody likes the Patriots in this game, but not me. I don't think the Patriots are going to be able to stop Josh Allen and the Bills' offense. I think Josh Allen should be a bigger favorite than he is to an NFL most valuable player. He's going to rack up the stats against this Patriots defense that might be without star defensive tackle Milton Williams. That's a big deal. Bills are going to score a ton. I want to lay the points with Buffalo, lay the 8. Love Buffalo on Sunday night. And a prop in that game also, Lou, Stephon Diggs, the former Bill, now New England Patriots wide receiver, and Cardi B's baby daddy. going up against his former team. Played a ton of snaps last week for New England in the blowout win against the Panthers. We gave you the Patriots last week in this spot on this show. He didn't play in the fourth quarter, so his overall numbers are skewed. He's close to an every down player now. The Patriots are going to have to throw to stay in this game. His receiving yards prop at BetMGM, 45.5. I think he gets into the 60s, Lou, coming up on Sunday night.
Is there a bet out there for Cardi B's baby, boy or girl?
I don't even know if I want to wade into these waters. If there's karma for Stephon Diggs, I would say that it'll be a girl for Cardi B and Stephon Diggs.
With you. Hey, Nick, I hope it's a lucrative weekend for you. Have a great time.
And for you as well, and wishing you and all the viewers minimal sweats, winning bets, and the absolute very best of luck.
I love this guy. Nick Costas with BetMGM joins us every week here on Chicago Sports Tonight Daily. Thanks for watching CST Daily. Big thanks to Sherry Burris, Dan Weider, Cassie Carlson, and my guy, Nick Costas. We will see you later tonight on Fox. See ya!
Your life now to compare your current policy and see how we could save you hundreds of dollars a year on your life insurance. We might even be able to help you get money back on your current overpriced policy. Stop overpaying for your life insurance. Call Senior Life Insurance Company now for your free quote.
They were on the brink of elimination, but the San Diego Padres forced a Game 3 in the wild card series against the Cubs. Northsiders lost yesterday 3-0 to San Diego. So the decisive Game 3 is this afternoon, and Lou Canellis joins us now to break down the series thus far. Lou, what happened to the Cubs' bats yesterday? How do they produce more offense going into today's game?
Well, they're going to need to do that, obviously, Anthony. I'll tell you what, you look at the heart of that order. Ian Happ, 0 for 8, 5 strikeouts. P. Crow Armstrong, 0 for 6, 5 strikeouts. Kyle Tucker, 1 for 7, 2 strikeouts. Came through with a hit at the end of yesterday's game. Your stars have to step up, and it's Kyle Tucker's time. If Tuck feels like at the end of the season it's his payday time, he needs to come through when it matters most, and that is an elimination Game 3 this afternoon at Wrigley Field. Seiya Suzuki came through with a home run in Game 1. It needs to happen. PCA, unfortunately, looks lost at the plate right now. I think the Padres did a terrific job of scouting the Cubs the last 3 weeks of the regular season to find out what the tendencies were for the Cubs. And they saw that PCA was swinging at everything. It's about time PCA steps up to the plate, plays like he did in May and June when he became an all-star, and actually takes a few pitches and sees if he can get himself on base and is more patient at the plate. I think Ian Happ is due for a big game. Happer was part of this playoff team back in 2020. Off to, again, a bad start, 0 for 8 with 5 Ks. But this is the time. I mean, it's Game 3. If it doesn't happen today, then obviously the Cubs will be eliminated. Ironically, they are eliminated from the playoffs the last time they were in the postseason 5 years ago to this day.
Oh,
today.
yikes. I hope that's not a bad omen. All right, Lou, let's talk about the defense and pitching as well. Craig Counsell, we heard him defending his decision to leave Shota Imanaga in against Machado yesterday. How do you see that perhaps shaping his decision-making for today's game?
Well, you know what? He fell on the sword. He said, I made a mistake. He said, I was looking at the results, and I thought Shota Imanaga was pitching well, and I thought that he could throw to Manny Machado, and he took a chance, and he lost. It was a bit surprising because he didn't start Shota Imanaga in the game, so Shota could avoid Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado that first time through the lineup. And then he sticks with Shota against Machado instead of walking him. He wasn't going to pull him. He said, I should have walked him. I'm not sure it affects his decision-making today. Craig Counsell is a man who is confident in what he decides. And if he feels strongly about a call during tonight's Game 3, I think he'll move through it, go with it. You know, he's not someone who doubts himself. So I think Craig Counsell has a plan. He's going to start Jameson Taillon, who I thought pitched well, especially towards the end of the season. He started 23 games this season, which is down. He went through some injury issues, but he finished second on the team in quality starts. So I feel good about the Cubs' chances with Jameson Taillon against Yu Darvish, who used to be a Cub, who was traded to the Padres by the Cubs, but is not the pitcher that he was years ago. Darvish now 39 years old. He's battled through injuries the last couple of years. I like the Cubs' chances tonight. I really do.
Okay, when you say you like the Cubs' chances, what did you see perhaps during the season that gives you that confidence that they can pull out this victory in a winner-take-all Game 3?
I saw a lineup that led baseball in runs scored in the months of May and June. I saw Kyle Tucker, who had played incredibly well, was one of baseball's top players for 3 seasons in Houston, come over to Chicago and do what he did with the Astros. PCA got off to an incredible start. I thought it was premature that we thought PCA was the next MVP in the National League, and unfortunately that's proven to be correct over the last 2 months.
You may have seen her on Netflix, HBO, or ABC's A Million Little Things, but now stand-up comic and Chicago native Cameron Esposito is bringing something brand new to the stage right here in her hometown.
That's right. Her latest work, Feet, is premiering this Friday at the iconic Steppenwolf Theater. And Cameron is here to tell us all about it, which, by the way, speaking of feet, I wear socks with my Crocs, too.
You have to. This is the highest possible fashion.
It's so comfy.
I also have to say my parents would be so upset if I didn't say Go Cubbies.
There you go.
Go Cubbies!
So Go Cubbies and Hugh.
Are they still there in the Western Springs area?
They are in Western Springs.
Okay.
And actually, one time they got to see me throw out a first pitch.
No way!
I want you to know I threw a strike.
Is there actual video proof of that, or are you just telling a story here?
Here's why you have to believe me. The other person throwing out a pitch that day was an Abe Lincoln impersonator. You could ask him, because I've heard Abe Lincoln is honest.
You would not tell a lie.
Yeah.
You would not
I love that.
tell a lie.
Are they watching right now, Mom and Dad?
I'm sure they are. Hello, hello to you.
Hi,
Mom and Dad.
Good morning. Okay, so let's talk about feet. Your actual, not your feet, but feet.
But it kind of is.
It's a pun, yes.
It is a pun.
It's a pun. We love a pun.
It's feet, F-E-A-T.
It is.
But it does apply to you.
Yeah, I can tell you a little bit more about it. So I'm so excited to be at the Steppenwolf. Obviously, as a kid from Chicago, that's kind of like the place that you could want to play if you're in the arts. And I pitched them this show that I'm working on, which is, it's called Feet, and it's about a near-death experience I had 18 months ago involving a very minor foot surgery that,
It didn't go so well?
It did not go as well as I hoped. Yeah, it spread to a full body infection, and actually my mom came to live with my wife and I for a couple months, or, almost 2 months.
Wow.
It's
While
like
you
that.
were recuperating?
I was recuperating. She was taking care of me. And now my mom and my wife are like best friends.
What happened? What were you getting done on your foot?
Bunionette surgery. It's when it's on your pinky toes.
Okay.
It sounds like it's something from the movies, but it's actually horrible. Bunionettes.
Yes, bunions.
But yeah,
How did you get an infection?
Well.
Or is the case still pending?
With no comment. It's an unusual experience, I think, to have. I'm in my early 40s, and so not everybody gets a chance to really look at their mortality so young. And then obviously I survived, and so that's kind of what the show is about, is how that changed my life and my perspective and my relationship with my parents and my wife.
Is it still largely comedic?
Listen, it's as funny as near-death
As
experiences
near-death can be.
possibly be. But, it's something that we all face, right? Our own mortality.
Right.
And I think having a chance to address that with a comedic lens is hopefully relatable to all people as we live our lives and hope that we made a difference here.
Which high school did you go to?
I went to Bennett Academy, Lyle. Go Red Wings. I was the Red Wings.
All right.
Like the Detroit Red Wings.
Bennett Academy beat my alma mater in the state championship basketball, Warren Township last year. But congratulations, Bennett.
I'm so sorry.
So you're there. It's okay. I forgive you. You're there at Bennett Academy as a 16, 17-year-old young woman. Are you envisioning, someday I'm going to be on stage at Steppenwolf or somewhere? Was that a dream of yours back then?
No. I mean, I was a big jock, so I played all the sports.
Okay.
And I really was. I was the Red Wing. I was the mascot.
Oh, how cool is that? All right.
What did that look like?
Yeah.
Was it a wing that was red?
That's such a good question. No, it was like a giant red bird.
Oh, okay, cute.
And my boyfriend was the captain of the football team, so it's that classic story.
I love that.
Do you still have the costume?
They didn't let me keep it, but it doesn't smell that
Come
great.
on, Bennett. Hook her up with a...
Send it this way, right to LA, delivery, come on.
I want to bring it back to Feet, if you could, because I think that was, I know it was funny, but it's also deep. Can you give us your biggest takeaway from that near-death experience, what you would want someone to learn from your experience?
So I will say that for me, what I found is looking sort of into the void. I was really at peace, and I just felt this experience, this wonderful lift of some of the negative things that have happened in my life, and a lot of hope for the future. And actually, I will say I'm 7 months pregnant.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So that I think is something I know.
Whoa.
It's mostly right here. But I'm 7 months pregnant, and that's not something I ever thought would be in my future. I always knew I wanted to be a parent. I didn't quite know how I would get there. And I think the openness that I feel now toward my own future and wanting to connect to a further generation, it really is from this experience.
No way.
Yeah.
Well, congrats to you, obviously, and to your wife. So now, tell us, the show is premiering at Steppenwolf this Friday and Saturday, correct?
It is. It's the nationwide premiere, and I'm so glad to bring it here to Chicago, which is my favorite place to perform.
And then the goal here is to obviously play all over the country, make gobs of money on this show.
We love gobs. Yeah. The goal is honestly Broadway. So if you're listening, let's go. I'm ready to take it there. And for me, Steppenwolf is one of those paths, right?
Yeah.
We build up our reputation here, which is why it's the greatest regional theater in the country.
Your tiny tot gets to do it with you.
This is her first time on the stage. My child's first time on the main stage at the Steppenwolf.
On the main stage.
We've been working on it. But yeah, it's a big premiere for all of us.
Aw. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming in.
I'm so happy to be here. Yeah.
Cameron, thanks. And work on that Red Hawk costume, would you?
Yeah. Listen, I'm on TV.
Oh,
there it is.
Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
The first pitch.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
And we can't tell from that photo whether you were as good as you claimed
Yes, you
to have been.
can.
What is
Look how I'm holding that glove. Like
Yeah.
you can.
Wow.
That's pro.
Did you play softball there?
I never did, but my dad grew up. We played a lot of catch. He actually came and warmed me up for this.
Okay. Well, it's fabulous.
Isn't that sweet?
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dad, for that. But there's proof. She actually did it. She was not making that story up.
Very cool. If only you could do it today. Wouldn't that be fun?
Well, let's go.
A little more pressure.
Spring and fall, morning and night,
Twice a year, Mother Nature and human design join forces to create the spectacular phenomenon known as Chicagohenge. During the spring and fall equinoxes, the sun rises due east of the city and sets due west. A perfect photo op thanks to Chicago's unique configuration. And today's photographers can thank this one-time resident for Chicagohenge. Shortly after the turn of the 20th century, Edward Brennan thought up Chicago's famous grid system.
He was just a private citizen. He lived in Rogers Park, and he saw that the city was being built up kind of haphazardly. It was very disorganized.
Street addresses were so confusing, there were duplicates and sometimes triplicates across the city.
It got to the point where even the U.S. Post Office said, we're not going to deliver here anymore because we can't figure this out. Wow. So he came up with this idea to have Chicago on a grid system.
The city council adopted the grid in time to incorporate it into Daniel Burnham's 1909 city plan. And now, because of all the streets that run perfectly east-west, along with the scale of the buildings and the open spaces, there are countless perches to snap that perfect Chicagohenge photo.
Chicago planners, Chicago builders, forced the city to have space. The plaza that we're in right now, this was required by law. So there's room to breathe. There's room to view these spectacular phenomena that happened.
And while the most popular spots for photographers to cluster are downtown, Jennifer McElroy with the Chicago Architecture Center encourages this year's spring Chicagohenge photographers to venture out.
So you could go south. We have beautiful buildings on the south. You could go north. We have beautiful buildings on the north. They are all on that grid system too. Right. So I really challenge photographers, because I love seeing the pictures, to get out into those neighborhoods and find those beautiful buildings, those beautiful historic buildings that fall along the grid.
Good news is, regardless of whether you're an early bird or a night owl, Chicagohenge happens at both sunrise and sunset.
The biggest games.
Day 2 of the government shutdown in Washington. Hundreds of thousands of government workers are on furlough right now. Multiple government programs have been shut down. Local financial professional Philip Shaw from Goldstone Financial Group says this government shutdown will have a widespread impact on consumers. He joins us now to share how you can protect your finances during this uncertain time. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So how could this shutdown impact us? I know there's just a myriad of ways.
You know, so in the short term, I'm not that worried about it. If this turns out to be a prolonged government shutdown, that's where we really start to see issues start to form. In the short term, you might see some, longer wait times at government agencies if you're interacting with anybody. but a lot of the essential services are going to stay open. So you're still going to have Medicare coming in, you're still going to have Social Security open. But if you're